It's that one I feel like it's fun in the moment, but getting the clip of that later, people be like, what's going on? All right, so we're weirdly awkwardly sitting with like no music right now, but we're gonna be picking back up where we left on off with Coral Island. And I'll go ahead and get the game loaded while I talk. So we got our brand new run with Groucho Gopher with Witherin Fields. Oh, I thought it was Witherin Farms. It's Witherin Fields. It's fine. We can just have the name mismatch, and then people will be like, "You know your name's wrong." You'll be like, "Ha, baited." Um, baited. Give me that engagement. But so with that, we're getting really close to the beginning of summer, which is why I just put summer year one in the title. It's going to be like 1 hour and we'll be into summer, if that. And today is going to be the tree cutting, or not tree cutting, the opposite of tree cutting. It's going to be the tree planting festival, and all that, which I have to do pretty early in the morning. We have been planting way too many crops. But we've had a pretty good start of the run so far. We got a little bit of the ocean cleaned. I've got most of my tools have already been moved up to the bronze quality. We have just begun doing our upgrades on various stuff. My chests are in no capacity organized. I'm kind of taking it by the strategy of I will organize my chests as soon as I have anything but the smallest ones. We are selling our bronze crops for a quest objective. And we have begun taking the time to make artisan goods. And the only thing you need to know about the artisan goods is, with the way the game mechanics work, pretty much you take a crop, it has a value. Making into an artisan good is like literally just a multiplier. So if I got something worth 50, and it's, making into an artisan good makes it worth like 25% more, then it becomes like, 50% more. Then it becomes 75. Let's see, you want to go in your game and organize them for you? Oh, I know it bothers people so much when the chests are unorganized. Like I said, I don't want to start the organizing process because the other chests have like more than double the capacity. And I'm going to need to move stuff anyways when that happens. And so it will be a thing at that point that I'll take the time to, we'll have the chest that is just for like your raw crafting materials like stone, wood, hardwood, that kind of stuff. Then we'll have the chest that'll be like, it's probably gonna be like 3 or 4 chests. They'll be like, here's the bugs. Then we'll have 3 or 4 chests like, here's the fish, and then 2 or 3 chests. They're like, here's the underwater critters. We'll make a box. It'll be like, here's all the spring crops, probably the spring veggies. You get the idea. So we'll end up with a ton of those. We'll get there. Hey, Elfie Bean! Thank you so much for the raid. I hope you had yourself a good stream. Did we get a shout out for Elfie Bean? What were you playing today, and how did it go, and all that good stuff? We're enjoying some Coral Island, playing some Neon Garden. I don't know that game. Obviously, you got to raid and run, do your stuff, like, don't let me hold you up. But if you don't need to raid and run, if you could tell me a little bit about your stream and how that went, I would love to hear it. But welcome in, raiders and all that stuff. You'd organize by star level 2. Yeah, we're playing Neon Gun, a fun little city tower builder. Ooh, okay. Right up my my thing. I know we're playing like a farming simulator slash, community game right now. Generally speaking, most of the time I am playing like simulation games. Alright, so the one thing about the tree festival that we got going on today is it happens right away in the morning. So we're just gonna jump right in here and do it immediately. Because I think by like 2 p.m. you've already missed it. So we just did a very quick rush, watered our crops, and we got out of here. It's like Sim Tower, Dorf Romantic, and Sid Meier's Civ series had a baby. That is a lot of very different games. Okay, if I could have someone in my community, unless you want to jump in, but if someone could go on to the Discord's game suggestions channel, that is one I want to look into, and I will not remember it if someone doesn't drop it there for me. So I'd really appreciate if someone could be like, hey, check out this game out. Neon Garden with a T, so not Garden. I'd appreciate that, because that seems like the kind of game that I would be interested in checking out. But thank you for that information. For everyone popping in here, I am Rual Storge. I do play a variety of games here on Twitch. I do play a lot of city builders, settlement builders, those kind of games, your Rim Worlds, straight up tycoon games and all that. And I also play a lot of survival crafters and the occasional, like, slice of life sim game. And we're playing Coral Island today. For those unfamiliar with Coral Island, it is in the same kind of vein as like Stardew Valley and Harvest Moon and all that stuff. So you will see a lot of similarity there. But to me, sort of like where you had Harvest Moon and then Stardew Valley went to Harvest Moon, said yes and became the thing we all love, was that. To me, I actually argue that Coral Island looked at Stardew Valley and Animal Crossing and these and said yes and kind of continued that trend. I'm not going to say it's a better game than, you know, I'm not going to say it's a better game than Stardew Valley. I wouldn't say either of them, to me, are distinctly better than the other, but there's definitely so much there. Yeah, and Rune Factory, like, it borrows from a lot of different games in the genre while also doing its own unique thing. So it's definitely really, really good. Your Bestie Fry has played a lot of it. Oh, it's been one of my favorite releases in the last couple years. Even though I also do play, like, a lot of sweaty try-hard games, like, I used to have World Record in Project Zomboid and all that as well. You know, sometimes you want a game to punish you and be mean and just not work with you in any meaningful capacity, and other times you want to just have a fun time. Good morning, everyone. It's great to see so many of you out here today. And especially you, Groucho Gopher, because I'm going to hold you at a higher level than everyone else here. I don't play favorites. I really do, though. I'm glad to see you made it. And look at this turnout. It looks like we have just enough volunteers. Yeah, sometimes you want games to hurt you, and sometimes you want to cuddle with them. Variety is the spice of life. Exactly. Let's get going, folks. I'll share more details when we arrive in the Peru woods. Yeah, no, that's the thing. People are like, do you prefer whatever game or whatever game? It's like, what? It's like, what day of the week is it? What phase is the moon in? Like, did I, like, what warmth was my beverage this morning? You know, what's the timer on my clock? Look, man, it varies a lot. Is everyone ready? Off we go. You left the seed in the trees. You left the fertilizer in the trees. Such an adorable game. And everybody's hot. Not everyone might be your type, but everyone is in fact hot. It's just the way it is. I mean, I guess Connor maybe not, but, you know, someone would be into that. Here we are in the Peru woods. What's left of it, anyway. Illegal logging did serious damage here. But that is about to change. The governor has given us jurisdiction over the Peru woods over to Starlet Town. And why we're holding this temporary event this year. We're going to completely reforest Peru woods. So, let's get it. Let's get to it and go plant some trees. So, interestingly enough, while this is obviously made up for the game and everything, these kind of events have happened before. It's definitely everybody is someone's type camp. Yeah, so there's actually been efforts in different countries like Germany where like there had historically been a forest in an area that, for this or that reason, got deforested, whether it was for farmland or whatever, that got together and like, we want to have a forest here again. And literally got people together over a period of time to plant literally thousands upon thousands of trees. And then, you know, sure, it takes 10, 15 years for those trees to grow to a certain level of maturity to actually have some kind of forest. And then there's just a forest there now. So that does get done. Not enough, sadly. But, like, you do see that kind of thing where, like, hey, we've seen this environmental impact. This is one we can work on. Like, you know, solving stuff like plastics and solving stuff like, you know, acidification of the ocean and, you know, damage to the ozone layer and all these things. Like, these are projects that fixing them, we don't really have an elegant solution. Like, it is a monumental task. But with stuff like this, you can fix it. Like, where an area has been deforested, you can reforest it a lot of times. As long as it hasn't gone to desertification, you can go through and have people do, like, it's a huge amount of work and effort and cost, but, like, you can remake a forest. You don't benefit from it personally, it's the next generation who does. But, you know, making the world a better place for the people of tomorrow is always a good thing. Corporals create ecological disaster. Well, to, like, as much as I love to just punch the corpos because half the time they deserve it, more than half the time, unfortunately a lot of it can also be, you know, like, farmers who are like, well, I could just get myself a little bit more land, from back in the day. Now, see, Roosevelt did that in the 30s, had people outworking the Great Depression, reforest entire mountainsides. Yeah, that's one of the things you don't hear about enough with, like, one of the things for actually getting us to the other side of the Great Depression to help with a lot of that was basically making a whole bunch of projects to hire people into. It wasn't even necessarily caring about the outcomes of those projects. A lot of them were good. It was just like, we need people working. So, sure, we all agree that we should have a dam over there. Well, I mean, a lot of people agree we should have a dam over there. Let's just get a whole lot of people working on that. Let's make a railway go this way. Sure, like, just get a bunch of people working on that. Like, that'll benefit us in the long run. Let's build a highway, because, you know, that'll benefit people. Just get people working. Infrastructure projects out the yin-yang, just to get people back to work. Because that was kind of thing is a lot with the Great Depression was kind of the cycle of less people were working, so less people were buying goods and services, so less people were needed to work, which means less people working, it's less goods and services. You get the idea. And there's way more in there. But there was that, and maybe a world war that got us to the other side of it. But yeah, a lot of people remember the World War side of it that dealt with a bunch of that stuff. But it was also a great deal was a lot of these very forward-thinking infrastructure investments that got people working again, started injecting money back into the economy. But yeah, no, it's cool stuff. So let's get to it and go plant some trees. But yeah, I love these kind of things where people are like, hey, we recognize that we should improve the environment here. Let's just go on this big conservation effort. Get a bunch of trees, like acorns and all that, grow them all into saplings, ship them on over, and then remake your forest. It also doesn't need to be a big event like this. There's sometimes what it is, it'll be like an annual event where like everyone plant a couple of trees and it, you know, very quickly becomes the whole thing. Alright, so we get to start today's stream with Coral Island, me having to do everyone's voices, which I won't remember anyone's voices, you know, unless they're distinct, so we're just dealing with that. But all the festivals, you'll usually have the things that mark that go on. So there's the main activity, and this is kind of like a mini festival in the sense that you do like the planting and all that stuff. It said satellite reforestations have the problem of the new forest often end up being a single kind. Yeah, no, the biodiversity side of it. You can actually sit there and be conscious about making sure you at least have a couple different trees. Then you'll also have the shop. And so one thing I'm gonna low-key do, I'm gonna buy these. Most like the cost of seeds ranges from like 15 to like 70 or so. So by snagging these while they're on kind of a discount, on the average I should make out getting more money from that. Let me put that off my bar. We won't plant those now, though. We're going to save those for summer, and the moment we jump into summer, we're going to put them all on the ground. That's 30 immediate seeds we got. And then I don't think there's anything else like the trees, too. It's just hanging out in the cool forest to, like, celebrate what you've done. What type of trees do you think would be best for planting here? Considering it's probably geothermically active, judging by the steam coming off the ground? I have no idea. Most likely this is a volcano. Do you think oak trees are alright? Sure. I brought some cookies to snack on, but Alice and I ate them on the boat. And we haven't even started planting yet. What are we gonna do now? Apologize to everyone else, I think? Well, I mean, I guess not, because you were still bringing them, as long as you didn't tell people first. I hope we have enough water for everyone. This is going to be a long day of laborious work, I can tell. No palm trees not resistant to fire. It's, you'd probably grow, like, in all honesty, you'd probably grow something that, like, pine that grows really fast. That way, you know, when the volcano goes up, they can reassert themselves kind of thing. Versus something like oak taking, you know, 100 years to fully grow or whatever. Probably not that, because it would barely get started and they get burned down again, maybe. All good vibes today. It's what I'm about. It's what I'm all about. Except for Jim. He's not good vibes. This will be my workout for the week. I'm gonna make a pot of Loda tonight and feast. Oh, I forgot some of them have multiple dialogues. Look, my outfit matches the theme, green. And every single time she says this, I'm like, your outfit is aqua. It's an area between blue and green. You could say your hair matches the theme because your hair is distinctly green. But I would actually argue that's closer to blue than green in my book. That's aqua. No doctoring today for me and Yuri. When people cut themselves up doing this hard laborious work and hurt their legs and backs, that's on them. We've got a planet to save. Teal? Yeah, it's like aqua teal somewhere there. It's like, yeah, I wouldn't call it green for the purpose there. I'm sorry for that. Grouchy Gopher, I just need to. When your personality is allergies. Being up here makes me miss the ocean. Oops. How are you doing this fine afternoon? And you can use these and, like, look out. So yeah, so when you start, the whole thing is just, you know, devastated. But over time. I do like that they've got the Kickstarter people are now here. I think it's time to visit the doctor and get some antihistamines or something. Yeah, for those who don't know, they've got people who kickstarted the game. If you're a high enough Kickstarter, you got NPCs in the game, and they didn't used to be at the festivals. But, like, that's a Kickstarter person, she's a Kickstarter person. She's a Kickstarter person, I believe. So that's kind of cool, but that's been a recent change, because they had them, they had wander town as your town grew, but, like, actually having them at the festivals has been a new thing. Bestest friend Groucho Gopher, are you planting trees today? I like this place better than the beach. Oh, bestest friend Groucho Gopher, did you know bugs and worms also live in trees? Well, now you do. Why are you still chit-chatting? Plant your trees. Keep your sword close by. Glad to see you here, my golden moth. Such a good turnout today. We won't be seeing progress right away, but hopefully, in time, we'll be able to see the difference we're making. Been here many times. Not for tree planting, though. This place here is so isolated. A lot like your farm. Wow, that is quite the face tattoo. Okay. Yeah, that's a bold set of tattoos. Doesn't look bad, but tattooing your face is a thing. I like the it's almost like a scale look down there. Kinda wild how there aren't many mosquitoes around. Maybe it's because it's still spring, but we are outdoors. Farmer, you're good looking, let me say, but you're blocking the epic view behind you of the deforestation and the devastation. I love the good looks of industry. Look at that. Think about it for a second, Walter. Funding a fully automated tree planter shouldn't be outside your reach. Randy here has an interesting proposition. Gets my retired investor's blood going again. Isn't that right, Randy? Oh dear, this trip is getting more tiring these days. But it's wonderful to see the beautiful from up here again. The beautiful view of just dirt and tree stumps. I know they keep a lot of that dialogue between the instances, but it's like, this view is gorgeous. Just devastation. I'll never get used to the boat ride. I think I'm gonna be sick. We make our carpentry as sustainable as we can. That's why I'm always here for these planting festivals. Giving back to Mother Nature, right? Maybe she just hates trees. It could be. She's like, I love the fact that all the trees are dead. You know, a tree fell on my great-grandfather when I was a small girl, and I've always rued the day. We'll definitely get back at those trees. It was a widowmaker where they get like those big knotty branches up there that then fall off the tree and crush people. One simple way we can all make a difference is by planting trees. I can feel the clean air coming already. It's reassuring to see that the folks that deal with trees are making an effort to replant them. It'll help the wildlife thrive too. You have to be conscious of the whole ecosystem. Planting trees is good for the environment. Yeah. I meant to talk to you, but sure. Ooh, everything looks so close with this. I can see the pebble at the bottom. I can't wait to roll up my sleeves and get work planting some trees. You rhymed and I'm not okay with that. I wanna grow tall like a tree. Alright, we're almost through, everyone. I told Kara and her boy here to relax a bit. We don't want people getting nervous about monsters. We're here to make sure everything goes smoothly. And to plant trees. Yeah, sure. Where's your shovel? This area gets lots of rain. It's good because a nice stable water supply is what we need for reforestation. Alright, we're almost through to the other side. Give me a second. Let me catch my breath. It's just so tiring trekking up here. I need to get fit. If it weren't for our actions, we wouldn't need to do this. I'm not talking about you and me. I was referring to humans. We don't know our place sometimes. I can feel it. Nature is slowly healing thanks to everyone's efforts. You know, those efforts we haven't done yet. But, you know, cool, man. Scott, there you go. You want to go down there with me? I'll walk with you. I appreciate that Scott, like... We made the comment in the first festival, which is the equivalent of, like, the Stardew Valley luau. That Scott's like, hey, come over here, dance with me. And in Stardew Valley, the first festival is the spring dance. And the first year in the spring dance, unless you're, like, metagaming, trying to, like, really, really max out your relationship as fast as possible, you won't have enough relationship with anyone to dance. So if you try and ask everyone, it's just rejection after rejection after rejection. So Scott being like, hey, dance with me, you're like, oh, thank you, Scott. This game doesn't crush my feelings immediately at the beginning by having nothing but a chain of rejections as the early part. I've spoken to everyone here, you know, on the boat ride, and I'm disappointed. I haven't learned nothing about anyone. Nothing. Look at us, creating a forest in our backyard. So proud of us. So proud of you. What a day to be outside. Alright, so we're almost done with everyone. I got you two to talk to. We've got Raj. We got Eleanor. I can't see who's behind the text box here, and then we're done. Wishlisted? Oh, Coral Island? Yeah, Coral Island's fantastic. Beginning the boat ride brought back a lot of memories about Dad. The way the boat sways in the water, the wind. I like it. It's been a long time since I dug this hard. Lily looks like she's dying, even though I'm the one with the shovel. The soil here isn't fit for coffee beans. Yeah, they'll grow okay. But if excellence is what you're after, you won't get it. Your personality is coffee and I don't like it. Ah, back again. I packed some green tea for later. Did you bring anything? Emily and I brought the same kind of tree seeds today. Yeah, they imply that they're planting a bunch of different trees because she makes a comment like, I brought oak seeds. She's saying they brought different types. So it sounds like this one's supposed to be a more holistic one where a bunch of people just brought a bunch of different seeds, which would be good. It's healthy to get outside in town once in a while. A change in environment is good for the soul. Okay, I think we talked to everyone. We're just going to do the quick mouse over. Any talk boxes, any little talkie boxes. No talkie boxes. Oh, wait. Oh, no, that's that. So we're good there. Make sure everyone's had their conversations. And with that, we can talk to the mayor. Groucho Gopher, I hope you brought your A game today. Let's rock and roll. Oh. Right, do I not start it with him? What? Pretty sure I started this whole thing with you. Oh yeah, there we go. Start the main event. Stage A. Clear the debris in this area to move on to the next stage. Stage B. Till 2x2 spot with the marked ground to come across and move on to the next stage. Stage C. Find the till areas. In this stage, plant the allotted saplings to finish the festival. So basically, this is kind of one of those things that, like, way late game, you know, like, you could just kind of get used to, like, clearing the farm. Added bonus, you get to keep the materials here. So you do end up getting some, like, random wild seeds and wood and trash and a whole bunch of stuff like that. So it's a festival that, you know, none of the stuff you're getting is particularly of high value. But it also doesn't cost stamina to do. So it's a way to get yourself some glass, some salvage, some plastic, some trash. Decent amount of wood. Now, the thing that does happen is, like I said before, it is one of the interesting festivals in that each year it changes a little bit, and not just some dialogue either. The first, like, 2-3 years, like this one, we're at the top of the hill. Next year we'll do that ledge, and the year after that we'll do the one way down there. And then after that, it stops being a festival about planting the trees because the forest is just back. So you just kind of chill at the top of the mountain and kind of, you know, just have a hangout with everyone. So it's kind of cool having a visible progression happen. Because most of the other festivals, like, the dialogue might change a little bit here and there. You know, there's people who come and go from the town a little bit. Mostly that arrive. I don't think there's anyone who, like, permanently leaves. But, you know, you'll have, like, Nina show up and stick around. This area is covered by other teams. Okay. Yeah, no, the tool use animation, they're trying to, like, show that your character's, like, really leaning into it, but, like, the little kickback is a whole silly thing to me. It's fine. We've certainly had weirder things. But yeah, no, we really put our face into it. You just don't realize that this is the proper technique. Your head has, you know, a good 10 pounds or so in it. You just really want to use that weight to, like, really swing your back into it. None of that's true. Don't do that. You're gonna hurt your neck. But, you know, memes be dreams. Alright. You also do get farming skill for doing this. It's not enough to matter, but, you know. One of the things that they want to do in Coral Island to differentiate it as well is in a lot of the games, like Stardew Valley, canonically there's only 2 years. That you literally go from year 1 to year 2, and then you go back to 1 to 2 to 1 to 2 to 1 to 2. So there isn't that long-term progress. It's like you'll notice the dialogues will repeat there. So the game really is only 2 years long canonically in Stardew Valley. This game, they do want it to continue to progress. They don't have a lot of the people get old, but like update 1.3, the children in town will be able to grow up to be like teenagers and all that, to give you a feeling of way more than just like the 1-2 years, that kind of thing. Good thing we don't have a Go Cam here for that hoeing, or be like that shovel simulator. Oh man. That's a wrap, folks. We did it. The first area is planted. It was a lot of work, but our efforts will pay off. Next year, this area of Purwood Woods will look entirely different. For starters, it'll be much greener than it does now, and these trees will have fully grown by then. Can't wait to see it. Great job, everyone. Yeah, and that's the one, like, suspension of disbelief thing about that festival. Real life, you would plant those trees. And you'd see growth in the first year and all that. But, like, stuff like pine trees would be very noticeable, the progress. Where stuff like oak trees would be, like, still little sapling kind of things. They wouldn't be particularly noticeable. Alright, and that's that festival. Like I said, this one's kind of a mini festival. The good news is that, as well, that festival doesn't go quite as late as the other one. A lot of the other festivals, they end at like 11 or so. In the meantime, I've got a giant mountain of the wild seeds. So the reason why we're not planting the wild seeds right now is some of those can get cabbage, which are 10 days to grow. We don't have 10 days left in the season. Alright. Well, we don't have enough time to do anything in the mine. Let's just go to the diving pier and put in a little time there. Also, what quest did I have? Because it wasn't... Oh, wait. A banana seedling. They have defeat the enemies and all that. So the banana seedling. What seasons are you? Spring and summer. Alright, so when we get kicked out, we want to plant that banana seedling. This is not how I dive down here. You wonder what the hell are pickled potatoes? That's pretty easy. So you take a potato, and you pickle it. I've finished the instruction. There's not more to it. I'm not saying it's necessarily like a big thing. The way I look at it, for me personally, with the pickled potatoes, I'm like, okay, in my mind, I'm thinking of it as like salt and vinegar potato chips, except, you know, instead of being a millimeter or two thick, it's like, you know, it's a little potato forward. It's a little heavy on the potato side. Sounds horrifying. I actually don't think it'd be that bad. I think it wouldn't be a great ratio. I don't think it'd be, like, actively disgusting or anything. It'd just be like, it's kind of just a really weird, you know, salt and vinegar. And yeah, there's 11 p.m., so we get kicked out. I don't think it'd be that bad. Like I said, the ratio would be weird. I think it'd be alright. Okay. So this is another kind of difference between Stardew Valley and Coral Island. In Stardew Valley, you've got just your regular little plants, and then you've got your trees. And that's kind of the two different tiers of plants you've got. This one you've got kind of a third tier called a, I think they called, was it saplings? No, it's got a different name. But it's kind of a weird plant that lives kind of in between those two sizes. Oh, I guess it don't have multiple of those. So it works like a little plant in that you gotta water it and all that kind of stuff. But it also keeps reproducing like the other one. Do I have a bunch of glass sitting around? So let's grab the glass. And the bronze kelp. I got enough bronze to make that. And I also should have enough trash to do stuff with that. Keep those machines topped up a little bit. Banana trees are weird. You need to chop down the fruit. Yep. There's actually a lot of crops that you do that you grow the plant, you get the fruit, and then once you harvest, you hack the thing down to the bottom, or you prune it very heavily. There's also, even with certain things, like I want to say, was it blackberries and raspberries? There were certain berries. I don't think it's blackberries and raspberries. There's I think you do with tomatoes. If you start getting your blossoms on your tomato plant too early, you cut them off to try and, put the plant into... There's some plants that'll have kind of a shock state where they try to just very aggressively produce, because the idea is the plant thinks it's going to die, so it tries to very quickly make more of itself. And there are certain certain plants you go out there, you plant them, and you cut off all the early fruit to put in that shock state so it produces a whole lot and all that. But yeah, no, banana trees, after you harvest, you hack the thing down to a couple inches above the ground and let it regrow. A key aspect of it is a banana isn't really a tree, it's actually a type of grass. And we managed to gain a level in diving, and now I can make recycling machines. We gained friendship with Alice and Waku and Erica and Randy. Like wheat? Yeah, I mean, wheat, you believe you reseed them and everything, so it's just the harvest process. But like banana, it's like literally you don't reseed it, you just hack it off, let it regrow, hack it off, let it regrow, hack it off. Oh, or do you mean as the grains being a type of grass? Yeah. They're a type of grass. I see. Yeah. Okay, so it's Ben and Aaliyah's birthday, and now we're getting our warning that in 7 days our crops will die. Yeah. All the grains are effectively like a subclass, an extension class, whatever. I don't know what the term would be, of grass. They're in that same they're the same vague family. And I'm not specifically targeting potato. It's just that machine has potato in it. So I'm just rolling with it. "7 days, crawls on TV at your crops." Yep, where did I put the essence? So I believe I already have my plants researching for upgrade. No, we didn't. That's right. We don't have them researching right now, because I went to do that and the place is closed. So I could do that to get our seeds upgrading. Alright. We can drop you off. You got one more potato. You see tomato? It's actually a strawberry. There are tomatoes in the game, but I believe they're a summer crop. They're either a summer crop or a crop you don't get till year 2. Or until you get... sorry, it's not year-based. It's based on town rank. That you get more seeds and more lots of things as your town ranks up. Because that's for one of the things that distinguishes this from like the other games, is your progression is locked behind this. So like you have the ocean as a mechanic unique to Coral Island. The heritage site is kind of like your community center. The museum is like the museum, and these two things are always in this genre basically. That's a completely unique thing. We'll actually get a whole extra system later that we haven't discovered yet. That's very late game. But as you do stuff, that bar fills up, you go up a rank, the bar resets, and you keep doing that until you hit S rank. And that's like the progression in the game, and that unlocks like more recipes and all that kind of stuff. Yeah, so it's Aaliyah's birthday and Ben's birthday. We can get some stuff, so let's see. For diving, we can have the chance of getting double the kelp, finding rare resources, or finding artifacts. I'm going to lean on the artifacts first, as much as I want the other things, because the artifacts are kind of the thing for the museum, and you could just get RNG caught on them. So I find it's worth the time to, like, grab those and work in those there. But the raspberry stalks only live for about 2 years, so you either cut them down the second year yourself, or it dries out the sticks out of the ground and annoys you. Gotcha. Yeah, because a lot of those, when you see them when they're wild, you don't notice it as much, because, you know, the ones that are, like, growing and drying out, that they've had whatever that lifespan is, they go, well, I think that might depend on the breed, because I definitely had neighbors growing up who had, like, their raspberry hedges, and those definitely were kept well over 2 years. So it could very easily be, like, this breed of raspberry is perennial, versus this one, you know, it has, like, its 2 years. Because I know that's the thing with, pineapple, is a lot of pineapple is, it's only good for about 3 years. The plant won't die after 3 years, but it'll stop producing. That basically, the first year you tend to get the best pineapple you're going to get off the plant, then you get a slightly not as good pineapple the next year, third year it's kind of a crap pineapple, and then after that they just kind of really don't produce. So the idea is when you go to the store and you buy a pineapple, you're getting a pineapple that was, like, its first year. And then the next one, you'll use that for, like, sliced pineapple, stuff like that, like canned pineapple. And then the last year, you'll use that for, like, pineapple ice cream or smoothies or flavored things. Okay. That's all fine. You know your raspberries had... or your mother's had that. Yeah, so it could be that certain breeds of raspberries, you know, only last a couple years. There's lots of that kind of stuff, because especially, like, raspberries specifically, they're almost as bad as peppers so far as, like, you've got raspberries, elderberries, blackberries, was it loganberries? This is a hard-to-catch butterfly, so I'm going to go back here. I want to stay far enough away until it's moving towards me. As long as I don't move when it moves towards me, I'm going to miss it, because... Ah, it's so close. Because if you're not moving, it builds up way slower than if you move around. They grow new shoots from the roots every spring. Oh, you're talking about the individual reeds. Yeah, I got what you're saying. Yeah, no, there's a lot of those ones that once the individual reed or whatever produces, you gotta cut them back. Yeah, that's just pruning. Like even like rose bushes, that's the whole thing that they'll flower and you cut off that stalk after the flower's gone. Okay, upgrade available. 2,000 coins. Done. Yep, and so once that's done, we will get guaranteed bronze quality seeds and all that. That does mean I'm not going to have enough money to put in my next tool for upgrade, but I really don't care that much. Because we got our 3 main tools here already upgraded to bronze. And then the hoe and the watering can, there's a mild convenience there. But I mentioned it's kind of one of those things that you take the first day of the season to do all the planting, and then kind of you don't worry about that after early game. So drop you off. Drop off the ingots here. Okay. 2, 3, 4. We don't want to get rid of those flowers. Those are ones we grow. 1, 2, 3, 4, and I need one more flower because we got some birthdays to deal with. 1. Okay. So what we can do here is we'll craft 2 bouquets. Add 1 extra flower, because I'm bad at math. There you go. Alright, so it was Ben and Aaliyah, I believe. So we can go here. And since it's a birthday, I could sort this by birthdays. So you are along the water over there, and is Ben working? Ben is not working right now. So where is Ben, though? Before we go too far. And then Ben, on the other hand... Okay, Ben's at Sam's, and then Aaliyah is up there. Okay, that's easy enough. So run by Sam's. We're going to give Ben a birthday gift. We're going to give Aaliyah a birthday gift. I'm not going to put a lot of effort early on into any of the relationships. I'm just kind of making a point when it's their birthday to give them something. Is that the lunar again? No, that's the other one. I've already got plenty of that. Better make sure we get more of that cereal Archie likes, honey. We're about to run out. Maybe grab more than usual since they're on sale. On it. I think Yuri asked for this, but I don't remember the brand she likes. I'll just get this one and buy her a pastry for forgiveness if I got it wrong. Are you sure you can't decrease the price from these cinnamon rolls? You know I'm buying them in bulk for the inn. Besides, you live there. If you plan on buying this much regularly, I'm sure we can discuss something, but I'll need to speak to Sam first to make sure everything is above board. That sounds good to me. Hey, what are you doing? That's mine. No, I saw it first. What are you talking about? I walked through the door first. Sure, you might have, but I was definitely here, right in front of the shelf before you. Huh. You and your rich lady leg of yours? No way. You know, I keep myself in shape by tending to my very healthy and plentiful farm. Unlike whatever you call that patch of weeds that you have in front of your house. Ladies, that's enough. You're causing a scene. Here you go. Found some more amaranth flour in the back, so it should be enough for both of you. Good to hear, Sam. I knew I could always count on you. I'll take the bag of flour then. Ezra Zan's like, you're acting like children. Alright, what was it? Oh, I was giving you your birthday gift. Thanks a ton for remembering my birthday, friend. Cool. Was your mother-in-law gave you a raspberry plant once? So many babies it had. You planted them all. I want to grow raspberries and that stuff here. I have tried. It's very hard because there's a lot, like there's a couple of more heat tolerant blackberry varieties, but raspberries it's a lot harder to find the ones that can handle the Florida heat and humidity. I had one that I was finally getting some solid progress with, but unfortunately Bambi came to visit and ate the whole thing down to a stump. It's great to plant some trees, right? It makes you feel like you're doing something good. I actually didn't want to talk to you, I just wanted to give you some flowers. Whoa! Just what I needed. I like this a lot, Groucho Gopher. Thanks. Alright, while we're here, we'll check to see if there's any raspberries along the paths. Because those are only available in spring and not for a very long time. Yeah, no, I tried to grow them a number of times. Like I said, I got only one time did I start to get them, like, properly doing well. And it was There we go. Wanted to get more cherries, because those are limited to the season. I think there's a lot of recipes that can use cherries that, you know, availability is a problem. But yeah, so it's just one of those things that, like, I wanted to grow them because they're kind of nice to have a plant like that, but then the deer rolled in, and it wasn't just like they nibbled it back a little bit, they just decimated the plant down to nothing. Okay, so let's drop off what we got here. And as you get those friendships, they will, they'll unlock, like, cooking recipes and stuff like that. One thing about this game is you can actually just go into your kitchen when you have one, and then just, if you know the ingredients, just make the recipe anyways, and your character will learn it. So you can be rewarded from experimenting. They decided to call that flower canola? I mean, it kind of looks like canola. Canola is a yellow flower. Let's see. Florida gardeners can successfully grow blueberries, rabbit-eye lochill, blackberries, mulberries, strawberries, with different varieties that thriving in the north colder winters versus southern warmer Florida. Often requires specific soil, acidic for blueberries, or container growing for strawberries. Other options include mayhaws, dewberries, even elderberries and mulberries are often considered easier for warmer South Florida. Yeah, and that was the thing. Like, of the list there, like, actually, Florida is one of the major producers of strawberries for the country. That Plant City strawberries are kind of a big thing. But when it comes to, like, blackberries and raspberries, like those kind of things, there are varieties that manage, but it can be real tricky depending on where you're at. Because Florida actually has a decent range of temperatures. We have a couple different zones, and you can grow them, but some of them are pretty rough to try and grow. No, canola could be the name for the plant. Depending on where you live, they'll either call it rapeseed or they'll call it canola. But there are places that will literally call the plant itself canola as well. That is a normal name depending on where you're at. Alright, so we don't have the energy to really do much in the mines. The greenhouse... Yeah, no, you're talking a greenhouse or controlled environment. That's a whole different animal. But yeah, no, when you grow strawberries here, it's like out in the field, mostly. I'm sure there's people who greenhouse it as well. But yeah, no, canola is a proper name for it. I said a proper name. You can, like, again, rapeseed is a, another name for what we call canola here. Mostly in the US, they do call it canola. Like, if you go and you call it rapeseed or whatever, you're gonna get kind of weird looks. Alright, do we have more clams or whatever I can grab to eat? Again, pretty stamina low. Not really. Sorry about that. Now, that said, with this game taking, like, place in non-specific, like, kind of Philippine sort of area of the world, what they would call it there, I don't know. Like, there can be an argument to be had there. But, like, them calling it canola, it's like, that's fine. Nothing wrong with that. And it sounds like, well, actually, in the agricultural industry, the proper term for it is rape. It'd be like, cool. No one said this is the proper agricultural situation, so we can use the informal name. Because it's not like our person went to, like, farming school or worked on a proper commercial farm or anything like that. We literally are like, well, just inherited myself a farm. Guess I'll go do that for a while. What hours are the, Oh, the hot spring just is open forever. I don't think there's a point in me running up there because we have the slowed movement from pushing the stamina too far. I don't think it's worth me crossing the map for any of that. Okay, and stamina is gone, so I'll just go to bed. Unless we have... Well, let's save the ore in case we want it for something else. I can grab the silver and get that smelting. We can grab more of you. You love greenhouse? I would love to have, like, the ability to, like, you know, climate-controlled greenhouse type of thing here as well. HOAs make that so it's not really an option, unfortunately. And then plus, it's just another thing for me to maintain. Alright, so Ben likes us more, and Aaliyah likes us more because we gave them birthday gifts. We made a little bit of money farming. You live in an HOA? If you live in Florida and you don't live in the sticks, you are under an HOA. Florida actually has laws requiring HOAs in most places. So it is just the reality. If you live in Florida, and again, you're not some house built in like the 50s, you're getting an HOA. Or again, like out in the middle of nowhere swamp. Those are about the only ways you escape the HOAs. Man, I'm not a fan of the HOA, but it is what it is. Because the other thing is then if you go like, I'm going to avoid the HOA, I'll move farther abroad. It becomes a thing of then you have to drive that long distance in to get to work every day. And at that point, it's like, okay, well, the cost and time of commuting to work and all that becomes its own thing. I know I'm streaming right now these days that I don't really have a commute. But doing dev, remote work has been a fairly recent trend change in software dev, like just in the last 10 years. Most of the jobs I worked, I had usually between a half hour and an hour commute. Sometimes a little bit more. Sometimes a little bit less. Give the HOA the bird. Yeah, I wish. Like I said, that is one reality for people like, I could move to Florida and I'd save money. It's like, all right, get ready to pay your HOA fees, because that's one of the many, many, many things you get stuck with here that isn't apparently, like, isn't abundantly obvious until you start actually, like, looking to buy a property or whatever. Is there like, oh, I don't want an HOA, and it's like, cool. Well, that just cut down your options by like 90% or so. And then a lot of the ones that you do have the option of, they're mostly houses made in the 50s or whatever that existed before the law requiring the HOAs and all that got passed. Or again, you're like, your way out into sticks, so you're sitting there dealing with houses that are slowly migrating into the swamp, that, you know, their foundations get compromised because they're on not the best land, and so they slowly your home and the wetlands become one and the same. I've known a number of people who ran into that problem, that they had a house from way back and just now they got to figure out what they're doing. Their foundation is crumbling because it's literally, the house itself is slowly moving. There's not really a great way of stopping it either that doesn't require just tearing the whole thing down to rebuild. Okay, so, right, so we want to open these boxes, and I'm not going to have enough money to go and do that. Never going there? Yeah, no, that's fair. Florida's always hot and muggy, other than, like, the middle of our winter, where it's actually quite nice. It's always humid as all get out. And there's a whole lot of drama. So you want to turn up? I got a spare turnip. Okay. Let's go up here and pop all these containers. Okay. Yeah, and they did make it so you could process a whole bunch of these at once. I believe that's my third fire agate, so I can sell that one. That's my third mask, so I could sell one. Alright. So the next thing to work on is, again, either we work on the ocean stuff, or we work on the mine. Those are kind of two things to focus on right now, because the farm I'm doing fine with. We can potentially... So the month ends in a couple of days. If I grab some of the short season crops, we can get a couple more of those going. So like the turnips, these ones are all 4 days. All right. And that's that. So those are the last seeds of the year, because by the time tomorrow comes by, if I try and plant any more of even the 4-day ones, they won't happen in time. So then we're gonna get our last harvest. So anything that we harvest now, like after this in-game day, doesn't matter. We're just not gonna be replanting that area. Okay. I can chop you apart now. And I want to say a lot of these carrots, I think, are about a day or two out of being harvested. And then they'll be done as well. And the reason why we're putting so much effort into the farm side of things is this is one of your major incomes. You can actually chase a lot of different options for income. You can do the whole thing where you just go into the mines and then just slam out, rushing the bottom of the mines to use like the iridium itself as your source of money. That's not a terrible strategy. You can also like just really push like the bug catching and fishing, and that can be a source of income. That works relatively well. I don't think you can abuse it quite as bad as like Stardew Valley, where one of the old metas for making a ridiculous amount of money was like to, at the very beginning of the game, forage up the stuff and then convert those into the seeds. And then, you know, like the seeds themselves were more valuable than the forageables. So you could sit there and do that, and then you could also plant the forageable seeds to get yourself a bunch of goodies. Alright. Okay, so we can ship that. We can ship that. Alright. I won't worry about the coffers right now. Because I don't have the money to. We'll run up to the springs, and then we'll just see what we can do from there. I need to not take the temptation to catch any bugs along the way. Because if I do, I will simply run out of stamina and be in a bad way. We can go to the hot spring, recover some stamina, and then maybe we cross over to the mine and just see what we can get done. Probably won't, unless we get lucky, we probably won't get in our 5 floors. But we'll probably get some more copper and all that to keep things moving. It is just a thing that there's going to be that back and forth. But yeah, we want to do our best to keep the money coming in, because a lot of our tool upgrades will cost us money. At some point, we're going to want to build a chicken coop and all that kind of stuff to get that going, because we'll be held up by the artisan goods on the offering. Usually, I try my best before we get into winter to get like the basic animals set up, but it'll all depend. Yeah, and this one we got tired pretty early, so we should be able to do all that. But yeah, the other thing that's helping us out is we've already gotten to a point, I believe we have 104 stamina or more than we started with, because of leveling up all of our different things. Every time we gain a level in like the farming or the combat or whatever, it gives you like 3 or 5 extra stamina and health. So it is a thing that does stack up pretty quickly to give you a lot more time to stay in things. And I don't think it mentions it, but I want to say that the cost of doing actions goes down. So like when you're chopping wood, like at the beginning it costs like 3 stamina per hit or 5 stamina per hit or whatever. But as time goes on, it'll slowly lower it down to like 1. Is there any automation here? Or you always do the routine of hoeing, planting? There's automation. You have like your sprinklers, you have your scarecrows to scare the birds away. Later on, you can actually get an attachment for your sprinkler that will automatically put down seeds, fertilizer, and harvest the stuff. There's 3 different attachments, and then there's an attachment that combines the 3. So you have all that kind of automation. And then with the crafting of stuff, you have these chests that have like little arms that'll like reach out and put the items into the machines next to them. So it's not full automation where you can just stand back and the whole thing runs itself. But it is considerable level of automation where like about all you have to do is pop in and go, okay, let me just grab the stuff out of the sprinkler like auto harvester thing and chuck it in the chest to then be processed into like wine or whatever. But that's stuff that is mostly locked behind the diving. Okay, so that should allow me to donate that one to the museum. But yeah, so early game, before I've unlocked all that, though, I do have a fairly manual process. But as you get more and more automation set up, you'll spend less time like doing just that routine stuff on the farm. And instead you'll spend more of the time like going to the mine to get ore, working on like clearing the ocean, these kind of other projects. Okay. And now I can afford to stay way longer than I could before because we got deep enough now. That where we're at now, I can use the fast travel. All right. So here's how we can start knocking down the levels much quicker. And it'll stop killing all the enemies every floor like as a thing I go out of my way for. Once we get the offering stuff done. Which is probably going to be mostly the, waiting on the bats. Let's get the 5 bat wings. Because compared to the other enemy types, there's not very many bats down here. I'm gonna try and push for the next floor. Oh. I got an angelfish from that. That's cool. Those weird, like, loot box kind of mine things are relatively new. I think those came out with 1.1. Are indigenous communities like the HOA? I don't really know what you're asking there. No, I mean, HOAs came to be a thing to just kind of honestly police the way people live their lives. There's a lot that we don't need to get into about HOAs and how a lot of their past comes from segregation and all that. Like, they predate it, but their popularity exploded with that kind of stuff. But there's no, as far as I'm aware, there's like no tie-in with like indigenous people and HOAs at all. Alright, so we did manage to get another floor and a new weapon. So we look here. We have the other weapon here. I'll just swap. Yeah, so it's got a slower attack speed, but this one, it's charge up thing we get. It just slams the ground, it does like a bunch of damage, so it's a good way to like doing that. You think of getting an indigenous card? You know your ancestry in it? Oh, I have no idea about an indigenous card or anything like that. I'm not aware of anything like that here in the US that like really means anything. So we can donate you to a museum tomorrow. so let's sit you aside. You just don't know where to get one? Yeah, like I said, I've you know, and granted I'm not someone who's an expert in any of this at all. I've never heard of an indigenous card as a thing here in the US. Like, there are things that give you certain protections and all that and whatever, but it's not like you, like, as far as I'm aware, it's not like you get a card or like some document you can just like take around with you. That's not something I've ever heard of. Usually it's more based on location than anything. Like we have stuff like reserves and all that. The gold encrusted hammer, that's too nice to use as a weapon? Yes. But yeah, so there's as far as I'm aware, there's like zero tie between the two. As far as I know, in the US, part of a tribe you have to be accepted or approved by the tribe to be considered part of them. Yeah, formally, I mean, right. Wouldn't gold be too... The thing, keep in mind, video game. But also it's like gold encrusted, so gold encrusted would mean you'd probably be looking at like an iron hammer that would just have like a little bit of gold on the outside for like aesthetic reasons. Like it wouldn't be a pragmatic thing, it'd be more like, look at my bougie, you know, hammer. Yeah, shiny bit stuck on. Exactly. Because it doesn't say gold hammer, it says gold encrusted. Okay, so those we can sell. Drop you off. But yeah, I know if it was like legitimately just like a straight up gold hammer, it'd be hot garbage. Gold is just too soft a metal. That's the same like when someone makes a tool out of lead. Lead is also a very soft metal. It's a very heavy metal, but it's very malleable. That's one of the big reasons why like lead was historically used, is because it's so soft you didn't have to do a whole lot to work with it versus like trying to use something like iron. You had to do stuff to like really heat it up to make it malleable and all that. Versus lead was practically there to begin with, and like same with when you make like solder, which is a lead-based tin and all that. It's a lead tin alloy. That it's such a soft material. It takes very, very liquid. Very, very little to like get it to be extremely malleable and all that. And all those carrots are gonna come out, and we want to wire those soon. Now we're definitely not gonna get our full benefit out of the banana tree. It is a spring summer plant. That's also all the trees like this, not the proper trees, but like the sapling trees. They run for 2 seasons. Like 2 back-to-back seasons. So to get the full bang for your buck, you want to plant it right at the beginning of the first season. And then it takes a while to grow. But then once it grows, you'll get a harvest, like it's every like 4 days or whatever. So they end up being fairly lucrative if you use them early on. They'll still make you money if you only get a couple harvests out of them. But it's still... The main advantage is planting them early and just getting a ton of return on your investment. Okay. Yeah, so I don't have a fast teleporter to town yet. We do have the caterpillar to drop off. Let's drop off the caterpillar at the museum. I'm doing pretty good, James. Thank you so much for the thing. You might need food. Well, I'm gonna go to the hot springs. Because if I keep trying to use the food, I'm just gonna be constantly eating my profit. So donate item. Have your caterpillar. It's only morning, but you're tired already? Yeah, I mean, working a farm is hard work. To be clear, I am making my farm way too big. It is a thing I'm kind of notorious for doing in this genre of game, that the first year, I just have a tendency to way overplant. Not to the point that I can't get through, you know, collecting it all, but that as far as, like, my available energy, most of it ends up going directly into just managing the farm versus other projects. You're stressing out about final exam? Yeah, now I know how that goes. It's been a while since I've been in, like, college or high school or anything like that, but I certainly have had times of, like, you know, you got that big exam, it's kind of make it or break it. That's actually the courses I hated the most growing up, was where you'd have, like, the college course that's like, okay, you've got, like, 2 homework assignments that are worth, like, 25% of your grade, and then you got a midterm and a final exam that are worth 25% of your grade. So you basically can't really do anything but really, really good on any of them, or you just fail. Big recommendation is don't share your age or grade or anything like that on the internet. It is not a safe place. So I'm going to quickly, like, time that out just to clear the message. I'll just quickly delete that message, because do not share personal details on the internet. The internet is not a safe place. Alright, so we're going to go ahead and get our energy back and all that good stuff. And then we'll probably jump back into the mine is the way I think we're going to work on. Because if we can get up to being able to make silver tools, that'll go a long way. There's definitely going to be some back and forth between working on tools and working on the ocean. Now, I'm trying to remember, I want to say each of the shafts, I want to say is 40 floors or something like that. So they're not ridiculously long, but they take a little bit of time. And thank you, Barrington, for the 5-stream streak. Catch the last 5 streams without missing a single one, so I do appreciate that. So thank you so much for that. Hope everyone's been enjoying the stream. You do football? Well, that's cool. I hope everyone's been enjoying Coral Island. This is definitely, I've mentioned a couple times, one of my favorite game releases we've had the last couple years. The official release on Steam is like 2022. But that was the early access. The actual release, I want to say, was the end of 2023 going into 2024. I believe that was what it was. I could be wrong. I'm going by memory here. But yeah, so it's only been like a year or two that the game came out ago. But it's been absolutely fantastic. Okay. Let's pop over here real fast. I was going to go down to... Yeah, we'll just go to the mine. The mine doesn't use that much inventory space, so we can just go right over here to the mine real quick, and we'll just start working at it. Getting started at a nice 3 p.m. Oh, and I'm pretty sure this axe cannot cut through this, right? It can. Okay. Oh, wait. Things I can eat for energy. Alright, so what that does mean... What that does mean is I will be able to... go, there's a path along the left side for a forested area that I should be able to take advantage of that. So let's go ahead and move you off the bar and put you up there. Because that's stuff to snack on for energy. Alright. Can I turn that screen shake off? I don't remember the screen shake being nearly this much. I assume we can because they did have a lot of the stuff here. Maybe it's under accessibility? I'm not seeing it, but it would surprise me if you can't turn that off. Let me double check. Yeah, I wish they would explain the UI juiciness. Yeah, I'm not seeing the screen shake option. That'd be a bummer, because the screen shake from hitting is definitely new-ish. Yeah, I don't see it. Definitely new-ish. And it's pretty aggressive. I definitely see people having a problem with that. Alright. But that also means I now have a source of hardwood. And that ends up being important because your later tool upgrades require hardwood. And then in addition to that, you have a lot of the buildings, your upgrades and all that also require hardwood. When it comes to building like the chicken coop and doing stuff with that. Alright, so we got too much junk in my inventory. For right now, what do I want to just discard? Let's go discard you. I probably should have gone to the other side, but I'm just trying to push to get us farther down here. Oh, well. Something to be aware of, it lunges when you do that swing. Alright. Pretty soon I'm gonna need to make it a point when we, go to the mines to not bring the tools. Part of it is we didn't drop off because I didn't want to spend the time doing it. Okay. We're about to make another floor happen. That takes us to one of these. I don't think we pursue The next floor. Alright, so what do we get rid of now? We have a lot of wasabi, we'll chuck a wasabi. Okay, don't care about a wasp. Is that our strawberry seed? We'll chuck the trash. That's fine. Okay. Let's pop up here. Because we don't have the inventory space to keep going. We've knocked out another 5 floors, so that's good news. We also probably don't have the energy to keep going on that one. And there's no point in me going back to Hot Springs real quick. So what we're going to quickly do is we're going to run over here, chuck a bunch of this junk into boxes. That's fine. We've almost got enough of those. Okay. Those are all new. The hardwood, I definitely want to put that. Time to save for the bigger bag? Probably not yet. The bigger bag is very expensive. It would be nice to have, but I don't think it's, I don't think it's where I should be putting my effort, unfortunately. Okay, and after this one, we're going to switch from potatoes. I'll try jumping down here into the ocean. We won't make much progress. I'm only going to have, like, a little over a minute to be down here working on it. I think before the bigger bag, I probably should start working on trying to, get, like, the animals up. Ooh, wait. Hey, Yeti Crab. Welcome to my pockets. There we go. All right. Okay, as long as I keep progressing those things, we'll get a lot more tools and all that going on. Alright. So I did get the Yeti Crab. We gotta be getting relatively close to being able to unlock the first of the bigger chests. That'll be another big win, because once I get the bigger chests, we'll take the time to... once I get the bigger chests, we'll be able to take the time to take care of all that. Alright, so mining level 4. We now have the stone soup recipe. And we got a skill point. Combat level 4. We got traps and monster sense I don't care about. A little bit of extra money from selling the sugar cane, as well as a little bit there. And a tiny bit from that. Okay, so it's Macy's birthday today. And it's warning us that we got 4 days till the crops all go bad. I actually like that warning a lot, because it's kind of like, okay, you have this many days left. So you know a thing. Is stone soup made from actual stones? In a lot of these games, I actually have no idea about stone soup in real life, what it even is. big ol' harvest day. It's not real. Like, stone soup is just not a real thing in real life. Alright. You know, last time people said that they changed the mechanics so that, you know, the seeds would apply retroactively. I believe it with that turnout. So that should definitely fix it. Stone soup is a reference to a story about a swindler that tells a starving village they'll make stone soup to save them from hunger. They make soup by getting each villager to bring something to put in the soup. So it's a trick where the villager actually saves themselves. Gotcha. Yeah, so we've just gone and depleted the number of veggies in this area to like half. As I mentioned before, there's no point in me planting anything more here. We're about to switch from spring to summer. And when that happens, all of the crops that are spring only will just die out. I should actually check. There are some of the regular crops that are multi-season. I should see if there are any crops I can buy now that are. I haven't looked. Like, I think it was like the peppers and all that. You know, it could be that. It could be only, you know, once we get our town rank high enough. But if it isn't a multi-season crop, not gonna work because I've only got 3 days left of the season. There's the one spare carrot. Alright, so let's check our quest list. Grow something for me. So Alice wants a turnip. Let's go look for that turnip real fast. I think it's this box. I should have tons of turnips. There's one there. Okay. And we gained levels. Alright, so we've already got, we have a increased chance of finding geodes. So let's double our ore amount, because that'll help with all sorts of upgrades. We got the chance of getting double loot from combat. Let's just go ahead and increase the base damage by 20%. Crits are nice and all that, but generally speaking, in most games, unless I'm going out of my way to do a crit build in a game, I'll usually take the raw predictable damage over, you know, damage that could spike. Oh, Alice isn't down here. Where is Alice? Alice is up by the community center. That's fine. So run over there. Fine, it means I can cross through here and watch for bugs and flowers and all sorts of stuff. So where did you go? Oh, you're right here. Thank you. Alright, so we got that. Give me my merit points. Okay, so we need to visit the Band of Smiles. There's the Earth Giant. There's healing the other stuff. It's Macy's birthday. If I find one more flower, I can just pocket craft a bouquet for her. Which shouldn't be that hard. I'll probably see a flower if we walk around and she's not like just like right here. So Macy, where are you at today? Alright, we'll do it this way. Macy, you are right in the middle of town. Oh, there's the flower. So I can go here. There's a bouquet of flowers. Move you there, move you there. Give Macy a birthday gift. We almost had enough money to, there's the bouquet. I can't believe you remembered my birthday. Thank you so much, Groucho Gopher. I definitely did that, and I didn't just rely on notifications. There was canola right there. Alright. And we can go by the blacksmith, break the geodes. Relatively soon, we should be able to get that unlocked. And then we can fast travel to the blacksmith. Alright, process geodes and coffers. I just have the one. Cassette player, cool. I mean, don't we all rely on birthday notifications on your phone? I do. I fully admit that. If I'm depending on memory, your birthday is getting forgotten. Nothing personal. Time has no meaning. It is incredibly hard for me to keep track of just random days. Like, I'll remember, you know, like siblings' birthdays, you know, Tomb's birthday, stuff like that. But even then, like, I'll still lose track, just, like, not that I won't know when the birthday is, just, I won't realize, like, it's coming up real quick and all that kind of stuff. Until, you know, it's already there. How goes Groucho Gopher? Groucho Gopher's going good. Let's go grab a bunch of this. Then we can fast travel back up to the hot springs. And potentially hit the mine. And then when we get the, when we get the... get the silver tools made, I'll probably switch our focus to being primarily... Okay, so we are to the point of needing a new box. We still can't make a better box. Drop you in here. Alright, so what am I needing to remember? What new recipes did we have anyways? So we can make the ordinary scarecrow, which is good. Ah, it was the traps. I don't care about the traps. Yes, we're in good shape here. Okay. We can pop up towards the mine. Want to run over here and hit the hot springs for a minute. Yeah, things are going relatively well. Making solid progress. Catching all the bugs and all that will also help incredibly with getting those skills up. We're also going to want to, with like all the leveling and all this, we're definitely going to need to upgrade our fishing pole and all of that. I think that takes essence, if I remember correctly. That takes like wooden essence. Because that's probably one we want to also make happen, is getting the better fishing pole and the better bug net. Because the bug net gives you a much larger coverage area. So those bugs that are like really alert quickly, you get a little bit more chance to go and catch them. Versus have to like wait for them to be directly on top of you. And I believe the fishing pole I can't remember if it slows down the rate that the tension max out or makes it recover faster, what it is. But regardless of which it is, it does make catching the fish a little bit easier. We'll definitely need to do that. Oh, I don't need to be having the hoe on us at all right now. Well, I mean, that's fine. Because we will get another backpack upgrade. It costs like 10 or 15,000. Because we already got the one for 3,000. We'll definitely want to get the ranch online. The ranch is one of those things that you want to get the grain tower or whatever first, or feed tower, so you have, you know, place to store all your hay. And then you want to get like the coop, and then get like, you know, a pair of chickens or whatever. Start getting those eggs, because it'll take a while before they get to be the big eggs that are worth more money. You know, then we can start making mayonnaise and stuff like that to up the value of that. Alright. So we've got this kind of loop going that's pretty good, where we start out the day, we do our little run around, say hi to people. Well, you're a hard one. Say hi to a whole bunch of people, like drop off any gifts, birthday. Not say hi, we're not doing that at all, actually. But we go around and we drop off people's birthday gifts to keep those relationships building and all that. And then after that... Sorry, I take that back. Like, the order of operations, wake up, do our farm stuff, go do our social stuff, rest at the hot springs, go to the mine, knock out 5 floors, and then if we get that done, pop on over to knock out a little bit of the underwater area. Okay. I also need to be saving some money here. And the reason I need to save money is that way when we go directly into summer, I have enough money to buy a bunch of seeds and all that kind of stuff. I'm gonna grab the bronze ore, but then we'll just jump right down that hole. You're getting good luck today. Make sure it's not like... That's fine. Sometimes you'll see like what looks like a rock with a gem sticking out of the side of it, and they basically guarantee you a like gem or relic or whatever, depending on like what color of gem is sticking out the side. Hey, bat wings! That's interesting. You are not a bat. I'm not complaining, because of the monster bits you have to take for the offering, the bat wings are the hardest to get a hold of, and you need 5 of them, so that's almost half of them done right there. Okay. So we got spikes. Probably not enough time to knock out another 5 unless we like really pushed it. Instead though, I like this popping back and forth and making a little progress here and there. It's probably not the most efficient because I'm losing a lot of time walking. But, you know. So you. Okay. shipped and donated that. And yeah, you're spring only. Alright. So we can pop on down to the pier. We got another legendary fish showing up right there. So that's worth keeping in mind. Right now I'm just not in a position I can catch legendary fish, not till we get some more levels and some stuff. Okay, so let's pull up the map. So more than likely we're going to be going down this way, the next area. Got an urchin, got a bunch of the kelp. We're gonna need tons of the kelp by the time we're done. Kelp is one of those things in the game that no matter how much you get, it's like, I just need more. Pretty much the exact kind of situation, like, or in the game, you start getting your ingots or whatever, and you're like, oh, I just need more of the ingots. Alright. That's one of those done. Cool. So we knocked out 5 floors, and we knocked out another one of the towers. All in one go, and then got a bunch of goodies. We almost got enough there. Okay, so that particular urgent just needs to be dropped off. It's fine. Okay, so let's grab ourselves another potato. Keep the pickling going. It'll be really nice when you get the production line stuff. When we unlock the auto chest or whatever it is, then you just put like all your production line there and you just shove all those spare potatoes in there and just let it churn through and just take the stuff out. Alright, so catching level 3. We can now make a bee house and a ground insect trap. Alright, there's Macy. And we made 4,000 bucks on all this because we took all that silver and bronze stuff we needed for, you know, for the Sam's thing. Because ultimately those are the ones we want to make into artisan goods the most. Yeah, okay, so we've now shipped enough bronze or better quality stuff that we don't need to worry about that. We got the new recipe. So for the trap, that's silver bars. Okay. You suck, game. I am going to make a ground trap, because those could be incredibly useful. And then otherwise, the beehive is bronze and wood. So go ahead and make one of those. So remember correctly, yeah, the beehive, we now start putting flowers in the beehive. You are Groucho Gopher. It's been a while since our... Oh, sorry. It's been a while since my last letter. How are you doing there, sweetheart? We miss you every day. Ashley's giving me a hard time lately. She's refusing her favorite food. She's out most nights. We'll take her to the vet soon. we made you some kleppens for your favorite. Thank you, Grandma. I will just go ahead and sell those immediately. All right. Cool. And there's that many more harvested. I'm definitely gonna have a lot of cleanup now. Okay, time for... I don't have the wood. Time to chop down a tree. Make that two. Because I don't have enough boxes. To be able to store stuff. Okay. So I can go over here. Make ourselves yet another box. So drop all you in here and you in there. I actually did have enough boxes. It's fine. What's a little wasting materials between friends? Alright, so drop you in there. Give me another potato. Where are some of these flowers even growing? So chuck the potato in there. We're now making honey as well. Okay. So, we do actually have more than enough seeds to get some stuff done. Let's go ahead and grab 5 bronze bars. I'll need some wood. And we can go over here and grab the stack of essences. I actually think I need 7. I'll just grab the stack. I'll probably be back here in a minute anyways. I probably need to cut down a tree real quick. Give myself a little bit more wood. But we can go in and we can upgrade our hoe. Since I'm not going to be able to do anything with that for a little bit here. I could actually check to see if it's going to rain tomorrow. And instead upgrade the water pail for the short term. I'm not super worried about these weapons here, or these tools here. Yeah, then we'll get a bunch of flowers here. Cool. Alrighty then, so we're gonna go ahead and do some upgrades real quick. We should be able to go by both the lab. Let's also, before we go there, I just want to familiarize myself with what it is for the bug net and the fishing pole upgrade. Like I said, I'm pretty sure it's wood and essence that you use for those upgrades. Upgrade tools. Yeah, so it's wood and essence, not particularly awful. So okay. That means we're not going by the lab to upgrade our seeds right now. That's okay. So we'll get that upgraded. When we run back to the house, let's make sure I'm continuing to queue up making more of the essence. Because we do want to get all of these things upgrading. They will hold us back otherwise, which is why I'm kind of going out of my way for it. Because in this case, we did get a pretty good payout money-wise. I'm trying to take advantage of that. Cool. And upgrade tools. Alright. That cost me what? Alright, one second. I need to go cut down 8. Oh, good. I don't remember what we did, but fast travel just became available to the blacksmith. Let's take 2 seconds real quick. Let's check the weather. I don't usually worry about this, but that can matter for a lot of things. Welcome to WBC. The main weather-related source for the forecast covers Coral Island and the surrounding area. Tomorrow's forecast is sunny and clear. Wear your sunscreen. Okay, so we don't want to do the fishing pail tomorrow. Or today. Okay, we can drop a bunch of this stuff off. Oh, right. I actually need those on me, don't I? That's fine. We can drop the essence off there. Okay, so we can go to the blacksmith. No, you didn't put on your sunscreen. I can't say. No, this isn't a realistic survival game. Where you forget your sunscreen one day, and now you've got, you know, skin cancer and you're just dead. Alright. So upgrade our tool. We'll upgrade the hoe. Cool. And it still is me like almost 3,000 bucks. And that 3,000 bucks should be more than enough to allow me to handle a lot of these other projects. We can drop off the rest of this wood and all that in here. Oh. So with that, we can now teleport up towards the mine. We'll run over to the hot springs, top off our energy. And once they're all topped off... Oh, before I forget, we have a trap here. Let's go ahead, and our first trap, I'm just gonna put at that intersection. Because if we keep getting silver bars, then I can go and put those traps everywhere. And that's actually a good way to not have to deal with like a lot of the ground critters, like the spiders and all that. You just keep putting those traps all over the place. And one, you can just go around and collect the stuff to level up your bug catching. But also on top of that, some of the stuff, like there's some of the spiders are really hard to catch. You don't have to worry about it too much. Alright, so we'll just go ahead and get our energy up. We'll do a round of the mines, get that all sorted out, and move on from there. And this will be another thing that speeds up over time as well. I don't know when we level up the hot springs. I know it's tied to a lot of the city stuff. But once you level that up, it's just literally twice as fast. You also run into a situation that as you become more efficient, you just don't drain your stamina as fast. Oh, I don't have my bug net because we set that off to upgrade. That's fine. Oh, right, it's gonna go to the house and... yeah, it's fine. We'll queue up the next round of the, bronze kelp essence for the evening, and then when we get the bug net done, we can get the fishing pole going. They'll just try and keep all the tool upgrades moving along. So I guess this time we're putting a bit more focus on just getting the mines done as quickly as possible. A lot of times I just end up focusing on the ocean, just because it is like the new, well, not new, it is the unique mechanic that this game has. So it's something different to do. Alright. I've also kind of been debating, in addition to Coral Island, like what else I want to be playing right now. We still got a Project Zomboid run that's alive that we should, you know, at least visit a little here and there. And all that. I definitely enjoyed Alchemy Factory, but like it both seemed to be getting to the stage where there's going to be a lot more just kind of having to like spreadsheet plan math kind of thing. That I wasn't going to be able to get away with just like being, you know, I need XYZ, just shove them, XYZ, just shove them in line, just go with it. I enjoyed Star Rupture, which one of the things I learned with Star Rupture is where we were trying to make like that ridiculous belt balancing thing at the end. Apparently the triple belts just do it. Where when you use the triple belts at the junction for the triple rail or whatever, they will just have the items like switch rails. You don't have to plan ahead, which, you know, it would have been nice information to know that as I was going, oh, I'm going to need to load balance this and all that because the items are going to be stuck on their rail. So it's doing all that planning that like the last hour and a half of the other streamers playing Star Rupture, which is just figuring out how we could load balance the rails. It's like, oh yeah, it just does it. Doesn't matter what it looks like, it just works. Like, dude, tell someone. Don't make me do all this math and figure this out, thinking I'm gonna have to, and just hand wave it works. But yeah, but I enjoyed that, but that definitely some of the early access pain is like, you know what, this is great, but I want to wait till it's more done, a little bit more optimized, has like more of the quality of life there, such as, you know, being able to change the font size and all that so you can actually see what's being said, you know, yada yada. You know, kind of, it's funny, kind of the difference. Both Alchemy Factory and Star Rupture are early access, but Star Rupture did the kind of early access where you can finish the game. Like, the game is completable, the main components are all there. It's just like they have a ton of additional stuff they're going to be adding to the game in addition to it, kind of early access. Versus Star Rupture, on the other hand, is the other style where, like, large amounts of stuff are missing from the game. You physically cannot finish it, to my understanding, because, like, core components are missing from it. And so Alchemy Factory, I feel pretty okay, like, if I was just play through to finish the game, like, even it being early access, it wouldn't bother me. Whereas Star Rupture, knowing I can't finish the game, that I just gotta deal with it, makes me unmotivated to wanting to play. Because I want to wait till I can, you know, do the achievements and all those things. But I've been debating what I'm gonna do. It's like, in addition, like I said, I'm probably gonna be doing more Project Zomboid. That doesn't surprise me at all. Like, that certainly makes a certain amount of sense. I'd like to get a RimWorld run going. So far, the best suggestion I've seen is just to do basically another Adam and Eve but spaceship thing, which we tried that a bit. That's that consideration. But I haven't had a specific run that's like, okay, this is what I want to do. Oh, I can't catch it. Bummer. Yeah, so I'm trying to decide what game I want to do like next on the channel. I know there's been a lot of people who've been enjoying watching people play My Winter Car. For me, what I've been seeing with My Winter Car, I'm like, that's just gonna frustrate me. Not in a good way either. Like, I don't mind a game that can be like particularly unfair and frustrating in that regards. But seeing stuff like multiple people have runs die because their car was moving at like a couple of centimeters, like just barely crawling along, and then touched a tree and suddenly it just instantly kills their character, like they slammed into it, which is not how it's supposed to work in the game either. Like, you'll bump stuff and it'll be fine most of the time, and then every once in a while the game's just like, nah, nope, this time you're gonna die from it. Why? I don't know. Feeling cute. Death later. So, My Winter Car doesn't excite me. I enjoyed what I played of Ellen, but that definitely very quickly felt like the kind of game that is more fun for me to enjoy on my own and not worry about stream stuff. It doesn't feel like a particularly streamable game from any meaningful length of time. Like, it very quickly gets repetitive, very quickly gets slow. I don't mind, personally, the slow grind of, like, okay, I gotta kill a whole bunch of these same enemies to do that. It's different with Project Zomboid, interestingly enough. The, like, Ellen's not turn-based, but sort of kind of is. Like, it's not formal turns where you hit, like, next turn or you took your action time. But, like, if you're not moving, the game does pause. So again, it's sort of kind of ish like turn-based. Oh. I thought we were going into a cinematic because it's about to reach where I could fast travel from. So I got all ready for cinematic things, and then we were being kicked out because it's 11 p.m. So there's the potatoes. Okay, so we want to grab the glass. And the essence, or the kelp, which we will make into essence. I'm saying the wrong buttons. Now we'll wake up and do the reverse. And then we'll also need to, alright, so farming level 5, fertilizer 2, foraging level 4, got a skill point, and we can now make taps for putting on trees. So a bit more money. It's now Pablo's birthday. So I can go get Pablo probably a bouquet of flowers or whatever. That kind of thing. And very quickly they're going to be down to basically no plants to maintain. So there's the hoe. Gonna take you, drop you off, grab the wood. Oh, right. That's gonna take longer, so drop you off. Grab you out. Put you in. Drop you up here. We did get the chance of getting a second strawberry before the season's over. And just like that, the amount I gotta deal with has massively gone down. I just got the banana tree here. I got a couple of sugarcane that'll probably not get a chance to produce ever again. I got one strawberry. And that's it for the entire area to deal with. Okay, so you'll need another potato to go in there. Cool. So now I've got like the whole day here. The blacksmith is not, no, actually, was it the blacksmith or the lab that's not open today? I think it's the lab that's not open today. Yeah, so blacksmith should be opening soon. We have to wait a little bit, so we're gonna walk to the blacksmith. But we're going to the day where we're almost full energy. Yep, and this is why I walked. Right, we also have the bouquet of flowers we'll want to do. Oh, right, I don't have the bug net. Let's zip on over here. We can probably snag a couple of flowers. Yeah, one more flower and I'll have enough for a bouquet. There it is. It was Pablo's birthday, and the best part is Pablo is who we're going to go see right now. Alright, so with the foraging, we had the chance of getting double, and we had the increased sprint speed or the better quality. I'm going to go for the sprint speed on this one. Because just being able to run 15% faster, just broadly in general, is going to ultimately do a lot more for us than anything else. So move you down here. Thank you for this birthday gift. You're very generous. Cool. And our tree upgrade tools. Oh, 1 second. We can upgrade our rain pail real fast because we don't need to worry about watering stuff tomorrow, I don't think. I mean, there'll be the banana tree, but letting it miss one day wouldn't be the end of the world. Okay, grab you and you. And that'll bring all of our tools up to bronze quality so far as our straightforward tools. Then we have the net the net is currently being made to bronze, and then we'll be able to get the fishing pole to bronze. So upgrade tools, done. Yep. Okay.
Thank you, Sylvain, for subscribing for 3 months.
And thank you, Sylvain, for the Prime Gaming sub. You only get one of those a month, and you used it here. And I really do appreciate that. So thank you so much. You've been subbed to the channel for the last 3 months. Or this is the 3rd month sub. You know what you mean. But thank you so much for that. I do really appreciate that continued support. So thank you so much for that. Alright, which box do I have the shiitake mushrooms in? There we go. And with that, we've got almost full energy. And so, since I can't teleport straight to the, Hold Oh, where did I put that trap? I put it down along there. That's fine. We'll run up here, we'll do mind things, and if we either get tired or like, hey, we can't push another 5 floors, whichever does happen, we'll pop out, we'll grab the bug out of the trap, and move on to the next thing. All right. It's basically working my way around to make sure we get the ore. Eventually I'll get set up where we can start duplicating bars. Because that's one of the things they do in the end game to make the game not get super repetitive. You know, a lot of these games you'll reach the end game where you're like, okay, you just need to keep expanding, getting more barrels, all that kind of stuff. Okay, keep going back to the mine and just like collecting more and more and more ore, or just make an absolute boatload of money and go to the blacksmith and buy it in bulk. They have a thing called the slime replicator that lets you duplicate items over time. So like you put the item in there, and over a couple of in-game days, you'll end up with 2 of the item. But what you can do with that is you'd then use the, you'd use like the auto chest with it and just let it keep feeding it through. And then you could be like, okay, well here's the like the really fancy ingots and all that. So effectively duplicate those items. And just keep having them duplicate more and more and more. And then you can do that with stuff like the essences and the ingots and all that, and then you just need to occasionally get wood. And use that as a means of slowly expanding. And Dragon Repairman, their 30 stream streak, catching the last 30 streams without missing a single one, so thank you so much for that. It means a whole heck of a lot. Alright. I'd say probably have enough of the meat now to turn in at the temple. So that means for the monster bits, I'm just missing the bat wings. We're honestly making really good time. So I think what we're going to go ahead and do is push the next 5 floors. Because we have the candied tree seeds. The candied tree seeds would work out pretty well for, give me bat wings. I mean, we got a bat wing. So we're officially over halfway through the bat wings we need. I've got 3 of the 5. We're looking pretty good from that angle. Alright. But yeah, so now we're not spending half our morning just dealing with the farm for a day or two. Gives me way more time to get things done. And energy, for that matter. Okay, so we're starting to hit rocks that can take more than one hit for me to break again. Which makes sense, we're getting pretty close to finishing the earth column. And when we go to the next one, we'll start getting silver ore instead of bronze. There we go. And we got Willieson with their 65 stream streak. Catch the last 65 streams, not miss a single one, so thank you so much for that. All right. Oh, wasn't it actually 50 deep? But like the last 10 floors you have to do in one go, versus the other ones you can go like 5 floors? I think that was the thing. So more than likely, those last 10 floors will take up another day. Like, it might be doable. The concern is the energy. Let's eat 2 more of these. Or not. I thought that opened after the next cinematic. It's fine. We got Jamu, which is the same thing like those tree seed things, but even better. Alright. And we broke it, ending all of life. Human succeed. Curse, it is that make giant stone. Clear it, human have. Excited to see other giants I am. I'm excited to meet them. Ah, giant later come. Upstairs earth giant is. Come, human will see. Alright, so it's 40 floors deep. Cool, cool. I like how it says met Grog, but I have not actually met them yet. Goom goom. Let's see. We can say a statue is missing. Didn't there used to be a statue here? Or I see one of the statues has gone for a walk. I'm gonna go with the statue has gone for a walk. Because, like, these are basically the same thing. Yes. Grog is in statue. Grog can walk Grog now. That weird, out of order word throws me. But where is Grog? Here, he is not. Chieftain. Oh, there is Grog. Ah, there is human. Wait, human can see Grog? Yes, but nice human this is. Free Grog, because this human. Human. This is Grog, Earth Giant. Goom goom, human. I, Grog. Thank you for freeing Grog. Still stone as other giant. Curse again it must be. But fire giant where? Pre other giants human must. Wait will Grog and I in village. Goom goom human. Alright. So we basically got one of the giants freed. We have completed the earth path. I don't think we have the energy to start pushing the other path as much as I would like to start getting the silver tools knocked out. It's gonna be a little annoying just in the sense that, oh wait, oh, I don't have the bug net. We need a firefly. I could use another one of those too. I did not take the efficient route here. Okay, new plan. I was gonna go and run to the hot springs to recharge, but honestly, with it being already like 8 in-game, that's not gonna do me any good. We're gonna be like time to leave by the time we arrive. Let's just drop everything off real fast. Okay, we got all those. We got the Jamu and all that. We're just gonna go ahead and pop thing. Out there. Let's see. You're covering a 6:30 shift tomorrow, because your opener is super sick at the moment. Sucks because you worked 2 to 6 today and wasn't awake till noon. So now you have to get up in 7 hours and be wide awake. Yep. Oh, hey. What are you about, turtle? You don't understand what they said. You've received a scuba snack from Grantle. And sadly, I could also use another Yeti crab. But that's not happening. Alright, now we can go up here. Alright. So don't worry about... Large oil-covered roots block this path. There's another arrow crab I'd love to catch, but my net's currently being upgraded, so I don't have it. Basically Fern Gully. Let me get to the bronze kelp. Yeah. Yeah, no, it's basically there's like the oil spill and you're just trying to de-scuff the oil spill. So you use like magic to clear it up. Wait, 1 second. Oh, I thought I saw a pin up there. I was about to be like, okay, did we get that? With the singing oil monster? That's all we're missing. We're all just missing a really good villain song. Because low-key, everyone knows the villain song usually in most of those kind of movies is usually the best song. That the villains just really really know their way around a good song. All right. That was a top tier villain song. It's funny that like most of those like different like movies and all that, very genuinely like the villain usually has the best song. Which I stand by that because everyone knows Elsa's the villain. He basically destroyed the local ecology entirely by freezing everything over, whether accidental or otherwise, and then went off to her ice palace lair. So good, you almost like pollution there? Yeah. Okay, so both our bug net and our watering can are ready. Human. Giants forget human can't enter village. Oh, sorry. Human. Giants forget human can't enter village. Come to village, I open for human. And hey, Cliche, thank you for the 25 stream streak. I really do appreciate that. And I do hope you are having yourself a lovely time and all good stuff. Alright, so let's go here. So I need to really, really, really heavily fight the temptation to go and upgrade our fishing pole right now, because we can probably do it. And the reason I need to fight that temptation is because what's ultimately going to happen is in just like a day or so, the season's going to change. And I'm going to need to buy a bunch of seeds at the beginning of the season to do everything. Yeah, you're just spring. So if I do it now, then ultimately, that's, you know, I don't have any money then, and I'm going into the next season desperately trying to get that. And I want to say some of these crops... Oh wait, I still don't have my bug net. That's fine. All right. Human, here. Here, human. Come, come. Chief didn't forget human can't enter village like giant can. So, Grog, open way for human. Human no can watch. Human go back. Not enough human. Human have to close eyes. Okay. Did human open eyes? Yeah, so you can respond is like, yes, we did at the end. No, I didn't. It was closed the whole time. I never closed them, I saw the whole thing. We definitely would have watched the whole thing. Human, no listen to Grog? Grog sad. Way open now. Come, human, with Grog. Well, if you're sad, you got over it pretty quickly. That Grog house. That water giant house. That chieftain house. That wind giant house. That... That how Cheeston will tell you. Grog no tell. Too sad. Ah, Grog forget. Here Grog can help Human. Bring tools to Grog, and Grog will make better. But just a little better. More stronger need more giant. Okay, that all. Goom goom, Human. Yeah, so they have a whole thing that, like, you get the gems. It's literally going to tell us here. What is an enchantment? Enchantments imply special effects to your tools and weapons. To start enchanting, select a weapon or a tool you want to enchant. And place the appropriate amount of gems, artifacts, or fossils to fuel the enchantment. Decide which enchantment you want to keep on your tool and weapon. And it wants me to enchant a tool or weapon. What I'm trying to remember is I believe when you upgrade your weapons, they will keep the enchants between that. And so yeah, now you'll see that we have the giants listed here. We're gonna get like 5 or 6 tabs. So don't you worry. We have not remotely seen the whole cast of the game. If you just didn't want to be more overwhelmed. Man, I'm pretty sure that when you upgrade these tools, you'll get more stuff there. So what I can do is we'll start with, say, like, the Bronze Scythe. And they give us these Earth Gems right here at the beginning you can use. And I can choose an enchantment slot. Now, you'll notice I don't get to choose the enchant, but I can hit the button, and it'll give it a random enchant. No energy drain. So there's a 10% chance I won't lose stamina when I use the tool. In other words, basically it's effectively reduced my energy consumption by 10%. So that's pretty good to start off with. So let's go ahead and get that out of the way. We'll go ahead and take the pickaxe. No energy drain as well. I'm certainly not going to complain about this. Swift swing, which makes it go a little faster. I actually don't care much for that one, but I don't have much material right now, so I'm going to take it anyways. Extra drop chance from the hoe. Interesting. And that is a quest done. Give me the money. We finished this one. But yeah, so that's one of the things. And there's a lot of ones you can get in there. There's ones where it uses less stamina. There's ones that let you fast travel. Or not fast travel, I'm lying. There's ones that use less stamina. Some that'll give you like extra drop chance for rare items. Some that'll give you a chance to gain like duplicate stuff. Like it's all pretty straightforward things. But there's a lot of possibilities. And ultimately what kind of goes with all of it is just kind of the whole like fact that you can keep all that going. And drop the mangosteen. So let's grab you. We're going to let the bee house run itself dry. Alright. Let's go to the beach and get our bug net back. And then the blacksmith will be closed today. Oh, I'm here too early. Okay, so retrieve my upgraded tools. We got bronze bug net. Alright. So I'd love to upgrade the fishing pole as well. What's missing? Ah, the rain pail. Unfortunately, I can't grab the rain pail right now because the blacksmith's closed. But that's okay. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to quickly check down on this left side of the beach. I vaguely remember there's a fairly uncommon shell you can find down here. The Murex. There one is. It doesn't like appear on any specific day. It's just every once in a while I'm going to want to check for the Murex, because you end up using that for a couple different crafting recipes later on. And it is one you don't see super often. I think it might be seasonal. I can't remember. You can drop the Murex there. Okay, so these will just sit in our inventory for right now. And yeah, we can go get some silver now from the mine. Oh, right, we also have the... I need to remember to occasionally check on this trap. As soon as I remember where it was. There it is. So we want to check on this trap every once in a while. It's only good for the ground bugs, but regardless of if I'm catching the bugs with the net or whatever, it'll keep catching things. And there's certain bugs that only show up when it's raining, or only show up when it's like, you know, in the evenings or the mornings, and those traps can catch any of them. So it is a thing that if you don't like the bug catching game, you can just put the traps everywhere, and it'll sort itself out for you. Oh, when we hit a breakpoint here, I forgot there's the Band of Smiles. We never did go by to, like, accept being recruited into them and everything. Because they also can give you, like, objectives to go, do stuff in the mines. Which will be, like, kill a certain number of enemies, kill a certain enemy, collect certain items. I think it's one of those things I'd love to see them add to the game, and maybe it's added and I'm not aware of it yet. It would be nice to have the ability to accept those quests from the farm, like you could build the notice board at your farm. Because this was things like the errands and all that have to, like, run by town and all that. It was always a thing that got me in a lot of these kind of games. That you'd really have no reason to go to town most of the time. But then you got to go to this notice board or community board or whatever's, you know, relevant to that game. One second. We definitely want the silver ore. But now that we actually have some stats and everything, our pushing from, like, pushing the mines goes way faster. We will end up having, like, where you've noticed a lot of these ones are now taking me a bit more time because I have to take 2 hits on almost all of them versus the 1. They also made it so you can catch a lot of, or, like, you can get a lot of the bugs and fish, or, like, again, if you don't enjoy fishing, they kind of give you an alternate path that's way less efficient to get the fish. So, like, if you're just really not into the fishing, you notice I've been breaking those little yellow nodes. Every once in a while I might get a fish from that. That it won't get you everything, but they can help you make progress even if you're just not doing a mechanic because you don't enjoy it. Like, I don't think you can 100% the game doing that. Oh, inventory is full? Yeah, that's fine. We can eat those. It's a good day to push stuff. That said, there's a part of the map called the Savannah with the, I think it's like Cave of Memories or something like that. I can't remember the exact name of it. Pretty much when you get there, it's like, we understand you've already made the progress. You've got all the materials unlocked. Rather than making you slog through it, you can just jump into that place. And it's extremely generous on a lot of the materials and all that. And then there's some, like, you know, kind of post the normal game's end stuff there. So you're going to be there anyways. So it's kind of a good way to be able to not have to grind materials when you're just scaling up your farm to do stuff. I also do like that they added the gem nodes and all that, so it's no longer just going after geodes and hoping for the best. You've got a couple ways to get yourself what's effectively more rolls of the dice to see if you can't get what you're looking for. Alright, so my inventory is full, so I'm just gonna go ahead and eat the mushroom. Clear up inventory space. Alright, so with that, what we're going to go ahead and do is we're going to hop up top. We're going to recoup our energy a bit. We're going to go visit the Band of Smiles. We're going to dump off our inventory. And all that. Alright. Oh, you got sales going on. Anything amazing? Not really. Yeah, there's stuff you can grab there to, if you get lucky, to get, like, offerings done early and all that. It's the exact same thing as having, there's, almost all the games have, like, we just give you general crap that's in the game shop. So while we're recovering stamina real fast, I'm gonna quickly, I'll quickly use the restroom real quick. I'll be back here in just a minute, and thank you again for tuning in. I'll be back here in just a few minutes. This is gonna be a fiasco. Yep, I cannot make out at all who is winning that fight or what's happening with any of that. So, whoa, whoa, whoa. Oh! What? Retreat back here? We're probably dead here. Reverse kill box, question mark? No, because they're just gonna come in from the side. I do not have a good position to do anything. I didn't even see them drop over here. That is so many. And they are all rocking guns. Yeah, you know, it'd be awfully... Alright, you know what? It's fine with me. People doing the exact same thing out there, and I honestly don't care. No, please. Please don't make me have to get the forklift. Come on. Get out of my way, man. Well, here comes the train. I don't think enough time to move, so... Back it up, 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 back it up. It's fine. It's fine. Yeah, that's what you want. That said, ho 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 ho, that is what you don't want. That is the exact way that trees betray you. Luckily, I always keep my finger ready on shift. Yes, I did just dodge an asteroid by taking apart the place it was going to hit. Yeah, no, that's a mod. There's no... In Vanilla Project Zomboid, there is no win condition, there is no vaccine, there is no cure, there is no happiness here. There's just death. There's death and tears. That's Project Zomboid Vanilla. She's like, I am going to ruin someone's day. Just woke. Alright, so the whole town has magic power. She just teleported in through the roof. That's fine. Solving the problem, chat. Solving the problem. What is this magic? We're just delivering a truck that drives really badly. No, 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 no. I got hit by something else. I saw the trigger too. And I got... As well as 556, the big downers, we don't have a gun that uses 556. They're extremely rare. Like the weapons that use like 556 and that, the ammo is almost irrelevant because you'll never find enough guns to actually use it. And unfortunately, the gun's the only way to repair. You'll definitely never find the gun that uses it. And I didn't get paid for it, but it still accepted it. We had that. You all right, I get it. Sometimes you just have a difficult day. I understand. I'll let you. I only lost one time the entire time I played the last time. Come on. I know I'm at 0%, but I'm right here. Aw, come on. I got over the hill, too. I was right there. Wait, I can attach the stick. Oh. Alright, I guess we're just gonna hit a zombie. Oh! Alright, and we're back. Sorry about that. Just like an extra minute. I went in the other room to grab a drink, and Toom was like laying on the floor. It's like, you okay? She's like, I got a headache. So I was getting her some medicine and all that. It's always not fun when that happens. He doesn't get them very often. Okay. So I'm glad, because I was tempted here for a moment to be like, yeah, I'll just pop in, use the restroom real fast, grab myself a drink, you know, just let it like AFK regen. Had I done that, you know, we would have passed out from not getting back to the house in time. But that's all good stuff. Make sure none of this is important. Okay. How much... Well, I can't check here because we can't pull up our inventory. We should check how much silver I did get. If I got 25 silver or more, that's good, because I want to try to have enough silver that we can just rotate out the tools so far as the material costs. Even if we can't afford to do it because of, like, just not having enough money. So I have 59. Alright, so I do think what we'll do from there is we'll rush on over here. We're going to drop the stuff off at home. And then once we do that, we're going to go and do more ocean things. I do have the bug net. Instead of running around being like, it's a shame I don't have the bug net, I do have it. It's fine. Okay. We'll drop you in there. And grab you real quick. And drop off the potatoes. As you made a brand new save in this game for the new content, because you purchased the other game, Fun Guys Swarm, and got the little menu fellow outfit and the rest of the chest. Yeah. No, it's also like, honestly, with all the changes, it's worth starting new, because they added a whole bunch of things where you can go on like dates and all that with the characters and all that. And if you don't start a new save and you've already gotten married and everything, you can still do stuff with your significant other. But, it does, like, kind of make you miss out on a lot of that stuff. But I definitely feel... It's kind of like when you're playing a game like Stardew Valley, and they have, like, a major update that, like, way overhauls a bunch of stuff. It's usually just worth it to start a fresh save. Alright, that's a new one. Okay, we got you all sorted. So that's probably going to open that path to the right there. Okay, where's the spot? Just over here. Cool, and it was a double catch. We can get this one sorted. Oh, wait, give. I'm not gonna go for the ones way over there. Yeah, I didn't have time. I mean, the merfolk could open new dating options too. Yeah, because like when it first released, it kind of got pushed out earlier because of Humble Publishing. So you couldn't actually like date the Merfolk when it first came out, even though you're supposed to. That was like one of the big marketing things, was that all that kind of stuff. But yeah, unfortunately, like Humble Publishing was a bunch of jerks and really pushed stuff to be moved along. Okay. So we should have the other Yeti crab here somewhere, so we can drop you off. Grab you. So we'll sell you. I'll quickly pop over to the museum. Alright, well the museum will have to happen in the morning. Because I don't have the shortcut there quite yet. We'll get that soon. That's fine. We go to sleep. But yeah, there's a lot of good stuff that came from all that. So I do think as well as games after like major update, it's worth doing a fresh run. Stone chest. Heck yeah. So that means actually being able to finally sort these things out better. Oh, season recap. So we shipped a total of 423 items. We earned a total of 25,933 coins. The most shipped product was the peonies, which are a flower. And the most expensive product we sold was cauliflower. The best day of the season was the 25th, where we made almost 5,000 bucks. And with that, we are officially into summer. And there's Nina showing up. My darling Lily, I miss you so much. It's gonna be fun summer now that you're here. Apparently I've gotten credit for meeting her. Sure. We definitely met Nina. That's certainly what occurred there. Alright. So we're gonna need to clean up our inventory. I'm not gonna do that quite yet. Step 1, get all this stuff sorted. Okay, so it didn't get messed up too bad with that. Okay, so that's all fine for the moment. We could drop you off here. So take that out of there, drop you in. Oh, I can donate you. That was a duplicate. Alright, so let's go, and we don't have more to deal with right here. Can run over here and start dealing with all this stuff. That's fine. Okay, donate items. You too. I actually don't have a spare serpentine. Let's not donate that yet. Get that off my bar. We also, when we go by the blacksmith, I can enchant that last tool, because there's not really a reason to not have all the tools have at least some kind of enchant. Obviously, there's enchants you probably want more and all that. But that's all fine. And just zigzagging along our way as we work our way up towards the, as we work our way towards the blacksmith since it's not open yet. Okay. Alright, so with all that, let's get to the blacksmith. And deal with their stuff here. Okay. As you can see, we're going to be catching a lot. I'm going to have to clear out inventory before we go to deal with all the rest. So, when it comes to upgrading the tools, it's 3,000 bucks to keep in mind. Still just regular wood, but 3,000 bucks. We're not doing that right this second, because we need to buy a bunch of seeds for the other crops. But once we get our crop started, we can do that. Let's drop all this off, and then we're going to pop by Sam's to deal with all that. Okay, so drop you off and you off till we have spares. We'll have that. Like I said, this will be the point where we're gonna have to do a bunch of nonsense. All right. So, boat is approaching. I need you to stop having random stuff that we need to deal with. Very impressive that you back in that boat like that. Literal garbage. Okay, well, thank you for your literal trash. The donation bin is not a garbage can, so, you know, please refrain from doing that again in the future. Alright, so now we're going to pop over here to Sam's, because we need to get our new round of seeds. Alright, shop. So, we have a bunch of different seeds to consider, so let's get 10 of each to start. Okay. So that means we're gonna be growing all of those. Now, if you look at these, the peppers grow in both summer and fall, which is part of why they cost more. Whereas the rest of these are summer only. Right now, I'm going to just keep evenly distributing our money on these. That'll be a thing we'll figure out. So we're not doing anything like meta here or whatever. One shy of perfect. There. Alright. So we just bought 120 seeds. We got our work cut out for us. It's gonna be a whole thing. One thing we should do before I start really... Nah. One thing we should do before we really invest in on the planting side really hard, is I should run over to the giants real fast, and we should enchant our watering pail, because even the worst enchant beats no enchant. So drop off you and the flour for right now. And drop off the glass there. Sell the literal trash. I should have opened those chests. We'll deal with that later. Oh. I can't fast travel there yet. That's fine. We'll run over here, and then we got a lot of farming to do. Okay. So watering can and the upgrade. No water drain 10% of the time. You know what? That's not too shabby. Basically means that I'll have to refill the watering can 10% less on the average. And all of those, you can get upgraded versions of them. So, like, I can keep enchanting and getting, like, a better and better and better version of it that doesn't, you know, like, increases the odds that we don't need to water it again. Okay, so start with the peppers. I can't remember if it's 3 wide or 3 long. I don't think I'm a big fan of the new sound for that. All right. And then the main benefit for this isn't the time, because you really don't actually save much time using the upgraded tools, having to wait for that time. The main benefit with a lot of that is just the fact that because you're only swinging once, it ends up being a little bit more efficient from the endurance side. I believe, though, it still costs more than if you were to do it like... You still have a higher cost than, like, just swinging at one tile. It's just the cumulative is better. Let's work on watering. Oh. Why do I feel like you were able to move before? I feel like you were able to start the watering, and then you can kind of shimmy down. Keep the line up. Yes, it's taking between 4 and 5 energy per go. That's taking like 2-3 each. It's actually averaging out to be pretty close to the same. Okay. Yep, so you got 20 of each and every flower available for the summer. For each and every crop. We're definitely going to put a focus on getting some of the other stuff here. Alright, so it's already 6 p.m. Still got the pickled potatoes. So I think after that set of pickled potatoes, we stop pickling the potatoes. Alright, so let's work our way over here and just catch some bugs, do some foraging, do the basic runaround for right now. Come on, turn my way. Turn my way. Because only I'm catching that if it's flying at me. I would say wolf spider was one of the harder ones to get. Come on, turn my way. Oh, come on. Yeah, not even close. It's fine. I knew that was a harder one. The way you catch it, like I said, is you kind of get in position where it's going to move at you. And go from there. All right. Cool. I was missing the firefly. I'd like to catch more of those. Just digging up silver. Yeah, so I'm debating what I probably want to do is, while I don't have the money to put the silver to use making tools, let's start making a bunch of those bug traps. And start laying them all over the place. Because the bug traps strategically put all over the map. As we went around, we could just grab a bunch of bugs out of there, and there's going to be a whole bunch of bugs that would otherwise be a pain to get. That will just kind of sort out as we go. So meanwhile, we can go over here to the progress. We can go to you, because I happened to catch a second one. We need the centipede, the robe, and the atlas. a lot of those are going to be hard to do until we get that. For this one, we would need the ocean loot, which is the sea salt, which we've been collecting, and then these scalps. I want to say you have to kind of get through the whole ocean before you can really finish that one. These ones are obviously just the crops for the different seasons, so you have to get through your first year. This one, like I said, a big part of this one is there is the seasonal ones, but on top of that, there's a computer to detect where they're at. This one is going to be just... it's going to be going through all the seasons again. A lot of the stuff you don't quite finish till year 2, which is fine. The idea is you'll get like different parts of these ones will get done at different times.
Thank you Stop Todd for subscribing for 22 months.
And thank you, Stop Todd, for the Prime Gaming sub. You only get one of those a month, and you used it here. And I really do appreciate that. It means a heck of a lot, so thank you so much for doing so. Okay, so we can donate you, and we can donate you. I don't have a spare firefly, so we can't do that. We don't have spare wolf spiders, so we don't want to do that. Alright. So what we can do now is we're going to quickly hop over. I don't have the thing to fast travel. We're going to hop over to the museum and drop off these 2 bugs. And then I'm going to build a stone chest. And we're going to start organizing the stone, like the different chests, to be like, here's the stone chest for the spring crops. Here's the stone chest for the summer crops. Here's the stone chest for the fall crops. You get the idea. Then we're going to start organizing the stuff a little bit here, so it's not utter madness. Alright, there's 2 more things for the museum. You know, here'll be the chest for the flying bugs, here'll be the chest for the ground bugs. Alright, so let's go ahead. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Alright. So, for this, that is a fall forageable. Forageable. Those are crops, those are crops. Forageable, crop, crop. Crop, 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 forageable, forageable. Forageable. We won't worry about ocean junk yet. Crop. Okay, inventory is full. So start with the left one is our spring stuff. This'll be our forageable box. So you're all forageables. You're not a forageable. Okay. And for right now, we'll consider all of these crops. Even though technically there's like flowers and veggies and fruits, so we probably should differentiate. Alright, let's get to bed so we don't take the massive endurance penalty for staying up past 1 a.m. Okay. We made enough progress. We get to unlock a new thing. 2 sprinkler ones. It is a real shame I just planted my crops. Alright. I want to put those to use. I'm not going to really be able to do so yet. Because like you can see, I'll do that for right now to help a little bit. So the good news is it's raining, so I don't have to worry about that right now. Grab you. Drop you off. And let's finish with the crops and the forageables. That's not seasonal, so we'll leave that out of there. I'll consider those forageables. The mushrooms are in their own thing. They're not seasonal. Well, actually, I remember. I'm going to treat them as seasonal for right now, but I don't think they are. That's all stuff we want. Oh, the wild seeds. Okay, so this is the forageables. We'll consider those in there for right now. I'll chuck the mushrooms in there because I don't remember which ones are. The wasabi is a forageable. There's the nicer flowers are forageables. I completely forgot we got all those wild seeds. So before we worry about that more, the wild seeds are a big deal. We want to get those planted early. Because we bought these at a discount at the festival, because on the average we'll make money off them. Okay. And is that... Nope, we still got more crops to go with. Okay. I thought there was some forageables in there. Wasn't there a flower? Then we'll hop down to the crops. But yeah, so you get the idea of what we're doing right now is we are not gonna try and get all done in one sitting, but we just want to grab as much of the this stuff and start spreading it, like splitting it out, whether it's like seasonal or whatever, putting it where it needs to go to. I figured the mushrooms would have been in there. There was the moral mushrooms is what I'm looking for. Should have a stack of a decent number of them. Here they are. Okay, so we got all that sorted out. I got a bunch of geodes and all that to be broken, so I want to do that. Luckily, I don't have to do a huge amount of work here. And as I mentioned I was going to do, whether or not this is a good idea, I can't really answer. But I'm kind of seeing it as a way of me not having to be quite as worried about the trapping of the bugs. Where did those bug traps go? Okay. 1, 2, 3, 4... I'll make one more, so I need more wood. Okay. And we'll make one more trap. Oh, okay. We're also going to start making those taps. So the tap, I need 3 bronze and 40 wood. And I don't have either. I probably do have plenty of bronze ore. Get that baking. Okay. So we'll need more wood for that, but I'll worry about that when we get back. We can worry about that now. Because what we can do with that is we can turn around and we can get a tap going. And we're going to want to put taps on at least one of each tree type. There's ultimately ones you want way more than others. Like you'll want, I don't think you need that much maple syrup relative to like the resin and all that for like crafting. Obviously you can sell the, those things as products and all that, and there's a certain argument to be made there. But it is a thing. They just gotta deal with all that. Okay, so you're all good here. Pop up here. Drop all that off. So let's go to the blacksmith. And we're going to try and position the traps in a few different places. So we can get more variety of stuff. Let's see. Oh, meanwhile, we did just move the stuff. So I need 3 of a crop and then some flowers. We make some pickled turnip. Okay, so I can put that in there with the other ones. Oh, wrong box. Okay, so let's pop over to the blacksmith. Pop all these geodes and all that. Get what we can out of it. Quartz. Cool. Nothing else I want to do right there. Because we'll need money for all these things. But yeah, then like I said, we'll get some traps set up. And it'll be a thing that we'll want to try and, like, make the circuit of traps something not so annoying to deal with. Okay, that one can be donated. That's a duplicate. You're a duplicate, you're a duplicate, and you're a duplicate. And we got one of those we can sell. Okay. So we can sell the snow globe. In the meantime, the pink diamond, that were all not duplicates. It was just those 4. So I got 4 things to drop off at the museum. That'll go a long way. I've already forgotten what I needed the 3... Oh, the bronze and the wood is for the tap. Because we're going to want to put that on like a pine tree, an oak tree, and a maple tree as early as we can to get resin and all that starting to load up. Alright, and they gave us bronze ore and bronze kelp. As we've expanded our museum that much more. And it will be a thing that as we're doing this, you'll notice the rate we start expanding stuff will get a little bit faster as we go. Okay. Yeah, so we're fine there once we have more money. Alright, so let's start working our way around this left side. We can put some traps here and there along the way. And that way, when it comes to days I'm trying to, like, look for stuff. Yeah, it's fine. So 1 trap here. Try and catch those things. 1 trap there. Oh, cinematic. Oh, right. We never did go by the Band of Smiles place after finishing the quest. Okay. Groucho Gopher, we've been expecting you. You did good defeating those monsters. Come, let's start your initiation into the guild. That's why you never bet against Kira, foolish Mark. Alright, alright. I'll leave your coins here, Kira. Wasn't expecting Garden Rake here to pull it off. Still, you sure about this, Kira? Garden Rake got through more monsters than you did in your first month, Mark. So zip it. Any objections before we start? Another greenhorn? I haven't even acknowledged this Mark boy. And what's this? You got a farmer doing an adventures? Oh. Do what you want, Kira. It's your branch. Thank you, Gion Don. I appreciate it. Mark, bring me the sword. Thank you, big boy. Are you ready, Groucho Gopher? Groucho Gopher, do you wish to become a member of this guild? Not really. We only have 3 rules you must uphold. First, defend humanities from the evils of this world. Second, help those in need if it's in your capacity to do so. And last, have a smile on your face as you adventure. Knowing the 3 rules, do you pledge your allegiance to the Band of Smiles? Then welcome to the Band of Smiles, you're now one of us. It's like, can I say no? You know, hey Zeliard, how's it going? You've heard of this game, looks cool. Yeah, no, it's pretty solid. Like I said, for me, I consider like this and Stardew Valley to be at similar like how good I see the game, but they have different things they do better at. But like, they're both solid games, like 100%. Either way, you're gonna be very happy and all that. At least in my opinion. Fresh meat, best kind of meat. One day we shall spar, you and I. Preferably a different chapter, though. Perhaps where Senja and I are from. I've decided you'll visit us sometime. Oi, now with a chit-chat. This sword, put it back above the fireplace. It's a decoration. We have received our BOS badge. Grants access to the Band of Smiles Guild. And they'll sometimes have objectives for you to do down here for stuff. So, like, you got that board there. And then sometimes they'll ask you to collect things and you drop them off there. Nothing here for us today. I don't end up doing much of the Band of Smiles stuff because it's not particularly convenient, so I just utterly forget it's there. Alright. And the other place I'll put one is way over here. No, up here. Basically, I'm just trying to spread these traps out. So as we run around, we can kind of like... top off a lot of these things we're trying to collect. So I think they have a couple that spawn up there. Alright. So that's good. So we got all the traps down. We've got some energy. I was going to say we got tons of energy, but that's a lie. We've got some energy. And we got a bunch of forageables we can drop off over here. But not that box, because this is the forageables row, and that's the summer box. So that should be enough. Then go here and I can make the first of my taps. I'm going to put on this tree that's kind of almost out on the road for right now. And I'll need you and you to make more copper bars. And then that should give me enough copper bars at that stage to be able to finish everything. Alright, you don't belong in that box. You go here. We'll chuck the hammer in one of these boxes. Meanwhile, you are a forageable and you are a forageable. You're a forageable for past season. You're a forageable. Just checking to see if we have any more forageables that are like seasonal and crops. Okay. So the rest of that stuff can go elsewhere. So these are forageables as well. As I mentioned last time, I don't know if this that's a season or whatever, but that's good. Alright, so I've got some energy. We're going to go ahead and run on foot up this way to the hot spring, and then we'll probably go into the mine, I'm thinking. That way we can keep slowly working our way up these. Alright. I eagerly wait having the fast travel that goes up here. Because like I said, if I can keep pushing to get the silver, those traps are fairly cheap to make. There's just a couple it's like a silver bar and a little bit of wood. And I can spread those traps everywhere. And it could just be a thing then that, like, when the season changes, go, like, do my rounds, grab from the traps, you know, every so often during the season. And that'll get us a lot of the bugs sorted. That'll also eventually unlock the one that gets the flying insects, and then with that, you can literally go where you don't use the bug net for almost anything if you do that. It's not necessarily the most practical thing, but it is a good way to very low effort get the bugs starting to get taken care of. It also is a steady income as well, because just go by the traps and every day you can grab a handful of them and get a couple hundred to a couple $1,000, depending on what you're trapping. Alright. That should be pretty good. We could probably get ourselves another 5 floors or so in the mine. Okay. And get all that off the bar. Cool. So we got a little bit of time here. That's honestly not a bad second day to have the second day of the season be a rain day. The one we're going to definitely miss for the first year, there's going to miss a lot of fish. There's a lot of fish that, you know, are very particular in, like, the fish shows up at this spot or that, you know, only during certain weather. And you eventually get the computer to answer a lot of those questions. But, you know, we don't have the computer yet. I believe the computer is locked behind city rank, if I remember correctly, which is a big if. Alright. But then we can also use the bugs as a primary source of income. Because once I start getting more bugs than I really need for anything. Alright, once I get, you know, the bugs is like, I'm just getting a bunch of them. We could sell all the extras and have the trickle feed of money. We also have the trickle feed of our artisan goods, which will expand on that a lot. And I believe the automation is locked behind city rank as well, but also does use the diving materials. All right. Well, not getting much luck on the way down on this floor. That does happen. Still, with all the uses for, like, stone and all that, it's not a big deal. You end up needing a lot of stone. And if you ever did get to the point where you're just like, I just have tons of stone, a lot of the decorations use, like, stone and wood and all that stuff, so you can use that to work on your farm to make it look nicer and all that. There we go.
Thank you Nonameroy for subscribing for 16 months.
Thank you, No Name Roy, for the tier 1 sub. I really do appreciate that. Been subbed the channel for 16 months, which is a whole heckin' long time, so thank you so much for that. Do really appreciate all that good stuff. What'd you drop? The curse thing? Yeah, it's curse fragment. It's a really not a good day for making progress down. Just not getting lucky and finding the entrances. And we're quickly running out of time. Also, something that a lot of people don't realize when they start playing the game, the mine does actually have its own fish, and some of those fish are like fish that are normally available at different seasons. So sometimes in a pinch, if you're like, oh man, I missed a fish from last season, sometimes you can go to the mines, and if you find the right spots, you might still be able to catch it. It's not all fish, though. But they just have like their entirely different sets of a lot of things. Alright, so you go there. Drop off the stinger. Grab the bronze ore. Worry about that in the morning. Okay, and we've got more stuff being produced. Okay. So another day just making a couple hundred extra bucks. Or $1,000 bucks. Alright, so it's Valentina and Wataru's birthday. Alright. Groucho Gopher, summer has arrived. I was wondering if you'll be planting papayas on your farm. If so, please save some for me. I need 2 papayas. I'll pay a premium for them. Oh, don't worry. I'll plant papayas some year. Maybe not this year, but some year I will plant papayas. Ooh, okay. Yeah, it's fine. Right now, I'll just toss those in there. Because these are multi-season. So I don't want to put them in for, like, the spring, because they're spring and summer. And that's true of all, like, the saplings. All right. I see I missed the 2 spots directly behind the scarecrow. At least I think it did. I'm going to assume that's just the 1 spot. So we can prove otherwise. Alright. Because they did a really inefficient job, we're 1 short being able to do it all in 1 sitting. Okay. So, we've got those 2 to make bouquets for. Go ahead and drop off our silver quality pickled turnip. Alright, so with this, let's grab some of these flowers we got some spares of. So 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2. Alright. And that's enough for 2 bouquets. Alright, so right now, Wataru is usually down there. So Wataru's at home, down in that corner. And where is Valentina? She might be on her way to school. She's in school. Okay, easy enough. We pop over here to Wataru real fast. Give Wataru some flowers for their birthday. Hi, Groucho Gopher. This is one of my favorites. How'd you know? It is your birthday, right? That was your birthday message? Yeah, no, it is your birthday. Okay, that's fine. Then we can hop up here to be by the school. We only have 2 geodes, but we are by the blacksmith, so we'll pop those real fast. Antonio, good to see you. It's usually just Suki and I who talk, but I'm glad you can make it today. I'm in town this week. There's no way I'd miss Valentina's special day. So, Mr. Randy, how's Valentina doing in school? Valentina has been thriving. Her passion for arts is truly remarkable. She shows an admiration and enthusiasm to participate in various activities. However, I think there's a bit of room for more focus in math. She seems to struggle slightly there. Valentina, would you be open to some extra help in math? Would that mean I have spent would that mean I have to spend less time with my friends? Not necessarily. You'll still be with your friends most of the time. Extra lessons will be tailored to help you catch up in math. I suppose I could do a little extra, as long as I'm not always alone. Absolutely. Let's try 30 minutes every Wednesday and see how it goes from there. What do you think about that, Val? Okay, I can do that. That's my girl. Brightest star in the sky. She sure is, Tony. But we must make sure it's what she wants, and that we're not pushing her towards. Isn't that right, Tony? Of course, you're right. Whatever Valentina needs, Valentina gets. Excellent. I believe that covers everything for today. I look forward to our next meeting, Suki. And hopefully, Antonio, you can join us again. If only everything went that smoothly, where it's like, well, your daughter's a little behind in this one thing. Is she down to extra lessons? You know, I could get on board. Versus like, no, I don't wanna. We're gonna go ahead and give her a bouquet of flowers for her birthday. Thank you, bestest friend Groucho Gopher. I love birthday gifts. Don't we all? Free stuff to lighten the burden that is getting older. Absolutely. Alright, we'll go ahead and pop the geode since they're like literally standing right here. Alright, it was... Okay, blue quartz and an azurite. And how much was it for the tool upgrade? 3,000. Okay. Because I feel if we're taking the time to process everything into artisan goods, I'm not going to need to push as hard to like make a giant farm. We could certainly test all that. These will be new stuff. Alright, so let's go ahead real quick and make ourselves some more chests. I'm gonna run on over here. How do I want to do this? So that's going to be all the crop stuff over there for right now. So 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2. So we'll start grabbing some of these gems. Well, actually, we're not going to worry about all that. But we'll want to grab the gems and all that and start bringing that over and chucking it in there. And that'll be fine. So we got both the gifts done for the day. I've got pretty low stamina. But I don't want to just beeline straight to the hot springs. We're going to go along this path where I dropped all those traps. Before we do that, like I said I was about to do, let's go ahead and get the next 5 pieces. Well, actually, let's get 2 taps made. And then let's go ahead and get the... Yes, let's make the 2 taps. Where are you at? You need wood. We get 2 taps made, and we're gonna go ahead and get more silver going. Let's go hit our endurance even harder. Okay, so gonna need more wood than that. Yeah, so it looks like the trees that have already turned orange are the maples. The round trees that are still green are the oaks. And then, you know, the pointy trees are the pine. So we'll see if that was enough. So let's go 1, 2 on the taps. And a wait to put down more traps until I've got more materials made. Okay, so we got a pine tree here. Do I have... Don't push the energy too far. Okay. So with that, we've got 1 tap on each type of tree. So we can be collecting the resin, the sap, and the maple syrup. Gonna run by our traps and forageables and all that. To recover a bunch of our endurance. Oh, there's water crust there. Okay, new bug. Oh, I thought I put one down there as well. And we're gonna go to the hot springs to recoup. And then we can fast travel back down, drop everything off, and we'll see what we can get done in the mines. So definitely not taking the most efficient on getting any specific thing done. But this will get us some forageables, it'll get us some bugs. Do a little bit of everything. And just scaring away all of the butterflies. But we keep doing that way, we can go and make, you know, guarantee ourselves a little bit of money each day. So one of the next things I want to do is where I put those chests on the left side, I want to have like one chest that's like, this is the butterflies, and you have the next chest that's like, this is the caterpillars, and then maybe a third chest like, this is all the other crap, the one that doesn't fit in those categories. Or at least try and get the bugs all over there. That way, as I'm running around collecting the bugs, I can just quick stack them, see what's new to be donated without having to go through all the little chests. And the goal is to get rid of all those little chests as much as we possibly can. Because we get rid of all those little chests, then sorting our inventory is just way easier, because as you can see, we're starting to get, like, there's our forageables, there's our, you know, there's our tree fruit, there's our whatever fruit, separated out. So that once I go on, like, do a mine run, I can just grab all my mine stuff, run it over, drop it in, like, the general box, and, like, you know, the box for geodes or whatever we end up with down the road. Just have, like, 1 or 2 touch points and not have to go everywhere. This also means if I'm following that route most days, we're always getting, like, a trickle feed of XP for the bug catching. Well, catching. The catching below and above water both do the same thing. Did I not open Discord this whole time? Whoops. I rushed in here a little bit later because I didn't know if I was even going to be streaming today or not. And I was sitting there, I was like, why does it feel like my screen over there is a little empty? Oh, right, I don't have Discord in case there's, like, admin stuff I gotta deal with. Because usually I'll keep that handy where, you know, like we've had cases, like we had someone who, I won't say their name or anything because it's not the point, but we had someone who would go live, and at the beginning of the stream, they would, like, do a raid but stay live, and kind of what they were doing is they're making sure that the notification pop is like some really, really weird try and like completely flawed and not effective growth strategy kind of thing. Oh, that's the second centipede. That's the things we needed for an offering. That's fine, we'll go this way to fast travel. Because then we can maybe catch another bug or two along the way. This is not the efficient way. I forgot the area to, Oh, here, we can fast travel right here. I have to catch this violin beetle. Or whatever. Alright, let's drop you both off at home. Okay, so your gems. So we're gonna go over here. We'll go down here. So, ground bugs. We'll go in there for right now. We can drop you in as another forageable. And then we can run over here. And that'll be the air bugs. Cool. Alright, so we dropped that all off. Right, so... What time is it? It's kinda... Either way is gonna suck. Let's go to the diving. Because the diving, even if I don't finish anything, like, meaningful... That'll be enough that we can at least make progress. Versus the mine, if I don't get at least 5 floors down, while I'll get materials, sure, we don't really get, like, proper progress kind of thing. Okay. And just cleaning up all the garbage. Okay, so that's going to be cleaned there. Alright, so we're done in this section. So we now want to go over there to the right. And opening up that path really didn't change anything. Yeah, so those ones aren't revealed yet, I don't think. Okay. Got a big area to clean here. Because if we go a little bit farther, we'll start getting the silver kelp as well. And with the silver kelp, we can start making sprinklers. You know, even better if we get, like, I always forget if it's iridium or osmium or whatever it was, because they all have, like, a name for their various tiers. Okay. Okay, you have not been donated yet, and I already have a bronze quality of that. You have not been offered yet. And I believe I have the higher quality of that. We could ship one of those as well. Drop you off, drop you off. Grab the silver ingots. We can drop you there. This is not what I should be doing, but is what I'm gonna do. We can drop off the pom-pom crab. Here. Get another offering done. And then we'll have stuff to drop at the museum tomorrow. Drop off the turnip. And this one's to be sold. It's an extra. I can just chuck you in a box right now. In the meantime, ground bug. Air bug. Ground. You're a water one. We'll worry about the water ones. They'll get their own box here in a minute. No bugs in this set. Ground bug. Okay. Okay, inventory is full. Alright, let's get over here. So drop off our ground bugs. That's another one to be donated. Ground and air bug. Okay. So let's see here. So we've got the sea slug. That's a duplicate, so we can go ahead and get that one going. We have a beetle, so that's a spare we can donate. We've got the centipede. We can offer that one. So you're good with all that. We can offer that one and sell one of those. We can donate you. Alright, so we wake up in the morning just so I don't forget what we're doing. We'll grab all those bugs and everything. We'll run by, drop them off at the altar. And then pop over to the museum to drop off the rest, and then we'll work on the farm. So, we gained friendship with Wataru and Valentina for giving them birthday gifts. And we got a little bit of stuff from catching bugs and all that. Okay. Oh, and I should have topped it off. That's fine. Alright, like I said, we're going to pop over here real quick first in the morning, clear out our inventory, get our farm handled. That stuff, and that should all be under this. So here's a night insect. So there's the centipede. There's a day insect. There's the pipe vine. Nothing else here that we probably have to go up there. Nope. So we can hop on down here. I got a couple boxes, but probably enough to matter. Hello, Groucho Gopher. I say, a house isn't a home until you can cook in it. Joko and I expand your house and add a nice kitchen. Visit us when you're ready for an upgrade. Yeah, so it's basically being like, hey, now's about the time in the game where you realistically could be setting aside enough money that you might be able to consider, like, starting to upgrade your house, that kind of thing. The food gives you, like, extra from cooking it. I never found the food in this game to be something I really went out of my way to do much with. Beyond, like, achievement kind of stuff. There's 3 more for the museum. All of that advancing the town towards D rank. You know, I have just a little bit of the fiber. Okay, before we go too far, you finished pickling your stuff there. Drop you off. Let's see here. Grab the 3 cauliflower. We'll pickle the cauliflower. Because another thing that this game does a little different is instead of having it like certain stuff you can and can't, you know, pickle or whatever, it's just based on category. So if you can pickle any vegetable, you can pickle any vegetable. It doesn't necessarily have to make the most sense. All right. That's fine. Let's see, finish your actual sailboat and Vintage Story, head south to see if you can find peanuts and soybean. Nice. I very much have enjoyed Vintage Story. It's just one of those things for, like, the streaming side of it. I definitely found once you get to the point where you're, like, making steel, it's a lot harder to stream, just in the sense that you're no longer kind of going for new things. You're just like, oh, time to get iron. Okay, I got the iron. Oh, time to go, like, repeat this other thing. You can definitely have a lot to do so far as, like, base designing, if that's, stuff for people are interested in. You know, with the sailboat, we could go abroad. It's just kind of stuck in the situations like, do I wait till we've been alive long enough to get into spring and get the flax grown to have the next new thing? It's like, yeah. Yeah, making still is more of a waiting game. You have lots of mods installed to add a lot to the end game. Yeah, and I just don't like modding that much. Alright, so what would it take for me to make 5 more traps? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay, and I do not have enough silver for more. Okay, cool. So we're gonna go ahead and do the lap over here. And grab whatever bugs and all that we find. So it's forageables and whatever. Because effectively the plan here is to have a route I can quickly run through, not every day, but periodically, like, run through, check all the traps. And then we should find most things. Also, already don't remember all the places I put the traps. Trying to think, where else did I put traps? Oh, so we got that area. We can run up here. That's good there. We could run around here. There's usually a spot over here that you can catch some decent bugs. And I can put a spot over here because there's a fast travel. Alright. And the last three. We can pop over here. Yeah, I put one there. Oh, let's put one around there. Trying to think of another good spot to shove one real quick. Okay. So I can drop all you. Drop those shells in because we can clean that up. Got a bunch of forageables we can chuck into this box. Nope, a lying. This box. Cool. So we can ship one of those. This will be the second one we have here, so I'll grab you, donate that one. We shove those in there. Actually, for that matter, we'll deal with that in a second. Okay, so we can donate the soldier beetle, ship the saddleback. Alright, so let's pop in here. Oh, you shouldn't be in that box. You fly. There you go. So the crickets are spares. Your spares, your spares, your spares. Your spares. Your spares. Okay, so just need to keep one soldier beetle. Got one soldier beetle. Wait, no I don't. What's the one I need to actually keep? Ah, you're the one I need to keep. All the other ones here get sold. Okay, let's drop off the saddle beetle. And we can drop off one more trap to somewhere over here. So in Australia, the best thing is an expensive bag of ice right now. Yep. And we can pop in here. Errands. You want corn. That, well, actually, does it say 12 days to get it sorted? Yeah, okay. If you got 12 days for me to get you your corn, that I can manage. Now let's pop over here and drop off the saddle, whatever it is. We drop off one more trap out here, probably over to the right, I think. Do we still have the thing? Yeah, we can also drop by the blacksmith. Pop the containers. It's not really, like, we're not being efficient about this day in any possible explanation of efficiency. So let's pop over here real fast. Okay. 40 C outside. Nope. Mm-mm. No thank you. You can keep it. Don't want it. Okay. Cool. And we can hop back, drop all this off. We'll want to rest again. Okay. Let's drop you off. Drop off the honey. We can pop over to the forageables row. The ground bugs row. That's the gemstones. So there's the various artifacts. Oh, got some bugs we missed. So just grabbing the gems real fast. Well, gems and minerals, I guess. All right. And slowly but surely we're getting everything moved over. So here is the artifacts. So we got the gems and minerals. Cool, and then we got the 5 crickets. I didn't mean to grab the jellyfish, but that's okay. So drop off the crickets, those are spares, and just chuck you in there for now. So we do have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Make sure none of these were the other offered ones. We've been grabbing a lot of random stuff. There's another gem. We won't worry about that right now. Oh, and there was more bugs to be tossed and stuff. I'll worry about that in a minute. What I ought to do from here is with these last couple, we're at the point of just popping a box and going with it that way. Oh, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I'll still need more than that. Okay. Cool, so we can drop those 2 off of the temple and all that stuff. Lizard Cat, recognize your voice and looks at your phone. He's an avid watcher, not gonna lie. It just happened. It just happened, which is why I mentioned it. Yeah, no, it's like, oh, that's familiar. That makes sense. So it's not this one, it's this one over here in the bottom right is the sea salt. Oh. Oh, they made it so you could do partial. You used to have the whole stack on you. Alright. There's the monster stuff. So yeah, so right now, I just need 2 more bat wings, and then we can get that one done and open up the last spot. So let's go to the woodlands, cut over to the, cut over to the hot springs, and then we can probably make it pass at the mine. Oh, we did manage to catch it. That'll be our second one of those. Alright. Hey, Mark. Hey, Stop swinging that around, that dangerous thing. Someone will get hurt. Oh yeah, I forgot. Sometimes they'll reference if you have, like, a weapon in your hand or whatever. Okay. But yeah, hopefully we should have enough time to try and knock out our 5 floors in the mine. Because we need to get ourselves some more silver ore. So again, we can keep making traps to chuck everywhere. Later on, also get critter traps for underwater. But yeah. And I'm figuring on doing this because, like, the alternative is I would just keep doubling and tripling and quadrupling down and just expanding the farm until I cannot manage it. Because it's just too big. But I feel like this way we're slowly making progress on the mine. I'm putting the silver ore to use. When we hit 3,000 something bucks, I can upgrade one of my tools, whether it's the pickaxe or the pickaxe or the scythe, to allow me to better mine or do the under ocean. Probably the pickaxe would be the first priority, because we've already reached the point with the pickaxe where I'm kind of running into limitations on what it can do. Like, we're having to, like, double hit some stuff. One problem I have is just they don't have the fast travel over there. Just takes me a minute to get over here. I'm not giving myself enough time. We're going to ocean. And the reason I'm saying we're going to go to the ocean is we're already at, like, 20 after. I'm not going to get any progress in the mine. And we also would like to get the silver kelp to be available, because then I'll be able to use that for a whole bunch of stuff too. Okay. Probably another one down here somewhere. Cool. They're about to get kicked out, but that's 2 more. Which, again, real solid progress with all that. Because I want to say, I can't remember what the number of them. There's something like 72 or whatever down there in the entire map. So each time we're getting one of those ones where I get, like, another one done, that is a meaningful measure of progress. Alright, so let's pop over here. Drop you off. Okay, so you can be donated and shipped. Drop you off. You can be shipped. Hey, Zardinal's in. How's it going? Or Cardinal's in, Zardinal. Cardinal's in. How's it going? I do appreciate the raid and all that. That's just different. We'll clean those up here in a minute. I do really appreciate that raid and all that stuff. I do hope you had yourself a good stream and all that good stuff. Alright, so... Yeti Crab, I believe, is a spare. Yep, so we'll sell that. Okay. But I hope you had yourself a good raid and all that stuff. Can we get a shout out for Cardinals in, by the way? Yeah, to raid and run. Have a great stream. Oh, no problem. I appreciate the raid and run. Sorry everyone got, you know, tossed into ads. It is just one of those things that happens. Alright, so I can drop you off at the museum real fast. No, I can't. I still don't have the fast travel there. That's fine. We will burn some energy just clearing stuff out for a minute. All right. But yeah, we're also going to need to make a box for underwater critters. Because we make a box for the underwater critters, we can get those, like I said, just grab a box and be like, let's scatter you everywhere I need to. Alright, gained a level in diving. So we got a bunch of scrap decorations, that's fine. Got an extra 800 from farming. Yep, and that's what we like to see. An extra 1,000 something from bug catching. It's Connor's birthday today. It's also kind of the advantage of doing that lap to like to do all that stuff. We are doing a bit of foraging, bug catching, everything. All right. Starlit Town. The annual festival is coming up on summer 12th. Bring your pet for a fun race. If you have a chicken or a cow, enter them into the competition. The event starts at 9 a.m. in front of the community center. Mayor Connor. Alright, let's grab the pickled cauliflower. Sell that. Go here, drop you all off. Okay. We got maple syrup. We're just gonna sell the first maple syrup. And just be done with it. I'll probably get to start harvesting the very first crops for the season pretty soon. Because they all have different like grow times and all that. All right. Okay. Just burning out all our energy already. I got to just beeline to the hot springs right here at the beginning of the day. But before we do that, we do have enough material or enough money and all that. So we can grab you. We can upgrade a tool. We should have plenty of wood. So let's run to town. We can upgrade one of our pieces of equipment. Yeah, we could run to town, upgrade our piece of equipment. We'll drop the beetle here. We can then go along where we drop the 1 or 2 traps on the side there, cut across the hot springs. Probably fast travel back down. And then go up the left side to grab more of the stuff, and we'll see what time it is at that stage. I got just about enough energy to catch like one thing if I see one bug or whatever. That's something we haven't caught before. That is one we caught before, by the way. Probably put a trap over there at some point. Okay. So process the coffers. Oh man, one of my last playthroughs, the ruby hairpin, was the one that kept me from being able to finish for a long while. Okay, so I think we're gonna upgrade the pickaxe. That's the first one I'm gonna do. That does mean I won't be able to do anything in the mines for a day or so. But that is the one where I'm having to take 2 hits and such to get any progress on stuff. So I think it makes sense to prioritize that. We'll run our way up here. Now we had a trap we put down in this area. Oh, and I also put some traps down on the beach, didn't I? That's fine. Okay, so let's get to the hot springs, because we are spent. Are you able to acquire 2 tools at a time? Oh, you mean upgrade? No. It's just like almost every single one of these kind of games, it's the same idea as that once you queue up, it's the person's like, hey, I'm going to need 2 days to work on this. And then they won't do anything else while they're working on it. Which makes sense, because otherwise what should happen is like, hey, if this tool takes me 2 days to work on, and you give me a second tool, now it takes 4 days to work on. I would also need an additional, like, you know, 5 silver ingots and an additional 3,000 bucks, none of which I have. Yeah, so we can go from here. We can run down. We'll go up the left side of the map to check all those traps. Like, have a tool to upgrade, and a tool as a spare. Oh, no. There was a bug in the game in the way past where it accidentally duped your equipment, which is really annoying because the game is designed so you cannot sell or get rid of your equipment so that you don't, you know, soft lock yourself. So when that happened, that it accidentally duped your equipment, now you got stuck with multiple pieces of equipment that you couldn't do anything with. So you had like the quiet box you just didn't talk about in the corner of your property that all the spare copies of your equipment got chucked in there and forgotten. Okay. I mean, actually, where I'm at now, I could probably just run to the mine and then run down skip the fast travel entirely, grab one or two things along the way. Because either way, I'm going to be running up and down the length of the left hand of the map. So it really doesn't make a huge difference whether I teleport down and then run up and then teleport out. Or just run over and then, you know, run down. Either way, I'm kind of going the same distance. Okay. Let's see. It wouldn't be a problem in the early game, but be annoying, like you said. Yeah. Well, that was the thing. In the early game, getting a duplicate wasn't the big deal. But once you got to later in the game, did I put a trap or I know? Gotcha. That's good, because that's my second Luna butterfly, and they're a little trickier to catch than a bunch of the others. Okay, those traps are all clear. Oh. Inventory's full. That was a part of the plan. We'll get rid of the compost right now. "4 hours, have you found anything new that stood out?" I mean, I'm not new to this game. I've seen the game and all that. So like if you're looking for like new things I've never seen before in that's fine, I can just lay on the ground. In like Coral Island, until we get to stuff like where they've added like extra stuff to the dating and quality of life and all that kind of stuff, we're not going to see that much change. Alright. Okay, so there's the cricket. There's the flying bugs there. These are artifact stuff. Let's drop those in there. We got you. This will be the forged stuff, so drop you in there. Usually catch you right at the start? Gotcha. Yeah, no, we're just making meaningful progress. Like, not any specific, like, here's the big thing we've done this way or that way. Just kind of progress in general. Alright, so I'm going to go ahead and do is I'm going to grab all of this junk. So drop a bunch of these relics in here. And then craft ourselves 2 more boxes. So this is for the aquatic creatures. And for right now, we're just going to chuck underwater forageables there. Yeah, and Cardinals then playing some Like a Dragon, Infinite Wealth. Thank you for getting that, Luxray. I called out for the shout out and just was kind of zoned in and didn't get it myself. Okay, we'll sell those. Alright. There's another one, yeah, and we have the snail there. But we also have red admirals here, we'll drop in there. That's the underwater critter. Drop off all of those. Those are relics. There's that. which is a mineral. And I guess I'll put... well, actually, sorry, one second. I'll put that in there. That'll be the... like, dungeon whatever forageables. Do any of these need to get out of here? Not yet. Alright, so let's stop with that, because we got some stuff moved over. Oh, I had more. It's fine. Okay, so I got that cleaned up. Let's see what we can ship and all that here. So I've already done the Red Admirals, so grab that. One of those needs to be donated. One needs to be shipped, one needs to be donated. You can all be sold. You can be sold. We can donate you, that's cool. No duplicates at all in that. Okay, let's start by going to the museum. We'll donate this, and then we can go and sell what's left. And that should get the museum along the way, give me a bit more income. Because once we hit 50, I believe the fast travel for the museum also comes online. So no more running back and forth for that either. So there's the wolf spider, the violin beetle, and the azurite. So that's good to see. We're at 38 out of the 50 at once. Now, I will sell the bugs. I'm going to avoid selling the spare various gems and all that right away early on. Because ultimately we will want to use those for other things. Okay, so we're all good there. Alright. Now I could dive down here, clear a little bit more. Okay. Grab more bronze kelp. So that'll take care of that spot. Got all three of those done? No. Now, I don't know if it'll be over here, because we do see the oil down here. There it is. Like I said, usually when I'm trying to find them, I'll just clear where I see oil. And that's mostly good enough. Okay, so you're going to clear that spot. That'll take us down here, potentially. We still have that area to clear up there, and this area to clear down there. That's fine. This may not clear this area. Looking at this here, that may not clear it. I may be forced to go back up there, and then down here. We'll see if this opens for me. Alright, it opened. Oh, well. Okay. Fair enough. You've received silver kelp from Girdle. Thanks, man. So let's try... We'll either be down that way or up to the left. So let's zip on over here real quick. And I'll drop the anchor pretty close to the spot over here. Cool. Well, let's just check to see if there's a Murex down here. Not what I wanted to do, but alright. So no Murex down here. Let's fast travel back to the house and drop off. So there's the summer forgeables. Yeah, so you can drop off you, and those, and that. Drop off you. Okay, and with that, we can go ahead and grab everything out of that box and drop it off over here. So you got the ground bugs, air bugs, the critters there. There should really be a fish box, but that's fine. Let's go here and craft ourselves another box. So there's our box for all of our fish. There's your sea slug. That's a spare. Drop you off. Yeah, grab the spare. The Essence of Earth is a monster drop. Yeah, put that in there. Oh, that's not the one I wanted. Put that in here. We need to get to bed. Give me 3 crops really fast. 1, 2, 3. So that way we're still producing things. Otherwise all those crops are just sitting in a box not making me money. Versus we make artisan goods, I get money from that. Alright, so catching level up. We're now level 4 catching. We can make critter bait, which I don't care about. We got a little bit from farming, from the cauliflower. We got, you know, another $600-700 from the catching, giving us another 1,000. And the first year's Animal Festival you usually fail at miserably because you most of the time won't have the animals at all. Or if you do, you just got them. Ah, boo, we woke up tired. I didn't get back in time or whatever. Okay. I'm gonna do the lower awareness on the bugs, so I'm more likely to be able to sneak up on them. Alright, so let's go ahead and drop off our summer crops. We got resin. And nutty sap. Drop those off here for right now. Okay, so I want to buy more seeds for the wheat and the flowers that we just got rid of. We just pulled up. And we're going to need to water all these. We're going to run out of energy before I finish because I thought I got back before we take the penalty for staying up too late. But I was wrong. So we're going to have to make a stop to the, while we're working on this, we have to make a stop to rest. There's no point in me going to the blacksmith today. Today or tomorrow for that matter, because right now they're upgrading my tools. So they won't be available. And then after that, they're closed on Sunday. So they wouldn't be available anyways. I'm going to go ahead and water these tiles down here, even though there's nothing planted, because I'm going to go and grab the replacement seeds. All right. Because then I can just take the seeds and chuck them on the ground and it'll still count. Looks like I have just enough energy to water the whole thing. Okay, and we can drop you off. Alright, so what we're going to want to do is run over here and get the seeds. I know you're going to end up chasing out the bug, I don't care. Grab the stuff from the traps. Because foraging doesn't cost any energy. Alright. And the blueberries will likely get across the line for the end. So, with this, let's get 20 more of these. 20 more of those. Cool. Keep the rest of the money. Because then we can keep saving up towards getting other things. Got another centipede. I put a trap down here. We're gonna push ourselves because I believe that's what I need.
Thank you Deep Gift for subscribing for 6 months.
And thank you Deep Gift for the tier 1 sub. That's 6 months you've been subbed to channel, so I really do appreciate that. Means a whole heck of a lot. I'm gonna go ahead and even there's a little bit of waste, I'm gonna eat that. Means a whole heck of a lot. So I do hope you're enjoying your advertisement-free viewing as well as access to the emotes. So thank you so much for the continued support. Alright, so we got all that set up. We took a quick hit of some food to get that. Did I leave one over here?
Thank you Trickle for subscribing for 6 months. Ooh.
Hype train is go. Choo choo.
And thank you Trickle for the tier 1 sub. Been subbed to the channel for 6 months. So also you know, thank you so much for that. As well as kicking off a hype train, making that all happen. I do appreciate it. So thank you so much for all the, I think, yeah, it's like, we do have crabs here. Yup. Yeah, so donate those and all that later. We can go back to the centipede box. Drop you off. We'll want to donate those and all that as well. Right now... There's the Murex. Okay. Right now we can just plant these. Planting doesn't take any energy, thankfully. And go ahead and just do all this. Okay, so we got all that handled. We can't do much of the blacksmith. What recipe does it want? Oh, these down here. So we got all that. So what we can do now is I'm going to run up the left side of the map. Checking our traps over here. We can catch like 1, maybe 2 bugs if we see anything interesting along the way. And by that I mean I just instinctively run up and immediately catch the very next thing I see that's moving. Okay. Okay, we didn't have more up here. Okay, so we just work our way to the right. Drop by the hot springs to do their thing. Do you have anything we want for sale? Right. Nothing that I want to buy. Okay. We can't do anything in the mine right now, so I'm not worried about the mine too much. Because our pickaxe is being upgraded. So we're working on trying to get to where we can get to silver kelp. Once we get our silver pickaxe back, we'll hop back into the mine, get enough silver to then get, you know, the silver scythe and the silver axe and all that stuff. And also check out Treacle, another fantastic content creator. Plays a lot of RimWorld among other games. So if any of that sounds good to you, you can find that over there. Absolutely good times. So I do always appreciate having you around and all that good stuff. But we're just going to go ahead and recover. I do look forward to where I don't have to do this in the middle of every day. We are kind of going hard on the stuff that burns energy. Which is fine. That's kind of one of the good ways to do your early game, is just kind of capitalize and use the, consider the energy like how much you can get done in a day. And it's got kind of a soft cap in that you can recoup it, but you either need to eat the stuff you're going to be selling, or you need to stop at the hot springs. And the hot springs kind of makes a soft cap, because like we're at 528, and let's just say with the hot springs I can get like my full bar and then maybe a half bar's worth or something, maybe 2 bars worth. It's still effectively a cap, because there is a time and, you know, time component to it. I can't just infinitely recover my energy here. Versus, you know, if you're eating stuff, you can eat stuff that gives you tons and tons of stuff, but it does cost you money indirectly in the sense that those are things that you would make into money that you're not getting now. Alright. We should be also, pretty soon we should be hitting D rank. Which is the first time we're going to get more seeds and all that kind of stuff coming in. Alright, let's get out of here. Let's race on over this way. I know we've got more traps. Along the festival area. And we're just catching every bug in creation. Hey, we just got ourselves a catfish. That's a rare fish. That makes her life easier. Oh, I can't fast travel there. I was like, I'll just run down and fast travel from that one. That's fine. That's gonna cost me time, but that's alright. Can run over here. And eventually it can actually fast travel directly to the ocean. So there's the ground ones. So we don't have... Yeah, can we drop all you off? Got the flying ones. Water critters. Water salvage. Fish. Forgeables. We're about to pick up trash, so let's just teleport here. I don't remember how they changed the UI there, but it is a thing that once you make enough progress, you can easily just pop in there. It'll give you the choice. I think it's when you get to the merfolk stuff. Alright, hang on. Alright, let's see if we can't go down this way. Okay. So it's not that way, which means I'm probably going up here. Alright, so those are over there. We can grab you. There. So the anchor's in position for later. I got a bunch of these to clear out the area for. Okay, that one's all done. we found the next one. Cool, cool. So of the 4 that were in that area, we've already got basically 2 of them set up. One of them I have to, like, follow the path still, but that's fine. That's the easy part. It's fishing for them that's the hard part. Alright, so let's get rid of the pickled turnip. So we got the shells. We can drop the mussels there. Cool. Now we got the critters. So that's another one that we're going to be able to offer. So we need to do a run to the temple. Well, actually, you could probably do that right now. Drop you off. Let's do a quick check here. So I can sell those. Sell you. Got 2 of those to donate to the museum. Got you to donate to the museum. You to donate to the museum. Let's be fast. Because we'll be able to do the offer right now. So ocean critters. There's the cannonball jelly. I thought it was a second one. Guess not. No, let's we're not gonna make it there in time without the penalty. So let's just quickly rush to sleep. We drop by the museum in the morning, and then we'll sell the rest. Yeah, I won't get my payout right then, but that's fine. Another 400 bucks. Okay. So we can go to the museum, we can drop off all the duplicate, or all the ones that I'll take over there. Silver pickaxe is ready for upgrades. Which is good, because the next day, I believe we have the problem of, I'm gonna spin down here while we're in the neighborhood. That's fine. Okay. So I'll drop these off. And the one place we're definitely lacking is going to be the fishing. We have not been doing almost any fishing. Which I should be. But, you know. We got you. And it gave me another tap. So we're at 43, so 7 more things to drop off. And that should get the museum upgrade underway. I'm pretty confident that we're going to be doing the D rank stuff. So all of the rest of these bugs here, those are all spares. So that's money. Dear Groucho Gopher, congratulations on reaching rank E. We've added new books to the library collection. Deep Dive with Mythical Kelp, Geologist Dossier, Elemental Caverns, Facts about the Four-Leaf Clover Phenomena, Curious Case of Coral Island's Lotus. Feel free to visit the library to enjoy the latest edition. Okay, so that drop did put us over the top for hitting the next rank. That's why we got that message. And right now, I don't feel like putting logic to this, so I'm just going to put that on that tree. Okay. So none of you are ready to be harvested beyond the bananas. Let's take the bananas and drop them in their box. Today we get the upgraded pickaxe. Just let me go for more silver. Oh, another added bonus with upgrading your pickaxe is the upgraded pickaxes get more enchant slots. So I got a bunch of these where it's like, you can, you know, it has a chance to not use stamina, or it has a chance to not use water, or stuff like that. We can get more of those to, like, get more swing speed, more higher chance of getting rare finds, all sorts of goodies. Alright. And the game does have where you can, like, continue to upgrade these. And it'll go from being, like, just 3 tiles, like 5 tiles to, you know, a big, like, 6 area to higher and higher. Generally speaking, I find Coral Island, usually I don't do much of the tool upgrade so far as the watering can goes and the plow. This one I went ahead because I'm getting the materials early enough that I'm like, you know what, whatever, let's do it. Usually what ends up happening is get the sprinklers unlocked, the better sprinklers, and like that's just all I'm doing with all that. Okay, so we've got all that sorted. Let me grab one of these boxes, because that's what things I'll do is I'll make it a point each day that we get rid of one of the one of those like leftover boxes. There's the Yeti crab. There you are. We had the monster loot was up here. And the relics are up there. Okay. We just need to drop off some trash. Okay, so let's work our way over here. We need to stop by the library. Check out those books, because the books feel like, oh, it's just like, you know, teaching mechanics of the game. But low-key, a lot of those books actually do give you recipes and other stuff, and some of them are really amazing. So it very much is something you want to take the time to check them. Section C. Farming. Getting started. Farming is an adventure. It's easy to start, but full of surprises. Once you get the hang of it, you're on your way to becoming the ultimate farmer. Here are some fun and important facts about farming to help you on your journey. 1. Fruit plants and fruit trees are two different things. While fruit plants will wither when they're not in season, fruit trees will not. Although they don't wither, fruit trees don't bear fruit outside their seasons. Some crops will grow on trellises and might block the walking path. Keep that in mind when choosing what crops to plant. Fertilizers are useful to either increase the crop quality or make them grow faster, depending on what type you choose. There's a wide variety of fertilizers out there. To get better quality crop, you need to plant better quality seeds. There's usually some information on improving seed quality in your local laboratory. If your town has one, it's worth visiting to see what you can learn. Yay, we got the farming guide. Cool. Ranching, the basics. The key to being a great rancher is caring for your animals. Ranching is a whole different beast from farming. Most importantly, you're dealing with live animals. They need food, clean environment, and love. To better understand your animals, here are some tips. The mood of your animal affects their productivity. Remember, a cow in a bad mood might not produce milk, so keep an eye on their happiness. Let your animals out on sunny days for sunbathing and grazing. Just like us, they enjoy a bit of outdoor time to boost their mood. If your animals are outside, there's no need to feed them again. They'll graze on the fresh grass. The stronger your bond with your animal, the larger the size of product they'll produce. A well-loved animal means more abundant yields. For higher quality animal products, provide them with better quality fodder. It makes a noticeable difference. Yeah, so this is like where they just give you information here. These books I should have already been able to read, but we'll have only a handful of books here. Forging the basics. Here are some handy tips for inspiring forgers out there. Give trees a good shake. You might be surprised what falls out. Different areas of the island yield different items. Forests are great for mushrooms, beaches for shells, and more. Each area has unique treasures, so exploring is key when discovering what grows there. Happy foraging! Alright. Heads up, adventurers. The caves are filled with dangers, including monsters and poisonous critters. Remember, it's better to be prepared than regretful, if you can. Gear up with those key items for your journey. Kelp Essence Ring gives you critical hits and major power boost. Spikes. Set these up to injure enemies that get too close. Slime Trap, ideal for slowing down fast-moving foes. Spring Trap. Use it to create distance by knocking back enemies. Glue Trap, great for stopping aggressive creatures in their tracks. Shock Trap, briefly paralyze your enemies with this. Light Ring, illuminates dark areas, making it easier to see. Share these tips with the family and friends to ensure everyone stays safe out there. And I don't recommend caring about literally any of that part. Equipment slots basics. Need a little advantage in activities? Try this combo. 2 sets of trinkets and a pair of bait and scent. This setup can make activities more efficient. Let's break it down. Trinkets are these small pieces of equipment that offer buffs. Wear them and gain their benefits. And be mindful of potential downsides. Baits, essential for fishing, they can really boost your catch rate. Just remember to keep enough on hand, especially when you're on a roll. Scents, useful for attracting or repelling insects and monsters. Like baits, make sure you've got a good stock, so you'll never get caught short. Alright, so that's all the things in Section C. Yeah, so you just see that because we read that book, we did learn how to make better bait. Now granted, I don't care about any of that. Alright, here's the new stuff we got. A deep dive in the mythical kelp. Historians believe the early civilizations engaged in the cultivation of mythical kelp in a manner similar to ore mining. Just as ores are instrumental in enhancing tool quality, mythical kelps are used to improve the quality of farm produce. In laboratory settings, these kelps have been shown to significantly enhance the quality of seeds, seedlings and saplings, and fodder. However, the rarity of mythical kelp poses a significant challenge. Research has identified distinct types of mythical kelp characterized by bronze, silver, gold, and purple hues. These have been sourced from different global regions, including the ocean beds of Coral Island. Interestingly, although there is no established direct link with mythical kelp, appears to thrive near unidentifiable ruins. Okay, Geologist Dossier, Elemental Caverns. Unlike typical caverns, elemental caverns boast a variety of elemental conditions that congregate in the same place. For example, take the elemental cavern found in Starlet Town. Using a cavernometer, I detected extreme variations in temperature, humidity, pressure across the 4 shafts. Imagine all the minerals and gems forming there. But alas, although there was one open shaft, local authorities called the Band of Something advised me against going in, because I wasn't well equipped to face rogue monsters. Hopefully, more entrances will open soon. It'll be safe for me to conduct my study inside. A trip I'll be longing for every day. Dr. Mia Lee, Professor and Department of Geology. Facts about the 4-leaf clover phenomena. If one finds a 4-leaf clover in the wilds, dig one shall. Good things will come. Sir Jonathan Frost, 16XX. That was... I approve of the brevity of that one. Curious case of Coral Island's lotus. The variety of lotus flowers is astonishing in Coral Island. It has its own unique kind. At first glance, they appear to be just ordinary lotus flowers. However, upon a closer examination, I noticed something peculiar. These flowers seem to strategically be guarding their surroundings. For instance, there is this tree flanked by 3 lotus flowers in front of one another trio behind it. in an arrangement that's too precise, too deliberate. Considering the tree's isolated location, could those flowers be more than plants? Maybe it's like nature's warning system. Like birds that fly away when they sense an earthquake, perhaps these lotuses signal something, maybe even good luck. Alright, the way they're arranged so neatly makes me think they're here for a reason we haven't figured out. Alright, so nothing really good out of that set. But like, there is some end game stuff that you get from like checking the books. And usually you'll get new books like every town rank. We'll also get the store will have an expanded list of things they sell. Okay, so we can't go to the blacksmith today. They're not open. So where I was running over there with the intent of dealing with that, that's not going to happen. So we can pop up here, sell you. We need to put more stuff in there. Okay. Okay, so, in case you're wondering, apparently I cannot pickle sugarcane. I know, I'm sad too. Alright, pickled carrots next. I have no idea what's in that. Alright. So what we can do here is I'm going to work my way up the left side of the map. We're going to grab the bugs and all that. And then we're going to teleport down to the water and just knock some stuff out. And part of the reason I'm taking the time to like really focus on all the catching and all that is if we can get the other traps and all that set up. Those other traps can do a lot of work because we can get a critter trap for like the underwater area. We can get the traps for the flying insects. And it is a thing that'll spare me a lot of pain in the long run. Plus, every once in a while we're catching something new, which means more stuff going in the museum. Okay, so we got all that. Catching so many wasps. I also need to stop and fish at some point. That is actually another thing I'm kind of notorious for these games. Unless I'm doing some kind of challenge where it kind of like really forces me into fishing, I like the fishing, but actually stopping and being like, today's a fishing day, I'm really bad about actually doing that. That I'll run around and keep doing stuff that isn't just, you know, dealing with the meter and all that. Part of it is because of like my own player habits, but also part of it is like consciously thinking about content and how people would watch it. And it can be a thing that like I enjoy watching people play like Stardew Valley, but when someone is doing Stardew Valley where the first thing they do is they run over and they start fishing because that used to be one of the or I think it still is one of the metas for making a lot of money early game. And you're sitting there for like 2-3 straight hours just watching this person like fish until it's time to go to bed and then come out and then fish until it's time to go to bed with like a little bit of watering in between. It can be very, very tiresome. Alright, bear with me, chat. I need to use the restroom in a big way, so I'm going to quickly do that and I'll be back here in just a minute. Thank you again for tuning in. Eat a potato, eat a potato. Too late. And it is done. Jeremiah Wiener has finally passed at 1 year, 4 months, 12 hours, 135,120 zombies killed. At the end, we have managed to reach 8 fitness, 9 strength. Okay. Have a nice flight. It's fine. Alright. So, 1, 2, just all of them. All of them. Perfect. Exactly how that's supposed to. Storge. Walter's asking me questions about my coffee bean dealer. I'm not telling.
Raj is hot.
Raj is hot.
It is good for Raj.
Yes, good for Raj indeed. I love you.
I love you.
Tuma's just like, Raj is hot. Good for Raj. Raj's like, I know. I am dapper AF. But I'm not telling. Alright, and we are back after we once again confirmed that, you know, the irrefutable fact that Raj is in fact hot. The man is a real dapper man. That's probably good enough. We can go out of there. I'm trying to make it a point to also go to the different areas of the island here and there. Just because it's really easy to get yourself in the habit of wake up, do thing, go to the next thing, go to the next thing, go to the next thing. Alright, we got ourselves a bluegill. And just like following a pattern. Yep, so that's a perfect example. That was a new bug. And when you like follow those patterns, sometimes you'll just not... You'll just miss stuff by not going to the specific areas that those are found. Alright, so I'll go down here. I believe that's enough dragonflies for other things. Alright. Let's run down to the beach. Because down by the beach, we got a couple more traps. We can fast travel, drop this off. Alright. So we can fast travel over here. Drop off what we've got. See if there's anything that needs to go into being donated or, Wait, what was the second one? Goddess's Blessing. Extra chance of double item, small blessing. Oh. Okay. I hope this, like, just persisted until we change stuff, like it lasts a week or something. Just so I don't have to, like, sit here and re-up it all the time. So we got you and you. And we can drop off the bluegill we found. There's the foraged stuff. Okay, we can drop off the compost. And the sap. Take a quick peek at this stuff. Alright. So, we want to ship that. We can ship those. We can ship you. We can ship you. We can ship you. Ship those. And none of the rest of them are ready for doing anything. Oh, we can ship you. We can donate you. Ship all of you. Alright, so we got one to drop at the museum, and all the rest gets sold. So, the dragonfly is the one that goes to the museum. So let's run that over there real fast and then get to the ocean. Yeah, so I see that we've got like a buff up there. Oh yeah, no, like getting an increaser. Granted, we like is not the hugest thing, but getting that buff will be big. All right, so it looks like we're pretty close. I've only got to get 6 more things dropped off at the museum, and then that'll get the museum expansion event queued up, which will be good. I'm also curious, like, how long that sticks. Is that, like, per play session? Is it per day? Because if it's per day, that would be very annoying, because it would be good enough to be worth doing, but if we have to wait for, like, the cinematic every time, you know, long enough to be incredibly infuriating. Oh, didn't we find... Ah, and it does tell you when you trigger the blessing. I was gonna say, didn't we find the other one of these just over here? Just didn't have a chance to actually grab it. Maybe, maybe not. We'll see. It may have been earlier. Nope. So that'll be all 3 of those. So I've got you and you. Alright, so with that, then we can go up this direction. Can't see you're covering my screen. Cool. So we got 2 more of those done. We already got another one activated. We're getting pretty close to getting to the silver kelp. I think we just do that area up there, and I believe that'll open the path down to the silver kelp. So there's like 2 of them up there, but yeah. Okay. We have to go here. So you can just be shipped to your spares. We'll just do that immediately. Take the pickled carrots and drop them off. We got the Mauve Stinger jellyfish. Oh, we could ship the ladybug. Yeah, so we'll want to donate one of those. Cool. What we can do here is, if we're really fast, we can grab the Mauve. Drop that box off there. So we can drop the Mauve jellyfish off at the museum. That'll be another one done, and that'll leave me 5 more critters to get in there. which is what you want to see. Okay, so 5 more. They're going to give me some sprinklers, or a sprinkler. I don't know how many. They're going to give us a sprinkler for that. That's going to unlock the expansion for the museum to, like, the story to continue there. Yeah, and there's nothing else to deal with any of that yet. We can go to the blacksmith tomorrow. Get all these boxes popped open. Get our pickaxe. Alright. So, busy day. Alright, the town is now E-rank. So, we've got new... And you're gonna give me $1,000. Ranching level 1. What did I do that was ranching? I have no animals. We didn't do combat. Did they make it so we just get a free level for doing... I'm so confused. Combat leveled up. No, they didn't give us a free level. Okay, so Connor, Leah, and Mark all like us a little bit. Oh, the book! You're right, the books probably did it. I wasn't aware that those straight up gave you XP. That's cool. Yeah, so it looks like we had 3 people, because when you gain a town rank, everyone gets a little bit of happiness, or a little bit of liking you. And the higher rank, the more impactful. Yeah, so for catching stuff, we made buku bucks. It's Sam's birthday today. Fashionistas. In just a few days, the White Flamingo will open a new boutique in the heart of Starlet Town. Let us help you find your next outfit. Farmer Groucho Gopher. I've been working on automation and quality of life devices. They'll make things easier for you on the farm. Here's a prototype of one of them, the Auto Fertilizer. This nifty gadget can be attached to sprinklers, and when loaded with fertilizer, will automatically disperse it in the surrounding soil. I can make the blueprint and can provide... I can make the blueprint if you provide me with the materials for R&D. This will allow you to craft it using basic materials. If you're interested, come by the lab and see some of our prototypes for other devices I've made. And I'm going to go and say your auto fertilizer is excellent, and I'm going to sell it immediately and never ever use it. I do like the automation stuff, but the auto fertilizer is not what I care about. Of the gadgets you can get, the auto fertilizer is kind of the one you're like, all right, because it only matters if you're going to be using fertilizer a lot, and I just don't. Right now, your fruit. Don't worry about it. Okay, the buff did go away. No blessing. The blessing well is dry today. You can't win them all. Alright, fine. Fine, goddess. Fine. I understand. It's gonna be most unfortunate, though. Most unfortunate indeed. When, you know, I just suddenly forget to work on the temple. Most unfortunate indeed that I'll just forget to work on the temple that you need to continue to live and thrive. Real shame, that one. Goddess may not have realized, but these are very, very transactional situation going on here. She mistook me for the protagonist of Stardew Valley, where you do everything for the community for absolutely free. You know, putting yourself out of all sorts of materials and money and everything, you know, to make the town better. Nah, I'm willing to improve the town, but I expect to get paid. All right. Now, with the automation, I believe this is when the sprinklers start to show up as well. That you go from, like, the little sprinklers to the much better ones. Because, like, the smallest sprinklers are pretty hard to make work in any meaningful capacity. They just don't have enough coverage. But once you get past those and you get the bigger ones, they work way better. Alright, and drop you two off. We'll do the thing where we take one box out of here per day. As we slowly improve things. Okay, so I can race on over here. A bunch of stuff looks like it's going to go in this box. Bum. Drop you off here, which means I can sell you. Drop you off there. Get some monster bits. I'm gonna go and put the trap in there with the monster bits. We've got the spare seeds, which is an interesting consideration. Okay, so it's Sam's birthday. Let's make sure we get flowers for Sam. So what I want to do here, I think, is make ourselves another stone chest. This will be the first one over here. To put the spare seeds in there. And ultimately I'm going to move all that stuff in there as well. I still have monster stuff in my inventory here. Alright. So I've got the hot pepper to drop off for an offering. We'll want to do the bouquet. But for the bouquet... There we go. I also just remembered. We can offer you... Okay, so it's two stuff to drop off as offering. I haven't looked at the forgeables and all that for, all this. Right. Okay. So we need to get a bronze quality sunflower, a blueberry. So these are crops. That's a forgeable. So we got to keep our eyes out for the shallot. Meanwhile, I just remembered we've got 5,000 bucks. So let's go put those 5,000 bucks to use. So I do not have more silver bars, which is what we call a big bummer. I do have the kelp essence. So let's go grab... Well, actually, we'll take the kelp essence and we'll upgrade some of the seeds. Alright. Right, that'll work. We can go here. We can pop by the blacksmith and grab the junk from here. Process geodes and all that. We have upgraded tools. There's our silver pickaxe. Put you on the bar, move you around. Okay. So we got that. Let's drop off the flowers with Sam. And we're going to want to go to the lab and upgrade our saplings. Sometimes you have stuff that's rare spawn down there. Oh, also the automation stuff. Develop equipment. Okay. Yeah, so we have to develop each piece of equipment along the way, but you can see we can get the auto SFH. A sprinkler attachment automatically fertilizes plant seeds and harvests crops to empty tilled soil. So you can see this is like a major upgrade, has a pretty significant cost to it. Because you have to go the whole line, I believe. No, wait, do you have to go the whole line? You may not have to. But the idea though is that's osmium kelp, which is very, very late game. And even then, I need to get silver kelp before we can get any of these. But yeah, you have auto fertilizer, auto seeder, auto harvester. And that's just the first tier of automation stuff. So that ends up being very useful. It's also interesting that's blinking new, even though I've already checked that, but that's fine. So meanwhile, we're not going to worry about that. So we can get the seedlings and then the saplings. We'll go ahead and just go down the line. So it's 2,000 bucks you're going to take from me for the seedlings. Because that's where we get the seeds that make our crops have a higher quality from now on. And so that's just... Oh. It's just that we don't want to violate the town's codes. Say no more, Mr. Mayor. Certainly, we do not want to cause a disturbance among... the kids, Sam. The kids. I didn't want to go there, but scarecrows as decorations? Really, Sam? They seem out of place in a town like this. Not to mention it's not in compliance with some of our codes. If you say so, Mr. Mayor. Well, I'll wrap up the scarecrows, and you can be sure there won't be any left tomorrow. Thank you. I appreciate it. Maybe we could talk about the other violations some other time. Delighted to just name the day. Please excuse me, I've got scarecrows to take care of. Man of your word. A good quality to have, Sam. Remember with that hat, I'm sure you have anything to say to concert prop decor. Yeah. Look, he's just forever in a state of just about to go fishing. Alright, so here's your birthday gift. This is great. Birthday gift. Thanks. And with that, you're going to give me a discount, right, Sam? Because we're buds? It's not a thing. Alright. So we got tomatoes, radishes, starfruit, melon, okra, bells. Oh no. Alright, let's get this started. Okay, so let's start with the ones that has the longest grow season. Where is those melons? So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 because I'm running out of money. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3. Well, that's what I can get away with. Highway robbery, Sam. You should be ashamed of yourself. Alright, well, the good news is we did go and upgrade the town, so that became available. The bad news is, the money for it. It hurts. Hurts a whole lot. Alright, Okay, so we now have the bigger scarecrows. I just need wood. My inventory's full. Alright, because I bought a crap ton of seeds. Drop off all of you. Drop off you. That's extra for right now. We can drop off the stuff for the foraging there. Okay, now let's try making the better scarecrow. Alright, grab the next one. Yeah, so as you can see, we're going to be struggling a bit here. Okay, so you go one more row farther this way. Because I definitely want a little bit of all the crops. Okay, and from here, I'm gonna drop you off. Oh, and so we're gonna beeline up to the hot springs. Come on, fast travel to hot springs. Nope. And then we're gonna go and jump into the mines to try and get ourselves some more silver. And now is where it's gonna be the challenge of I want all those seeds. And that's cool and all, but I also need money from a lot of things. So we're going to be a little bit of dancing back and forth between trying to get stuff here. Oh, the other thing is we need to check for the shallots. And I remember the shallots have like a really weird growing time. I want to say with the shallots, there's that path on the right that is finding the cherries. I want to say it's over there. Alright. Yeah, because I need to keep on top of checking for the shallots, because I need those to finish the offering. And then there's other stuff later on you use the shallots for as well. The big thing is I want to try to avoid missing anything important like that. So, the greenhouse offering, I can get that entire thing done in, like, at the end of, not quite the end, I can get that done winter the first year. As soon as we get our first harvest in the winter. So we can get that winter the first year, we can get the greenhouse done. At which point, then, you know, I can grow whatever I need any time of year. The other thing that comes up is the fish and the bugs. Realistically, I don't get that done the first year because I can't tell what, like, unless I pull up a wiki on the other screen and use and all that, I won't be able to tell. And then plus trying to get your fishing level as well as the fishing rod high enough to be able to tackle the legendary fish in the first year. It's not that it couldn't be done, but I don't think it would be practical, reasonable, whatever you want to go with for your terms. So we're not going to try and go for the full recover of energy. Let's go, yeah, around 400 is fine. Because otherwise, if I stay in here too long, I don't have any time to actually hit the mine. Sounds like work, not like playing. Oh, and just like the managing stuff? Yeah, keep in mind, this is with like trying to do stuff with efficiency. As I've mentioned before, the same is true of like Stardew Valley and pretty much every game in this genre, that you can make the game as stressful or not stressful as you so desire. You can sit there and try and rush and do everything as quickly as possible. And it will be a thing that can go and all that stuff. You meant the min-max everything to do everything year one you described? Yeah, no, absolutely. I don't think realistically. So like Stardew Valley, you can basically get all the you can get like a whole bunch of stuff done in your first year if you like really gun for it. Nowadays with the additions they've added to the game, you can't quite get it all done in 1 year. There's some things that literally don't trigger until the year's done. But it used to be you could get like the community center or whatever completely finished year one. I think you still can get the community center specifically done year one. But in Coral Island, you can't finish the museum in your first year. You can't finish the temple your first year. Well, I mean, the temple... I don't think you could finish the temple in your first year. Because, like, you'd definitely be able to do the crops in your first year. Like the greenhouse one. You could definitely do the fish and insects if you, like, really abuse stuff as much as possible. But I feel like the animal and the artisan's goods, I do feel like there's enough of a build-up that it takes to get there. I don't think you could without, like, breaking some kind of game mechanic. That said, I've not looked into what if any speedruns are around this game. The heck? Oh, they're the... ones that go underground. Okay, so we still have a couple that could take 2 hits, but the bulk of them are 1 hit now. It's bad when your money is low enough, you look over out of the corner of your eye and you're like, oh, okay, I'm on floor, like, 35. Oh, no, wait, that's my money. But good news, I'll definitely have enough materials when I do have the money. Upgrade. Come on. All right. Let's see. Is there an extra button for that while creating your save in Stardew? But you need to remember to the piggy cart twice a week, because the year 2 stuff will show up there. Yeah. Yeah, no, that's the thing. There is a button in Stardew Valley that they added that has like guarantee that you can do it the first year. I think that's if you have the remix turned on, that you have to tick that button. If you're using just the starting one. Aw, sweet, we did get lucky and get that last thing. Cool. So I'm gonna quickly grab this ore. Then we need to get home. That'd be okay. We found ourselves a moray eel. I wonder if those things can pull like literally anything from the fishing pool and all that. It's just, you know, the odds are horrifically low, or what, like, what's the criteria on it? Okay, there's the poison sac. There's the slime goop. There's the bone. There's some more ginger. Sort it. Yeah, all three of those bugs are ones we've already got. Oh, you should be in there as well. Okay, drop you. And you. Gonna probably regret doing this because I'll probably end up taking the penalty, but there's our 5 silver. Let's see, you always stock up all your food for the year 3 and clean up raccoon. Alright, so Sam likes us a little bit more. Cool. We made a little bit more money. No birthdays today, so we don't have to worry about any of that garbage. Cool, so he didn't wake up tired. He needs the snackies. Yep. Yep. There's a hibiscus. There's a resin. And the nutty sap. And for those who don't know, the Instant are a fantastic content creator on the platform. Someone else to definitely check out. Okay, we got all that. All right. Yeah, so I need a bronze quality or better flour there. So I can drop you all off. So you need to be taken to offered. That's all fine there. Oh, we don't have anything in the bee house. Cool. We could solve that. Start making sunflower honey. Weirdly, there's one hot pepper by itself to be harvested. All right. So one thing we're probably going to want to do here is we're going to want to get over to Sam's, and then each day when we get a little bit more money, try and get a couple more of the plants that I don't have growing here already, and get more of that going. Now, the ones we're going to probably skip is the ones that are spring to summer of the saplings, or seedlings, or whatever they are. The smaller fruit tree kind of things. I think we're going to skip those, because sure, I will be able to get like one round of stuff out of them, but I'll lose money on it. And so it'll be nice to beeline and get that done. I don't think that's a, you know, a practical thing. I'd also love to be upgrading all the rest of this stuff, like tool-wise, but I have a feeling those seeds are going to be eating up our money for the immediate future. Alright. And as you can see, we're running into the problem more and more that until we get our bigger sprinklers, all of my energy is just going into the farm. The good news, though, is that means we're leveling the farming faster. Alright, so let's go here and get a second one of the large chests, because it's time for this to get done. Alright, so building materials. Just give all this to me. All of this is building materials. Oh, not you. Drop all of this junk off. Those are also building materials. Okay, we'll drop all this off as well. Alright, so just doing some cleanup because these things are all taking too long. Okay, nothing to add there. Nothing to add there. We've got a bunch of Rual in here. So we got the pom-pom crabs. We can quickly run over here and sell the spares of you. So spares of those. Drop all that off. Drop the fish off. Drop you off. Drop the gem off. Okay. So we got all that dropped off. That's good news. So that's that much more of our inventory handled. Alright, so let's get over here to Sam, because Sam closes tomorrow. Let's take a little bit of a scenic route over here to get Sam. All that stuff. Keep getting all this stuff. Let's make sure to loop by where the shallots can show up. Alright. Just in the off chance we get those, because those are all the things we need. Alright, so shop. Okay, so we got all the basic produce that was here. We definitely want at least a couple more of the radishes. And how much? So we had the banana seedling. And all the rest of these cost too much. I can't afford them. Now let's say start selling some of the other stuff, which I'm not against. But it is a whole thing to deal with. Can I push you up to 1350? Not with what I want. Trying to get some of these ones that we didn't get as many of. Okay. So I can get those sorted out. Alright, so let's run up along here. I do have a couple geodes we can pop real quick. Probably I kept a little bit of money. So one thing I'm going to probably need to do is start offloading some of the surplus. So I was going to like take all the stuff and make it artisan. I might just take the not higher quality stuff and just sell it. Because that might be a way to get ourselves like a nice little influx of money here. That'll help tremendously. Let's go down here. Alright, so what we want to do is we want to check these paths up here. I want to say this is where I remember previously finding shallot in the game. It's mostly along this other path here to my left. This path. Okay, so we can cut across here now. Yeah, my inventory is basically full. Alright, we'll recover our stamina here. And then we're just going to kind of fast travel down. Back to the farm, get the next round of plants going, and then we'll probably switch over to hitting the ocean real quick to do more down there. And the reason I'm thinking we go for the ocean as opposed to the mine is just by the time I get this done and we get stuff planted, I probably won't have enough time to push another 5 floors in the mine. So let's do what we can. Let's see, the raccoon live in a tree stump with his family. He didn't know they needed to be fed for that. Oh, I totally forgot about the raccoon they added to Stardew Valley. Where it keeps requesting different things again and again and again. Until you eventually give them everything they want. They, Concerned Ape did announce that there's supposed to be another big update coming to Stardew Valley. Which, he announced, I can't remember if it was like Blue Sky or Twitter or whatever, but he announced it. And I had to laugh quite a bit that it was one of those things that, like, you know, Concerned Ape's like, yeah, big update coming, all that kind of stuff. Didn't reveal what was going to be in it or anything like that. And someone was like, where's your chocolate game? And he's like, on my computer. I can't imagine being in those shoes, though, like, with how wildly successful Stardew Valley is. You kind of have... Oh, there's a shout right there. You kind of have to accept that, like, your next title is not going to be as successful. Like the odds of it being that successful are closely approaching 0. Right. We'll toss you away as well. Because that's what I can drop off at the museum now. So I can only imagine that it's like a major stressor for like working on the game and all that. You'll never be happy just like it was a Silk Song? Oh yeah, no, absolutely. Like when you've had that first one and it was such a wild success, like the odds of being able to keep people even remotely happy or whatever with the next game is pretty negligible. Because like a lot of those games, part of what made them such a wild success is they were doing something new, something original. And coming up with those like massively successful original ideas is hard enough on its own, but doing it multiple times. Oh, those were where the sunflowers were. I was about to be like, man, I got lots of spare space. I don't know what I was worried about. Right. That was the sunflowers that I did not buy to replant. It's fine. So sell those, sell that. You need to be donated. You can be sold. Drop the ring off. That's not the box I wanted. Drop you off. The shallot will want to offer. Right now, I will put it in that box. And drop you off. Okay, so I've got the one... whatever the crap that is. To drop off at the museum. Yeah, so you're sold, sold, sold. Sold. You go to the museum. You all get dropped off. Alright, so let's pop up here real quick. And do the offering. Okay, so now we just need a blueberry, and we've got the shallot. And if we get a second shallot, we can get that done. And then that'll open up the last of the altars. We can pop over this way. We will quickly run over here. I need you running. Like, you cannot be sitting there not running at any time. 1, 2, 3. Meanwhile, let's grab a bunch of the no-tier versions and sell those. Just straight up for cash. Because I need the money. And I think with as slow as we're doing the artisan goods, it's better that I just get the immediate cash than try and, you know, bleed it to get the extra 50%. Because I'm just going to get other stuff that I can be making artisan goods with faster. Okay, donate. Boom. Alright, 4 more. But yeah, it's kind of the same thing that, there was an entire thing from the developer of Undertale that he had announced the second game, and he was like, you know, one thing I'm having to, like, tell myself is just be ready that no matter what I do, this game, like, he was kind of, like, telling the fans, like, this game will never live up to Undertale. Like, you know, Undertale is this wonderful, amazing game that I've made, but you know, there's never going to be another Undertale. Like, even if I were to try to make Undertale all over again, it just won't be the same. The Undertale was successful because of what it was at the time it came out. But the time's different now. I can't give you that new experience again. But it's one of the things that he kept talking about. He was really struggling working on his next game because, you know, he knew, it was like no matter what he did, he knew it wasn't going to be enough, wasn't going to, like, people weren't going to be happy because it wasn't like this whole life-changing thing like Undertale was, so far as just this monumental game. Okay, so we've got you. Let's scooch on over here. Oh, are we gonna actually get this done in time? No, sadly, it's a long enough a path. Alright. But I believe that was the last one I needed to do before we can get the silver kelp. So the next time we dive in there, we can just go straight over towards the silver kelp. Oh. Huh. Alright, well... Okay. That was an interesting hang. So the game hung up there for a second because, you know, basically it finished and I wasn't down there and I had to be like, wait, what? How do I do this? Hang on, this isn't how this is supposed to work. So I'll drop you off, get you out of there. The blue kill guild can be dropped off to donate. Let's run over here, drop off the bluegill. Because then it'll be 3 more things we need for the museum. Alright. And all that's contributing to our next rank. The ranks kind of come and go in spurts depending on what you're doing. Like right now, with how little I've been doing with the catching of the fish, if I switched over, I'm like, alright, I'm going to catch fish for a while, there's a good chance we'd suddenly jump up a good chunk of a rank real quick, just because I've fallen behind on that. Alright, farming level 6. So this is the thing, I think level 10 is the max level for all these things, so the fact that we're already hitting level 6 and all that in some of these is pretty wild. Alright, so we can make the sprinkler level 2s, and we can make kegs. We got a level in foraging. We can now make wooden chests and all that, which I don't care about. Yeah, so we dumped all that surplus to inject $5,000 real quick. That way you can get a bunch of these trees and all that to make sure we get stuff moving for all that before the season's up. Alright, so let's check in this stuff. So we got our farming skill. So, chance to leave a seed behind when clearing crops, harvesting, or destroying. Increases the selling price for all crops by 15%. Crops have a chance to grow faster. And then there's sometimes staying watered. All right, so the sell price is the easy one to always consider. And then the crops growing faster has its perks. I'm gonna go ahead and, do that, which is the one where they just sell for more, because it kind of one of the things that it doesn't matter what you're doing. Yeah, so we'll need gold kelp for the bigger sprinkler. The keg requires bronze and silver, and this is for making juice and sake and stuff like that. That could be a really big win for us as well. I might start working on getting a bunch of kegs going. So let's go over here, because I've got bronze. I got you. All right. We will sell the lower quality ones. And grab the higher quality ones. We got a resin. Because, yeah, I believe we get the next one higher. When it comes to watering, it covers 2 tiles. It is so hard for me to see what is and isn't watered under there. I appreciate, like, all the aesthetics that they have for all their crops, but especially all the ones that have kind of, like, a vaguely bush-like, appearance. So again, like the hot peppers there, it can be so hard to make the soil out underneath them to be like, okay, these ones at the back, is that just the shadow going over it? Or is that just, it's not watered? Like, what's the deal there? But yeah, the moment we get the get to the gold kelp, it is going to be a thing of just very, very quickly putting in the time to swap out the scarecrows to the better scarecrows, swap out the or not swap out, add the better sprinklers, all that. And then every single one of those we get set up, we end up getting more done. Because we don't have to babysit them nearly as much. So I have more stamina, all that. Yeah, now if we make a handful of kegs, we can increase our profit from the crops we do have here quite a bit. And then later you get the casks, and you can then take the a lot of goods and you can ferment them. Alright, Luxray, you take it easy. Thank you for tuning in, all good stuff. Okay, get you sold. Alright. Okay, and let's You need more wood. That's no problem. Get ourselves a bit more wood so that way we can get the kegs going. Oh, the other thing we can do... Alright, so I have enough money. Well, let's, use the money for the seeds. And then we can figure out from there. Alright. So let's go over here. Got ourselves 2 kegs. All right. Hey, Italics! Thank you so much for the raid. I hope you had yourself a good stream, playing some more Vintage Story and all that stuff. But welcome in, raiders. For those who don't know Italics, if we can get actually here, I think my mod just left 2 seconds ago. Let me get you a shout out. Actually,
Thank you Adalix for subscribing for 6 months. Hey.
hey, Italics, and thank you so much for the tier 1 sub. That's 6 months you've been subbed to the channel. I do really appreciate it. So let me go ahead and quickly get a shout out here for Italics. Again, fantastic content creator. Been playing a lot of Vintage Story recently, which is an absolutely fantastic game. I highly recommend checking out and all good stuff. But also definitely go check out Italics in general. Absolutely fantastic content creator. Good times over there. Let's make a 3rd keg. But meanwhile, if you like the content here, you'll probably like it over there, because Italics plays a lot of the same games I do, which means, of course, the inverse is also probably true. That if you like the content going on over there, there's a good chance you'll like what's over here. For the moment, we're playing not Vintage Story. We're not playing Vintage Story. That is a lie. For the moment, we're playing some Coral Island. This is a game that came out a while back that is one of kind of my favorite releases for the last couple years. I tend to play a lot more stuff like Product Zomboid, RimWorld, that kind of stuff. Was definitely, you know, feeling the itch. You finally died in Vintage Story after stumbling onto a tier 3 enemy that surprised and may or may not have ranted after. We're here for happy times. Gotcha. Thank you so much for the follow. Welcome to stream. That's that was the reason when you were mentioning the permadeath thing. The thing that like got me killed really badly in my last playthrough of Vintage Story was I was digging down and I got a tier 3 one of the saw scorpions and just instant killed me. And it's just like, okay. And I was supposed to do what about that now? But yeah, so we're playing Coral Island. For those who don't know Coral Island, it's a lot like Stardew Valley. Same kind of genre and all that. Kind of takes the model that that Stardew Valley sets up and goes yes and yes and yes and. So it's got a lot of those same mechanics, but also additional stuff that, you know, Stardew Valley didn't have. And like one of the big ones in this game is that the premise of this one is that there's been an oil spill, and this was a cool. And this is like a little tropical touristy island, vaguely like it's in the Philippines or whatever. But this oil spill happens, and you know, it's real bad for your tourism when your beach is covered in oil. Real bad for it. So the town found itself in pretty dire straits financially. And so you show up, you know, you inherit land because that's just the way this genre tends to always do things. I forgot what it's working on. Right, I was getting seeds from Sam. And also Taco's the most adorable dog ever. You just have to live with that. Yeah, the combat is kind of putting you off, but it's still a great game. Yeah, no, absolutely. That's usually when people ask me my opinion on Vintage Story. It's like, it's a fantastic game, but the combat, it's Wednesday. Sam's not open. Never mind, we're not going to see Sam. Well, that takes that plan and, you know, gets rid of entirely. Alright. That's fine. So instead what we're going to do is I am going to run the crap we just picked up home. I got a bunch of bug traps set up on the left side of the map. We're going to run across and grab those. Then I'm going to use the hot spring to... Oh, I still have these boxes up here? Alright, hang on. Okay, and I'll sort you out later. Seeds going there. We had just a bunch of scattered boxes. I'm only finally now getting all cleaned up. But, it is one of those things that we are slowly getting everything sorted out and handled and all that stuff. In the words of TTS, welcome, Adalix Raiders. Ah, yeah, TTS never ever gets anything weird or wrong or anything like that. So we got the monster essence there. We can drop off the ginger here. Drop off that. Drop off the shell. We can sell both of those. The bug here I need to hold on to for the museum and all that. Hey, Azrael, how's it going? But yeah, so we're running around doing a bunch of stuff for a whole range of reasons. Let's see. Oh wait. Get you out of here. Let's just get this last box out of here real quick. Because with this, our inventory will be officially sorted. Which has been way overdue. And if I have anyone here who could do a shout out for Azrael, I might have to do it myself here in a minute. But we'll see. Let's see. Nothing else that needs to go in this box. How's Scoreline trading today? It's good. We're making solid progress. Let's put our spare sword there because we don't need that anymore. Okay, so that's good news. So I can drop you in there, drop the snow globe in there, drop the cassette player in there. Yeah, so, you know, an ancient relic, like your ordinary cassette player from like the 80s. So the ancient battery can drop off at the museum. I can sell that. This is a monster part. Drop the fish off in here. This is an aquatic critter we can drop off. I can donate one of you as well. We have the scallop here. I don't know where to put the bamboo shoot. The bamboo shoot doesn't have a season associated with it, so I'll just chuck it in there. Okay, so we got 2 things to drop in the museum and all that. So let's see. You get sold. But yeah, no, it's going pretty well. We're probably gonna just get a bunch more things. I'll just drop by the museum how it goes. But it's going pretty good. We're making really good progress. We finished the first of the 4 sections of the mine. We made good progress in the second one. We're 3 items away from getting the museum expansion unlocked. Well, there's another one. Those spiders are fairly rare, the wolf spiders. I think it's the wolf spiders. They were the rare ones. They're pretty low on energy. Alright, got ourselves an Luna butterfly. Okay, so I'm gonna get the hot springs and rest. We're running out of daylight. But yeah, so this is just like Stardew Valley in the sense that depending on how hard you're going early on, you can have a nice, super relaxing time with the game, or you can have a kind of more sweaty time because you're scrambling around trying to do a whole lot. Alright. But one of like the things that kind of differentiate this in the genre is there's an entire part of the game that is underwater. That basically, as I said, there's been an oil spill. And in the game, instead of like actual oil spill where there's just oil everywhere, it's kind of represented by these like weird black oil Cthulhu like tentacle root things that are just rooted everywhere, blocking your path and all that. And so you go underwater and you start clearing up the ocean to slowly get your way to getting more. That's one side of it. You also have the museum, which is the same as like every other game in the genre has a museum, which is just collect all the things and put in the museum. You also have the equivalent of the community center, which is the temple here, where you do the offerings. That mostly works the same. But it's kind of one of those things that when you play the game at the beginning, it very much follows the Stardew Valley path. But like the farther you go, the more and more it deviates off into its own territory. The other thing, the way this game works so far as the progression in the game, is they have this idea of town rank, that because the, you know, their heritage sites and, you know, the ocean and the museum have all been kind of ruined when you start the game, that the town rank gets knocked down to F, and that the idea is you're saving the town by bringing its rank up, because again, it's a tourist town. So as you get like the beach to be nice, the ocean to be nice, the various like heritage landmarks around the town to be nice, the tourists start showing back up. I do have to laugh where you're running around the town, they're like, oh no, things are really bad, and you're walking around, and because it's like this tourist island or whatever, you're like, this place is bougie. You go to the school, and this school has like 3 separate classroom areas. And like it's like a big open space, but it's like 3 separate areas of classroom. And there's like 4 kids in the whole town. Like they're just 1 kid off from having an entirely dedicated classroom per student. Alright, so the museum's down here. But yeah, so like you have the town rank here. So for example, we've moved up to E rank on the museum, ocean, and the town rank itself. And then the heritage sites are still at F, and I'm working on it. So that'll come along. Guess it's race down here. Yeah, I'm gonna get nothing done in the ocean today. I spent too long doing a lot of stuff. But we'll see what we can get done. I might actually have enough stuff here to get that. Is that in Stardew Valley on Ginger Island? Not sure which one you're talking about. And Azrael on their 10 stream streak. And before I forget, let me get that shout out for Azrael. So I almost spelled that wrong. For those who don't know, Azrael, another fantastic content creator on the platform, plays a lot of simulation games and all that good stuff. So if you like, you know, Euro Truck Simulator, American Truck Simulator, Farm Simulator, stuff like that, you can find it all there. The school was with nearly 1 classroom per student. That's this game. Stardew Valley doesn't have a school, like at all. Was it the same like Stardew where you pass out? Yeah, that's kind of a staple of the genre. Like, it's just, they all do it. Okay, so one more thing in the museum, and then that'll unlock the expansion. And then the museum should... I don't know if the museum moves up another rank or how that works. Like, at that point. So let's drop some junk off. And we will use the fast travel. You know what? With how little time, let's not even drop stuff off. We are just beelining to the ocean. I need to remember to actually... Oh, hey. We can have fast travel directly to the ocean. Yeah, ignore the Cthulhu tentacles, it's fine. I'm not imagining this, right? No, Angan, you're not. The dark root, it's really gone. And the corals, look, they're all better. Oh my. Hang on, behind you. Look, a land dweller. Wait, it's the same one we've seen toying with our tampered devices. Whoa, okay, talk about awkward. Alright. We don't know what this land dweller's up to. Play it cool, Denali. We can handle this. Yeah, you're right. I wish I could speak to them and ask questions. I think they're the one who healed this area. Now, let's not get ahead of ourselves. Come on now, a land dweller understanding us merfolk? No way. Besides, we've seen the damage their kind can do. Denali, seriously, we've already broken protocol long enough. Let's head back and report this before anyone finds out. Let's see. Did Azrael also play GTA 5? Oh, no, not that I'm aware of it anyway. Alright. So now, we can move down here to where the silver ones are. So now we go and, as we clear areas, the black, like, oily root tentacle things will slowly go away. So, pretty much this is the part of the game where you're clearing the ocean. It's not that you have to, like, pick up every unit of trash or anything, like, obnoxious like that. It can get pretty rough at times, though. What happens is you've got those things there. Those would actually clean up the area, so you see, like, all, like, the bits of oil all over. Buried somewhere in this trash is things that they use to clean up the trash in that surrounding area. Oh, they made the Murex just show up down here. Okay, that didn't used to be that way. Murex used to be a pain. Or maybe you just need a lot. Yeah, so we're looking for stuff buried in the trash. The trash itself is, ironically, one of the more useful materials in the game. Okay, and at 11 PM they kick you out of the ocean. Groucho Gopher! What was that? I could say, I saw merfolk, I'm not sure, what are you talking about? That little robot that's following me around, she's monitoring it. I'm gonna say I saw merfolks. You did, I saw through kibble. I haven't seen them in so long. I saw everything. Oh, I haven't heard that language in years. You don't understand them, do you? Don't worry, I can fix that. Oh, but I need your diving suit. No, then you won't be able to dive at all. Oh, never mind, I have a spare. I'll work on that instead. I'll talk to you soon. You're mixing up thinking, your police costume phase? Okay, so we managed to get down there. We got a little teeny tiny bit of silver kelp. Not enough to really matter. So we'll sell some pickled turnip. Okay, so we've got a bunch of forged stuff to drop off. There's some more pickled turnip. Okay, we can go to, this is the forged stuff for here. I'm pretty sure all of these bugs, yeah, all of those bugs we can just sell. So use that a nice little bump in our money. And the shells we'll want to stash over here. We haven't found any of the ones that need to be offered right yet. Okay. Alright, so we got container to open up at the blacksmith. Got some stuff for energy. Otherwise, I think we're situated here. Okay, so the big thing I need to do is the next in-game day is, like I meant to do today, is we need to go Sam. Because we upranked our town from rank F to E, everyone's got more inventory and all that good stuff, and so we definitely need to take advantage of that. And a big part of that's going to be going over to Sam, buying a bunch of those things, and getting those planted. I need at least one of each of the trees, because that's another differentiating thing between this and Stardew Valley. In Stardew Valley, you have tree, and you've got, like, little crop there. Screw you, ghost. Stealing my sunflower. It's fine. You felt an odd chill last night. He only steals something once in a very long while, so it's not a thing. Hello, Groucho Gopher. I need a hibiscus flower. If you have any, please send one my way. A gratuity awaits. Walter. Dear Groucho Gopher, how's the farm, sweetheart? We saw some articles about Coral Island Cherry Blossom Festival. The event looked beautiful. I think I might have spoiled you in one of the photos. Might have spotted you in one of the photos. That makes way more things. Made sense. P.S. Ashley is pregnant. That's the cat. And she gave me a vitamin drink. Starlet Town residents, don't forget, the Animal Festival is tomorrow at 9 a.m. in front of the community center. Make sure your animals are ready for some friendly competition. Mayor Connor. I don't have animals. Hey, Grandma, thank you for the medicine. I'll sell that immediately. All right, bear with me, chat. I really got to use the restroom, so I'm going to do that really quick, and I'll be back in just a minute. And thank you again for tuning in, and I'll be right back. Like, I'm someone who'd actually talk through all that kind of stuff. Because I was going to put up a review that said, well, great. The bot's busted. Oh, we're probably dead here. That's it. Well, that's not what you want. Don't worry about it. Hidden Revenant was revealed because the meteor hit it. It ran off somewhere we didn't see, but it was chilling there, and Cassie went, never mind, screw this thing, and dropped a meteor on it. Yeah, it takes a very long time. Takes a very long time for the zombies to die from that. Zombies want your ice cream? Yeah, it's a bummer because usually you don't find food at the beginning, or if you do, it's like one minor thing that's not worth anything. Alright, and we're back. Yeah, another Revenant clip. I've had a few times in Project Zomboid where playing with Cassie, she just dropped a meteor on stuff. Like, we had one case where I was dealing with a challenge where I had like 1 or 2 people, and I had the stupid boomalope who kept running into my crops and eating them. And I only had like 1 or 2 people, not really in a great situation for tangling with, you know, any type of potentially dangerous wildlife. And I was just getting super annoyed by that thing. And then I look over, and a meteor strike happens, and it pins the boomalope in this like 1x1 tile space. And it's just like, oh, even Cass is like, nah, that was too much. All right, so we'll go ahead and we'll sell. Oh, right, this is fruit. I do need to sell bronze quality fruit, so we are going to go ahead, and in this case, I'm going to sell the nicer stuff of that. I can also do the bananas, because we need to sell the bronze quality fruit there. Because I think I need to sell 25 of them. So we're getting close. It didn't explode, but it had a really bad bleed. And so, like, it exploded a little bit later. But the actual impact didn't like, instant kill it. We got sunflower honey. So I'll sell all that. So I've got all that going. Alright, so I need the blueberries. And we're making a bunch of our juice. So how much is carrot juice worth? We don't know yet. That's fine. So sell the carrot juice. We got the spare blueberry stuff. We can see about Walter with the hibiscus. I believe I have plenty of that laying around. And we need to get our sprinklers up and running. The sprinklers I want are going to require the gold kelp, though, and we only have access to the silver kelp. And we just got access to it. Okay, that's all watered. Oh, then we ran out of water. Yeah, so we're going to go by Sam's. We're going to get a bunch more of the seeds for the saplings or whatever that we're missing. We've got the blueberry we need for the temple. Then we're going to go ahead and take a little run around, see if I can't find myself another shallot. Because I do... If I get the other shallot, that'll finish off all the summer crop stuff. Because this one combines, like, the foraging and the farming as part of the temple. And I know I have nothing planted here. We're gonna plant stuff here in a minute. Okay, so we got that. We can grab our maple syrup. Sell you. I need 3 more things for pickling. 1, 2, 3. Actually, we'll start. We'll keep the carrot juice going there. Bum. Okay, so we've got all that sorted. Let's fast travel up to the temple, where we could drop off the blueberry. And that leaves just the shallot. I do have a shallot. I'm trying to make sure I have one of everything, because there's, like, achievements and all sorts of stuff related to that. So, the place I remember seeing shallots historically was up in this little area here. There's a couple of paths along here. There's a little path here I've seen shallots on before. And then there's another path over here I've seen shallots on before. Now, earlier we also did find the shallots near the wine, or the vineyard. I think we run across here, did we get a shallots? And if we find a hibiscus, that'd be good too. I've already forgot the thing I was going out here for was actually to get stuff from Sam. So let's change our direction to that. This is where we saw the shallot earlier. Okay, cool. We got the shallot. So let's go and get our seeds from Sam. We've got the shallot to finish the offering. How's my inventory looking? Pretty awful, actually. Okay. Alright, so shop. So we want to go all the way down here. There's a papaya. Cool. There's a jackfruit. Cool. There's a dragon fruit. Cool. Plum. Cool. Rambutan. Cool. I'm pretty sure I just bought stuff I actually couldn't use right now. I did. Well, I mean, I could use them, but they're probably not going to be done in time. It is what it is. In the meantime... 10 of you. 10 of you. 10 of you. 10 of you. And the money's gone. Alright. And that is going to fill me with regret. Okay. So, we're going to start by getting those all planted. Then we can grab the hibiscus and visit. Yeah. And it's gone. Pretty much. Okay. So, let's start with the saplings. So we got one of each of those. Then I got tomatoes. Okay. Now I got more sunflowers. All right. Okay, so we've got all that placed. Everything's filled in there. All right. Cool, so with that, we have all of the crops for the summer. Then get all that sorted out. I'm going to immediately regret this. One good thing is, as we level up our farming, we can get through more of this without our stamina getting hit as hard. It's fine. It's going to be a thing. Alright, so with this, with the beetles and all that, we can just sell those. Those are spares. We can pop on over here, drop off our forageables, get the shallot back, and then Walter wanted a hibiscus. So let's go get, well, actually, we can fast travel straight up here and get the next thing done there. Because this will complete the summer crops. And boom. And you've given me tomato seeds. Okay. More seeds. Alright. And then now's the last altar. Okay, so the last altar is rare crops that can be hard to come by. That's fine. They're like the really good ones. There's precious gems, so there's the really high quality gems you have to get there. Rare cooking, so you have to cook really fancy food. Artisan stuff, which you have to get like the really rare artisan stuff. Rare ranching products, you have to get all of that. And then rare resources, which is actually pretty easy. Okay. So, meanwhile, we need to find Walter. Because Walter wanted a hibiscus. And Walter is currently at home. So the closest I can get to Walter's probably here. Oh, I didn't keep money for the blacksmith. That's fine. There's Walter. Alright, there's hibiscus. Thank you. Okay, so we got that done. Emma wanted 2 papayas. I don't have papayas yet. Jim wanted corn. My corn is not yet ready to harvest, so I can't take care of that. You want me to free the water giant. You want me to follow the route. You want me to donate to the museum. And you want me to go with fruit. So what I'm going to try to do is we're going to pop over here real quick. Because we can go to the hot springs right here. And if we're quick about it, I might be able to go from the hot springs to pop into the mine for a little bit. And maybe make some progress there. And if not that, we could definitely go for the ocean stuff. Because I used a bunch of the silver that I was going to use for tool upgrades, making the kegs. That way we had a bunch of kegs for moving our existing products and making them into artisan goods. Because it's just basically a multiplier. So like whatever you put in makes it somewhat more valuable on the other side. Sorry, just checking one thing. Alright. Probably going to be the ocean, judging by the amount of time. Because we have to be back, I think it's if we stay out around like 1 a.m. or something like that. You think? 2 guys sitting in a hot tub? It is what it is. And I mean, you know, there's the whole thing. Zoe's so excited to bring Bon Bon to the festival tomorrow. Oh, right, we have the animal festival nonsense there. The art. Oh, yeah, no, there's some, like, really cool stuff. Like, they actually do a really good job with a lot of representation kind of stuff. That, Suki, they actually, like, she's the one who already has a daughter. So they actually have her, like, you know, with stretch lines on it. Please know the Vine air coding, though. I never actually used Vine. Look, some of us are really old. It won't be funny now. 5 feet apart. And also, before I forget, let me go ahead and get a shout out for Ultrasaurus, who's another absolutely fantastic content creator. Really do appreciate it. Also, plays a lot of like simulation games, all that kind of stuff. Been doing a lot of things. She's a mod, yeah, but it's weird to shout yourself out. Like, I have no problem with people doing it, especially when I'm calling for it. It's still like when someone's like, "Hey, go shout yourself out." You're like, I can, but yeah, I've been playing a lot of My Winter Car. Because she actively likes to suffer, apparently, or something like that. I'm really not sure why she's playing it. Very genuinely, I do not understand. But absolutely fantastic time over there. Highly recommend. Especially with how many clips I've seen of just, like, dying to stuff that shouldn't kill you. Like, you know, people backing up and barely touching a tree and then just, like, imploding. And you're just like, what are you supposed to do about that? You're impressed that she picked herself. Oh yeah, no, absolutely. Those are the kind of ones, like those deaths you're like, you know what? Just done for the night. Just gonna do something else. Alright. So let's go ahead and completely realistically clean the oil off the bottom of the ocean. And definitely the literal layer of trash down here is certainly the oil company's fault. And definitely not the local populace, you know, tires and stuff. Oh, hey. Alright, we got a flower hat jellyfish. Cool. 100% super realistic. Yep. And don't worry about Cthulhu over here, it's fine. Cthulhu's just jamming. Get our silver kelp. And now I've cleaned up the oil in the area. That said, there'll be another one of those beacons here to clean up more of this area. Yeah, no, the clip, oh, darn it, that was what, oh, and it's 11 p.m., so they kick us out of the ocean. It's fine. Everyone knows the ocean closes at 11, everyone's out. Just the way it works. I need to do the blessing thing, because that's new. I kind of wish there was something you did to unlock it, and it just kind of happened, and you didn't have to, like, do the process. Because, like, it's not a dire or important thing you've got to do, but, like, the bonus is nice. Sometimes. Alright, we got our carrot juice. We can put our flower hat jellyfish in the box. And stash the zebra mussel. Those aren't in the right place at all. You go there. And you go here. Okay. The rest of that's all good. You're all plants and ready to rock and roll. So I can get to sleep. Business closed. Get lost, landlubber. Yeah, absolutely. Ocean curfew? Yeah, Ocean keeps a very strict curfew. Ever since the oil spill. It's just, you know. Alright. So we're about to have the Animal Festival. Which is another one of the celebrations. This is kind of a cool one that I haven't seen any of the other games in this genre do this. So this is a festival based around your pets and your animals on your farm. I don't have those things. So this is going to be basically... Oh, hi. Before we read that, so basically this festival, if you've ever done like the Spring Festival in Stardew Valley, which the very first year is just rejection simulator, where you can just be rejected systematically by each and every individual in your age group, it's basically like that, except you go, hey, can I do the race? Do you have a pet? No. Do you want to do the chicken staring contest? Do you have a chicken? No. Yeah, because that's the thing. Instead of having, like, you know, there's the whole thing about cockfighting, about roosters being fought. It's truly awful and everything. This game, they do something that it's like the chickens fighting, but they have a staring contest. And to see, like, which one caves first. Yeah, more rejection. Oh, man, the first... I mentioned it early in the stream that you go to the first festival in this game and just, like, there's a person playing a guitar and there's the guy who runs a museum, Scott, is like, hey, you want to dance with me? You're like, oh, Scott, this is so much nicer than the other game. The other game, everyone just rejects me and you're extending an offer. I appreciate you, man. Groucho Gopher, you finally emerged. Quickly, follow me to the lab. It's ready. She's a little excited. I've been waiting for you. You're a pretty slow walker, Groucho Gopher. I didn't get much sleep last night because I was so excited to show you this. Here, let me show you. You repeat yourself. This is the diving suit 2.0. Not a very exciting name, I know, but it works. I've already added a microphone to the... Let's see, I've added a speaker and a microphone in your mouthpiece, and an earpiece, and a little processor that'll process and translate all merfolk talk. Not only that, I also add a little display on the goggles. It'll also translate any written merfolk language. You'll need it, trust me. Man, you'd love a bunch of spare time to play this game. Yeah, spare time is hard. Alright, you made it so fast. How did you do that? This is done suspiciously quickly. Thanks, Ling. I'm so excited to talk to the merfolks again. We never talked to them in the first place. I'm gonna say that was all done suspiciously quickly. Because literally, we found out about the merfolk last night. And she's like, yep, just made a translator and all that kind of good stuff. It is what it is. I can work pretty quickly. Don't look too much into it. Well, I think that's all. Have fun in the waters. God is above. I can't wait to see what else you discover down there. Alright. So, I don't know how much time we have until the festival. Are any of our crops ready for harvesting? We've got some okra down here that's ready. Are you ready? No. So we can go ahead and drop off the okra. Grab our resin. Grab the sap. Grab the carrot juice. Alright. Oh, we'll just sell the low-tier okra. Chuck all that in there for artisan goods later. I need to be going way faster than I am. I just now noticed that one hot pepper that's on its own schedule because I missed it is there. Okay. I really need to get my sprinklers online. Yeah, no, I think you'd like this a lot, Ultra. Not even for like necessarily strictly the you know, the very Stardew Valley-esque of it and all the all expansion there. It actually has a lot of like it covers like a lot of different cultures, like a lot of different cultures. The developers, I believe, they're based in the Philippines. So you have like a lot of, you know, Asian influences going on in the game as well. There's like you start looking at all the different foods and you've got like pretty much the entire like Southeast Asian area is represented here. It's pretty slick to see a lot of it. I'm sure there's a lot of stuff in here that you would recognize that I don't know anything about. Ooh, I did not plant that tree in a good spot. It is fine. Well, sapling, whatever it is. The not big tree, but not small plant. Okay, the festival begins at 9. I believe I have to be there before 2 p.m. or we don't get to go. But now I hear you. There's a lot of games I want to go and take the time to like work through achievements or, you know, games that I enjoy that just really don't do well on stream, like that kind of thing. And I would love to have the time to actually jump in and do a bunch of stuff. It's funny, before streaming, it was very common for me to 100% a game. Like, to sit there and get every single achievement and all that stuff. It's not that it doesn't happen anymore, but it's not often. And I always tell myself, I was like, oh yeah, I'll just take the time to, like, you know, on my own time I'll come back to this game and I'll, like, play more of it and all that. And it almost never happens. This game also has a decent amount of automation and all that kind of stuff as well. So you can have it where, like, you'll have these chests that pull stuff from... Or sorry, they'll have chests that basically will take stuff from their storage and put it into the neighboring machines, and then pull stuff out of the neighboring machines and put it back into storage. And there's like a whole lot of stuff you can end up doing with that. So you can do the whole thing where you have like the one chest is pulling the like fruit out to then put it in to make it into fruit juice, to then put in the next thing to make it into wine, and then aging the wine and all of that. And the only thing you had to do was like do the initial chucking of the fruit into the chest to be pulled from, and then on the other side of it taking it back out to sell it or whatever you're doing with it. So cut some of this grass back just a little bit. Alright, and we're running out of time, so let's make sure we get to that festival. Alright. I also need to go and beat up a bunch of trees for coral tall coconuts. Start the animal festival. Alright. So now I get to do entirely too much dialogue. Oh no, I forgot about the stupid bowl. They have a, one of the bowls you ride, but I don't use QWERTY and it shows the letters in QWERTY, and it's so much harder when I have to mentally translate what button is what. Too bad you can't participate, Groucho Gopher. But don't worry, watching the action from the sidelines is exciting too. I know. I need bestest boy. Bode's tongue lolls out as he pants, clearly having the best day of his life. Fizzles are always fun, but this one's special. We have lots of special guests. Our four-legged friends are here too. Say hi to Groucho Gopher, Fun Bucket. I'm loving the good vibe here. Love all around. Fun Bucket is an adorable one. Just the little duck with the bucket on its head. A lot of animals are here from our ranch. It wasn't easy getting them here, but look how happy they are. Nope, this will be a Kickstarter person. There's something special about the Animal Festival. It brings out the child in all of us, don't you think? Nuh-uh. Pablo here wouldn't last 3 minutes in the mechanical bull. What do you think, Groucho Gopher? Just saying, Noah. If you want someone to time you on the mechanical bull, I'm right here. Hey, what's up, Groucho Gopher? The coffee shop's closed today. This is a day for playing with animals. Did I lock my door this morning? You can tell Inari is having the time of its life. Its tail is wagging and is practically a festival of its own. I'm on duty today in case somebody gets hurt in the mechanical bull or something. It's happened. Trust me. The town always goes above and beyond for festivals. It's amazing. I missed it while I was away. I'll head over there. Let's see. I'll head over there to watch the contest soon. I'm just gonna stretch for a bit. Biz nuzzle your hand, and you feel your stress melt away. I'm glad I decided to come. What are the rewards to the mechanical bull? 100 merit points? You suck with your social credit. Alright. Okay. Reminder, I don't use a QWERTY keyboard. So I have to, like, translate this to my keys. Oh, that's right. They put them in the right orientation. It used to be that they would appear randomly and then just have the right letter kind of thing. Okay, this is way better. Yeah, because it used to be that like appear randomly around the area kind of thing, not like where they were relative to it. And that just costs it. Because even though it says WASD, I'm hitting like comma AOE, because that's what Dvorak has for those spots. And I don't remember what score you have to get the top reward. I should have checked. Because I think the one time I couldn't remember what it was, and I managed to go for a really long time. It does keep escalating. I also wonder if they ever changed the cow minigame. That was easily the hardest minigame in the whole thing. Because there's like basically you had to put in a pattern that would be randomized each time. Yeah, putting around. Oh yeah, no, it's definitely one of those things. There's been a number of the mini games that over the years they cleaned up. Let's see, there was a pop-up that said new record just shy of 60 seconds. Right. Oh, that's new sounds. Okay. I actually didn't try to throw that. I just literally failed. All right, that's all I cared. And weirdly, when you get first place, you get everyone's rewards. It's just how it works. Nah, we already got it. Honestly, by the time you looked up, I would have definitely been well past it. We were already past it. Having fun, Groucho Gopher? The atmosphere is absolutely fantastic. Everybody loves and respects their pet. What an amazing day. If only. The cows are stealing the hearts today. This is nice. Maybe the town will have an event on bonsai in the future. Something like a design contest, maybe? Welcome, my magnificent canary. Oh, how I love working with animals. Kenny is such a good animal whisperer. He has a gift. We've been here since dawn helping get the animals and decorations ready. Where's your chicken, Groucho Gopher? You are a rancher, I believe? I am not Sam. Yep, so I could have gotten another 100 merit points, but unless they change it, you can't join this competition because you don't have a chicken. Kit Kat purrs softly, curling up on a blanket at the pet nap zone. Trinket stretches lazily. Omar, aren't you the fluffiest little thing in the world? You coo to Omar. You tell Bon Bon he's doing a great job dancing. He's happy. Did you see our dance, bestest friend Groucho Gopher? My dad taught it to me. Taco has so much energy. Look, look. Taco has so much fun. We used to play this game all the time at the inn before he moved to the vineyard. I want to take one of the animals home. Could you teach me how to brush it properly, Groucho Gopher? No, I don't own any animals. Okay, so this is our Kickstarter person. The cows are adorable. They're so round and cute and round. Gary Kun looks happy today. He nearly spat out to which one? The round thing? What are you waiting for? The stage is ready. This is the best spot for watching the competition. The key is getting here earlier and staying until it starts. I might do the mechanical bull later. Not now, though. I just had some snacks. That's like the only outfit I can think of that she has where she doesn't show off her stomach, which... Suki's the one who has a daughter in the game, so Valentina down here, that's Suki's daughter. She is one of the romanceable characters. But yeah, they do like show the stretch marks and everything. Like she's like... She completely flaunts it kind of deal. And it is kind of a thing that when you marry her, where normally the people, like, whoever you marry gets kind of that little room in the back that, you know, if they're into baking, it'll be like a little baking area. If they're like into doing clothes, it'll be like clothes stuff. For her, it's Valentina's room. Look, Stefan, Groucho Gopher is here. And let's see here. We can get a bunch of hedges that I'm not going to spend my money on because they don't make me money. Bean is so fluffy. I wonder how often they need to bathe a cat. Not often, I don't think. Yep, there you go. Hold it. Butter, look here. Family portrait drama. It's gonna be a long day. Baby. You know you gotta stop moving so much. Look at your Uncle Luke over there. Hippostrum looks happy today. Copper nudges your hand with its head and demands pets on its terms. Lindy looks happy today. Ugh, my back. I think I'm gonna pull the muscle setting up the giant pinatas over there. Oh, I'm gonna feel that tomorrow. And start cow competition. Do you want to start? You can't join this competition because you don't have a cow. Yeah, no, they're just like the big old round ball things. We meet again, Groucho Gopher. How's the farm? Spiker Doo looks happy today. Betty was telling me how long Peanut and Butter have been with her family. It's a perfect way for animals and their human companions to bond. Don't you think, dear? Getty bounced towards you, tail wagging so hard it's practically a propeller. Assume a spherical cow has no errors. Exactly. They're just very aerodynamic cows. Can we hug an existing cow instead? Shamed for a lack of livestock. Yeah, no, it's a thing, because it actually matters how much the animal likes you on how well the animal will perform. So if you have a cow, like you just grab a cow right before here and show up, it's extremely hard to win. But like, I mean, it's still a very hard minigame in the past. I don't know if they nerfed it, because it really kind of did need it. But, you know, the better the animal likes you, they'll pay attention more, that kind of thing. There's our farmer / rancher. Good to see you. I, again, don't own any animals. I'm not a rancher. Archie's having so much fun. That kid's good with animals. I might take a picture with Bon Bon later. After Frank and Erica are done with theirs. I like animals. They're cute. Yeah. We brought Taco. He's playing with Dinda's boy, little Archie. What a day to be outside. This festival is for learning experience for children and a recreational one. I'm glad they all could make it today. Let's start the pet race. Do you want to do a pet race? Yes, you can't join the competition because you don't own a pet. Oh. Would you like to join our singing friend? These birds are experts. Can't believe it's already the middle of summer. Great seeing everybody today. With their pets makes me want one. Maybe once I have my own place. With a big backyard to run it around in. Alright, so I think we've talked to everyone and we've done our obligated social interactions for the day. You can choose to ignore all this if you just don't care. But, you know, there is stuff like cooking recipes and all that you get from befriending people and all that. So I'm just putting my mouse over everyone, seeing if we have any talk bubbles show up. Just in case I missed anyone, because it happens. Because sometimes they'll even talk multiple times. Alright, so we did the one thing we were allowed to do. We were allowed to ride the mechanical bull. And in one attempt, we demolished everyone in town and told them to get wrecked, nerds. And we definitely were not toxic about it at all. And I'm going to take that summer burger they gave me. I'm going to sell that. They gave me some assorted grilled platter. Going to sell that. They gave me corn on the cob. Yep, that's getting sold. All right. All of my rewards, cash. I want the cash equivalent, please. Right. So we're gonna want to go over here. Let's see. Is there any of these? We're getting kind of low on the stuff. Actually, I'm assuming I can't do anything with the juice and the sugarcane, right? Oh, no, I can. Okay. And thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. Alright, we're getting to the point now where, we're running out of stuff I want to use there. Okay, so we got a little bit of time left for the day. Not enough to dive or do anything like that. But the coconuts are in season. And they only stay in season for a couple of days. Let's run around the beach and all that. Go beat up all the coconut trees we can to get all the coconuts we can. I'll grab a Murex while we're here. Oh. Oh, interesting. They changed it. This area used to be obstructed. You couldn't get here. It used to be you went across this area and this area was blocked off. But I guess they changed it for some reason. Maybe people didn't find their way over there because of just being blocked off, and by the time it got revealed, you just didn't realize it. Do we have the beach fast travel point unlocked yet? We probably don't, right? No. Oh, wait. No, but... breathe through sandy air. Retrieve from living beings in the water. Okay. I definitely know what that means. It's getting late. We need to get to sleep soon. All right, let's just rush to bed. If we stay out too late, we take a stamina penalty the next day. The big thing I wanted to do is I just wanted to make sure to grab enough coconuts, because you'll have sometimes that people ask for specific things, and they do actually have different coconuts that become available, and I think it's spring. Actually, I think it might be all 4 seasons. Each have their own. Okay, so I got 40 merit points for attending the festival, and 100 merit points for actually, you know, winning one of the competitions. Alright. Dinda, Eva, Zara, and Bree all like us a little bit more. As well as Archie, and Chame, and Jack, and Theo, and Millie, and Ciara. Frank, Noah, Charles, Aaliyah, Valentina, Raj, Zoe, Raphael, Luke, Yuri, Betty, Sunny, Anne, Lily, Kira, Ling, almost everyone in town. It's just with the festivals, it must have lined up that that's when they all kind of, with just only really interacting with them with the festivals. Okay, so it's Eva and Emma's birthday today. Dear Groucho Gopher, have you tried baking? It's a good stress relief for me, and it might be good for you too. Anyway, here's a mooncake recipe for you to bake at home. Give it a try. Thanks, Betty. I don't own a stove yet, but okay. Groucho Gopher, I want to give you a recipe for a spring frittata. A little gift. Don't let the name fool you. You can make this any time of year, as long as you have the ingredients. That was Ling. Groucho Gopher, I've seen you around the island fishing. Here's a recipe for sashimi. You can use any fish. Alright. So let's go up here. We've already dealt with the centipede. All those we can sell. Let's drop all this stuff off real quick. Yeah, so I put the coconuts from that season there. So this season... Oh, nope, that's not right. Stop all of that. Give me the coconuts back. That goes in this box. We can just drop all that off. We have the shells down here. I forgot to put stuff in my mason jar. Right, so we need 3. Oh, I forgot. When you put the when you put hot peppers in the mason jar, it makes sriracha. Okay, and we've got corn. They'll sell the low quality corn. And all the better quality corn we will toss there. Didn't someone want corn? Oh, you're right. Someone did want corn. We can check that in a minute who that was and get him one of the crappy quality corns. Because if you don't specify the grade, I'm giving you the worst I got. Them's the breaks. Alright. Oh, and for those who don't know, this game is multiplayer as well. Up to 4 people can join. When you do it, your house changes. I can't remember if you have to start a session that's like, it is multiplayer. Because your house layout will be a little different. You can still have thematically the same style of house, but instead of like having all like the decor around the front, instead it has like 4 different doors. I think you can also have like separate houses as well. I don't remember that for sure though. And it does support cross-platform play. Can you romance the same person? You can start dating the same person, but once someone marries that person, the person who marries them, like, takes them off the market, as it were. So the moment you commit the relationship, that's it. Which, my understanding, I believe that's the exact same way it works in Stardew Valley, and honestly, most games in this genre that support multiplayer. The idea is, like, once it goes from you are dating to you are married, or I think maybe even just engaged or whatever, that then, you know, it kind of reverts that character to being, like, just a friend at that point to everyone else. Which is the same thing a lot of these games do as well. When you get married, the other, you know, quote unquote romanceable characters no longer are considered romanceable to you. They just kind of go into you're really good friends kind of state. Unless you mod. Yep. And to be fair, I don't think it's like people being like the devs being against it or anything like that. I think it's just a practicality thing because they give you the extra room on your house that is like the house for you know, like they have the extra room that's like specific and custom for your spouse. If they have it where you can have like a bunch of different spouses, that becomes kind of a whole tricky thing to navigate. And sure, there's ways you could work around it where you could choose of your spouses who gets the extra room or whatever. But considering all the dev time, I think they just choose not to. Cane Nectar, which gives you a movement speed bonus for a little while. That's neat. And there's some sunflower honey. It'll drop off the resin. Okay. So we haven't run up this left side for a while. Oh wait, what materials do we have? Because I actually have a decent amount of money and I do not want to buy more seeds. Do we have... We can potentially get enough silver to make this worthwhile. Oh, did I not grab the glass? Okay, we haven't run along the side yet. Oh, and you need a couple more fruit. When we get our next harvest off the blueberries, that should be plenty to do that. So let's run up the left-hand side. We haven't done this in a while. I've got a ton of bug traps over there. So let's see if we got anything good there. So far, just crickets. All right. Not gonna bother going after the Luna butterfly. They're pretty hard to catch now. It's in those bushes pretty far. So it's going to be a pain to catch. And I've got just about enough stamina to catch one more bug before the next bug will, like, knock us down. Let's deliberately cut this way a little bit more. Just take a slightly different route. So we can grab all those forageables. Let's see. Do you have anything exciting we want? Poppy seeds. That's funny, because that would have been good last season, because that's one of the second set you get. You like the house? Yeah. There's 5 different house styles you can choose between. So there's like one house style that's kind of a medieval design. There's one house style that's just like your regular old wood log cabin kind of thing that you see in a lot of these games. You've got a very Japanese style where it's got like the paper doors and all that. You've got the Polynesian style, which is the one I chose, and then you've got like your modern like concrete and glass kind of style as well. So you can choose between a bunch of them. And if you don't like it, you can switch the style later. All right. Ooh. Make sure Tomb didn't try to get my attention at any point. She was having a pretty bad headache earlier, so... and all that stuff. But yeah, they let you actually do like tons and tons and tons and tons of aesthetic changes to your stuff in the game. I haven't personally done much of that in this playthrough. I mean, I've not done any of it in this playthrough, not much, literally none. But it is a thing that can be a big send. Alright, So we're trying to get our stamina up. We're going to go to about 400, and then we're going to leave. Because 400 is enough, I can get a decent amount done. Versus spending my whole day just standing in here. It's also funny, before, like, I had more game knowledge about, like, different things I can work on and go and speed stuff up and all that, I didn't need to use the hot springs nearly as much. Just by the fact that, like, it took me too long to get around to take full advantage. Don't mind me, Walter. I'm just committing a violence. Alright, so Saturday, the blacksmith should be open and the lab will be closed. So let's run up here real quick. Nope, I just saw a time. It's already closed for the day. I think it closes at 4. It's fine. Oh. Hi there. Hi Archie. Seems like a busy day for you. Yep, I'm very busy. I'm collecting rocks today. Look how many rocks I found. Are you gonna take them all home, or you sure you want to take them all home? It's the same thing. You're taking them all home? I don't know. I don't think Mom would be happy if I did. I think I can bring some home, though. Which one should I bring? Oh, I like this one. It looks like a butt. Alright, so what we're going to do is we're going to run over here, drop off the bugs. Oh, actually. Oh, it's sriracha sauce. Copyright safe sriracha sauce. I understand. These are all bugs we've gotten before. That's fine. Okay, so lab is closed today. We'll have that, and the blacksmith, we didn't get there in time. That's fine. The big thing is to keep stuff upgrading. As long as we keep things moving little by little, we'll take care of all that. Alright. So I probably have enough time to do either the underwater or the mine. And I'm thinking I'm going to go for the underwater, and the reasoning I have for going for the underwater is with going for the underwater, as we move around, we'll see more different critters, and we just got to the silver place, and I need just one thing to take to the museum to advance it. And so there's a very good chance we'll end up getting the next thing. We definitely want to upgrade our scythe as soon as we can, though. Okay, we got ourselves a whelk. And some purple urchins. All right. Okay, that one's done. We can move on over here. Keep clearing the ocean. Okay, that one's done as well. And that should let me over here. And if I catch that whelk, that'll be enough for us to, well, that was easy. That'll let us do some more offering of stuff. Okay. So we'll need to go over here and drop our anchor in this area. All right. Trying to watch some more critters. That's working out pretty well when you go for one and you cross the other one. It doesn't happen very often. Okay. Cool. Well, it was 11 p.m., so it kicked me out. Let's race back over to the museum, because I should have 2 things that are good to drop off. And that should give me the fast travel to the museum, so in the future I don't have to, like, do this whole runaround to get over there. And then what we could do is tomorrow in-game, I could use this money that we started to get set aside, and I could potentially upgrade either the fishing pole, or, like, I found another whelk in the trash can. Alright, not gonna complain about that. Okay. So there's the flower and the whelk. And it gave us a sprinkler. Hey, Groucho Gopher, what are you up to? Not sure, what am I doing again? You caught me, I was trying to pull a museum heist. I'm here to donate an item. Nice, let me look at what you just donated. Yep, another great item for the lovely Groucho Gopher. Hey, wait a minute. I think this is the last item we need. You donated enough items for us to get the Kickstarter campaign started. Oh no, I have so many people to call. I have to contact Macy and Millie, and I also gotta talk to Lily. Should I talk to the mayor too? Oh, I have to clean the museum. Who's the best at cleaning? Not me, for sure. And then Okay, so basically, Scott has got himself practically a panic attack going on. And we've kind of covered this the last couple times I played, that, you know, just going up to someone who's having a panic attack, just like, hey, calm down, doesn't really help. If you panic, I'm gonna panic too. Definitely, like, basically my comment with this one is all of these answers suck. Like telling someone like, hey, just calm down. It's like, well, that's not what helpful. If you panic, I'm gonna panic. Kind of is like guilting them, being like, hey, and that might make them panic worse. Oh, I also want to run around like that. is kind of making fun of it. And this is usually the one I choose because, like, of the 3 here, you can go like, hey, I'm trying to distract the person, which, fair enough, that actually isn't a bad tactic for dealing with someone who's having a panic attack, to just do something very distracting. Because we can draw their attention away from whatever it is that's causing them to, like, go into the spiral of the panic attack. But, you know, I also want to run around like that. Kinda's picking fun. But these all suck. But I'm gonna go with I'm gonna run around like that. What? Oh. When is I starting to run around? Let's not do that, Groucho Gopher. Okay. Take a few deep breaths and calm down. In, out. In, out. Oh. Looks like Charles' meditation lesson is pretty useful after all. Right. So, as you can probably tell, I have a lot of things to do. So, I'm gonna get right on that. I'll need you to talk to everyone involved. I'll need to talk to everyone involved to get the wheels rolling. We've got most of the necessary things sorted out, but pictures from Macy will take at least a day, I think. Maybe more. You know what? Why don't I just send you a mail when we're ready to launch the campaign? I'm sure you're busy with other things and have already taken up a lot of your time. So many things to do. Thanks once again, Groucho Gopher. Yeah, and as I mentioned the last time, this game was a Kickstarted game, which is why they've got this whole thing. I think it's very charming that inside the game they have, like they call a Pickstarter in the game for copyright reasons and all that. But they kind of like nod at the whole, like, oh, right. Alright, so Jim wanted corn. It's too late to give corn to Jim today, but we can grab the corn and give it to Jim tomorrow. Because luckily that was one of those errands that had a pretty long allowed time for me to do it. Alright, we got all that. We got a spare Welk, so we can sell one of the Welks. We'll sell more of the Karacha. I'll grab back one of the corn. We drop the Welk in there. Drop the Murex and these and the purple urchin and the zebra mussel. Put you down there. Alright, so it's not likely they're going to be able to get the sprinkler anywhere useful. Unless... Boom. That's a little bit less I gotta water tomorrow. Alright. So I made like another 1,500. But yeah, so we're slowly making that money because of the artisan goods. So instead of getting the instant payout for a lot of the crops that they're growing, we're just putting it into like making juice and Karacha apparently. Apparently in the Karacha business in a big way right now. You're all good there, you're all good there. Nothing to do over here right now. You're not quite ready. Hey, we got our first radishes ready. Everything else is good. Okay. So drop all that off, and you. Alright, we'll wait to put more there until that's all ready. Because they're making the sugarcane into cane nectar. So we got stuff to pop at the blacksmith. You're all good. Got some maple syrup. Alright. I look forward to not watering these. Which will become a big thing when we hit the gold kelp. Because the little teeny tiny itty bitty, like 3x3 area sprinkler is just not worth making in my opinion. Because it costs me silver and bronze kelp. Which is a decent investment when I want those materials for a lot of other things. It also means, like, the saturation of random junk I can't walk through gets to be pretty unwieldy. Alright. It's so hard sometimes to see what you have and haven't watered. It's also a really big thing when you start getting the really big sprinklers and then you get the automation stuff. That automation stuff comes in clutch. It's just, you put the seeds in, you let them roll, and then you take the seeds back, or you take the crops out when they're done. You have all the time in the world to work on other things. Alright. Probably getting pretty close to our next level in farming, too. Oh, need more water. Okay, so I need 7... Yeah, no, sorry, 8 more fruit of bronze quality or more. And that'll finish Sam's quest from way earlier in the game. I'm going to drop the corn off for Jim. Then we got a quest line for continuing to do the mines. You got a quest line for continuing doing the ocean. Alright, well that took a long time, but we're here. We can go ahead and grab all of you. For more stuff to sell for cash. And we can pop over here. Because these hot peppers are a pretty good choice for me to use for a lot of stuff. They don't pay as well as a lot of stuff. Like, they're not a particularly valuable crop. But it is the thing that they just keep producing and producing and producing. They actually are a summer and a fall crop. Alright, so we have the corn for Jim. So Jim is at work at the beach. Let's also grab stuff for upgrading something. Alright, so the blacksmith is closed today, right? Yeah, blacksmith is closed today. If we're going down to meet up with Jim, let's go and upgrade our fishing pole. Because that's in the same building. So we can pop over here real fast. Upgrade everything. So we got new stuff at the shop. Just bait and all that I don't care about. Upgrade the tools. So we can go ahead and get ourselves... What? Huh? Alright, well, let's drop out the corn. Apparently I don't have my fishing pole with me. Those black roots of the ocean should be a reminder of what happens when we trust our livelihood with outsiders. Calm down, Jimmy. Alright, complete the errand. Thank you! Alright, so we finished Jim's thing here. Get our merit points and all that. So you want papayas, that's not gonna happen. And then the other ones are just like follow the retreating route, all that kind of stuff. Alright, so let's see where I accidentally put my fishing pole, I guess? I must have put it in a box, which is unfortunate because I've got a lot of those. Not in here. Not in there. Nope. Nope. Nope to those two. There you are. Alright, well, let's try this again, only this time with actually having the fishing pole. Okay, and so the next thing we want to do from there... Okay, that'll upgrade, that'll take a couple of days. The other thing we could probably do is start working on getting animals set up. At least in some capacity. It'll be another thing for me to maintain, but, you know, at some point I gotta do it. And it's another income source. So you're open till 1400. I don't know if I can get over there in time. Especially with needing to grab every single coconut on the way by. Because I can't help it. So I know I won't be able to do it now. Alright, so for the carpentry, the coop is 100 wood and 2,000 bucks. It's actually not bad. And the silo... Okay, so we're gonna need a bunch of wood, and otherwise just gotta buy it tomorrow. We can afford both the silo and then the coop, and then I'll need a little bit of extra money to get the chickens. And then with that, we'll start having that as another thing we can work on. Because then we can start working on getting our ranching skill up, and all that, which will help a bunch of things. We can drop off the shallot there. So it said I needed, what, 100 wood? And I have 7. Alright, so today we're not going to be running around out there doing that. We're working on clearing up trees and all that. That's fine, because I also need to work on that because the temple has a bunch of animal products you need to do. Probably the thing I need to do is start from, like, the bottom, so the trees aren't obscuring my vision. Okay, so with that, we need to run back up here. And I need to go to the, go to the bathhouse. So we can go in the hot springs and relax, and then we can cut down a bunch more trees. Yeah, because I've almost got 100. 100 wood. So just cut down a couple more trees in the property to clear up more space. Oh, you got anything interesting? Nope, same thing you had earlier. Alright, because we can rest real quick and do all that. That should give us enough wood once we go back to the property for clearing it. And with that, we'll be able to get the buildings going out down there. All right. Let me do something real fast back over here, real quick. Come on. Just delaying the next ad break as far back as I can, so hopefully I'm not subjecting anyone to more ads than necessary. As a reminder, if you are enjoying the content, you're not already following the channel, don't forget to drop the follow, that way you can find your way back here in the future. That is kind of how this whole thing works, that, you find content creators you like, and you keep coming back. Well, stuff. As a reminder, I do play a lot of games like Product Zomboid and RimWorld. We're just going to take a nice little foray into Coral Island, because this is a game I very much enjoy. It seems to be something I do like once every 2 years. We'll do a playthrough. Takes a couple of days to a week kind of thing. Otherwise, we've done like a lot of vintage story and all that kind of bit. Okay. But it'll be good to get the bronze quest off there for the local produce. Yeah, and like both the mine and the ocean were of the 4 segments, we're on the 2nd segment. And both of them, I'd say, like, the mine are probably about halfway through the 2nd segment. The ocean, we were pretty early on it. It is one of those things that tends to pick up speed. Because, again, you start getting your sprinklers online where you don't have to dedicate, like, hardly any time at the beginning of your day dealing with the farm. And then from there, you can just kind of run from thing to thing and just make solid progress. It's also another thing that if very genuinely you just really wanted to keep things moving forward, you could also take the day and increase the length, and then just take all that extra time and focus 100% of that just on like whatever the task you wanted to move forward. Like if you're just like, no, I want to get the ocean done, you could just run over work on the ocean stuff on all that extra time you've got. Okay. We'll drop that off. Drop your stuff off. Drop that off. Okay, then this should give me enough wood. And let's make sure we got some bronze cooking. It did say it needed bronze ore. Or bronze bars. Okay, and we can then run over here. And I've again forgot to use the blessing thing. Alright, we can get ourselves a little bit of time under the ocean working. Because we got our 100 wood. And I know it also takes a little bit of time to do a bunch of that stuff as well. Okay. And we can just get this cleared up as best we can. Okay, that one's done. Let's go chase this one down. Grabbing everything that's not bolted down. I'll end up using a lot of that later. All right. Still have one more of those in the general area. Okay, and that was 11 p.m. We got kicked back out. That's fine. Got a bunch more stuff we can sell and all that. There's more of the sauce to sell. You're extras, so we can get rid of you. Chuck all the trash in there. Drop all that there. Is that one of the ones? No. Okay. Alright, so we're good on all that. We can take a couple more peppers. Keep making that. And we are good to crash for the night. So get that all sorted out, and that is another day knocked out. So I completed the errand, so that got us some merit points. We gained a level in diving, which also gives us the dehydrator, so all those like oysters and all that, we can now put them in the dehydrator to turn them into like kind of only okay quality, you know, artisan goods. Gained a level of friendship with Jim. Got a bit more money from catching things and farming. So we're doing a nice job of keeping like the money rotating in. I want to say something like 12 or 15,000 is the cost for getting our next larger bag, which would certainly alleviate a lot of things, but not beelining for all that. We also gained a skill point because there is a leveling mechanic in this. So that was finding artifacts. I would probably go with the kelp next. Oh. Chance to retrieve double artifacts. Chance to forge double items. Selling, yeah, oh, that's amazing. But yeah, so with that said though, chat, it is getting to be about that time that I need to be wrapping up for the night, because I also need to get myself a new beverage and all sorts of stuff and all that going on, so I'm not going to push it. So thank you so much for tuning in. If you have enjoyed tonight's content and you're not already following the channel, don't forget to drop that follow. That way you can find your way back here in the future. For those watching over on the YouTube side, the stream will be ending abruptly for you because I don't have a host planned over on YouTube, but thanks so much for tuning in. Don't forget to like and subscribe. But for everyone over here on Twitch, I'm going to go ahead and put up my ending stream screen, and